Chapter 21 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Lady Marlowe and her daughter did not pay their visit to Ashaw Holt, the absolute, though not openly referred to, fact being that they had not been invited. The visit in question had merely floated in the air as a delicate suggestion made by her ladyship in her letter to Mrs. Ashe Shaw, to the effect that she and Joan were going to stay at Tembarom. The visit to Ashaw they had partly arranged some time ago might now be fitted in. The partial arrangement itself, Mrs. Ashe Shaw remarked to her eldest daughter when she received the suggesting note, was so partial as to require slight consideration, since it had been made by the woman herself, who would push herself and her daughter into any house in England if a back door were left open. In the civilly phrased letter she received in answer to her own, Lady Mallow read between the lines the point of view taken and writhed secretly, as she had been made to writhe scores of times in the course of her career. It had happened so often, indeed, that it might have been imagined that she had become used to it. But the woman who acted as maid to herself and Joan always knew when she had tried to get in somewhere and failed. A note of explanation sent immediately to Miss Alicia was at once adroit and amiable. They had unfortunately been detained in London a day or two past the date fixed for their visit to Ashaw, and Lady Mallow would not allow Mrs. Ashe Shaw, who had so many guests, to be inconvenienced by their arriving late and perhaps disarranging her plans. So, if it were quite convenient, they would come to Tembarom a week earlier, but not, of course, if that would be the least upsetting. When they arrived, Tembarom himself was in London. He had suddenly found he was obliged to go. The business which called him was something which could not be put off. He expected to return at once. It was made very easy for him when he made his excuses to Palliser, who suggested that he might even find himself returning by the same train with his guests, which would give him opportunities. If he was detained, Miss Alicia could take charge of the situation. They would quite understand when she explained. Captain Palliser foresaw for himself some quiet entertainment in his own meeting with the visitors. Lady Mallow always provided a certain order of amusement for him, and no man alive objected to finding interest and even a certain excitement in the society of Lady Joan. It was her chief characteristic that she inspired in a man a vague, even if slightly irritated, desire to please her in some degree, to lead her on to talk in her sometimes brilliant, always heartlessly unsparing fashion. Perhaps the smile, her shade of a bitter smile, gave a man something to do, especially if he was bored. Palliser anticipated a possible chance of repeating the dialogue of the ladies, not, however, going into the Tembarom part of it. When one finds a man whose idle life has generated in him the curiosity which is usually called feminine, it frequently occupies him more actively than he is aware or will admit. A fashionable male gossip is a curious development. Palliser was, upon the whole, not aware that he had an intense interest in finding out the exact reason why Lady Mallow had not failed utterly in any attempt to drag her daughter to this particular place, to be flung headlong, so to speak, at this special man. Lady Mallow one could run and read, but Lady Joan was in this instance unexplainable, and as she never deigned the slightest concealment, the story of the dialogue would no doubt cause her to show her hand. She must have a hand, and it must be one worth seeing. It was not he, however, who could either guess or understand. The following would have been his summing up of her: flaringly handsome girl, brought up by her mother to one end, bad temper to begin with, girl who might, if she lost her head, get into some frightful mess, meets a fascinating devil in the first season, a regular Romeo and Juliet passion blazes up, all for love and the world well lost. All London looking on. Lady Mallow frantic and furious. Suddenly, the fascinating devil ruined for life, done for. Bolts, gets killed. Lady Mallow triumphant. Girl dragged about afterward like a beautiful young demon in chains. Refuses all sorts of things. Behaves infernally. Nobody knows anything else. Nobody did know. Lady Mallow herself did not. From the first year in which Joan had looked at her With child consciousness, she had felt that there was an antagonism in the deeps of her eyes. No mother likes to recognize such a thing, and Lady Mallow was a particularly vain woman. The child was going to be an undeniable beauty, and she ought to adore the mother who was to arrange her future, instead of which she plainly disliked her. By the time she was 3 years old, the antagonism had become defiance and rebellion. Lady Mallow could not even indulge herself in the satisfaction of showing her embryo beauty off, and thus preparing a reputation for her. She was not cross or tearful, but she had the temper of a little devil. She would not be shown off. She hated it, and her bearing dangerously suggested that she hated her handsome young mother. No effects could be produced with her. Before she was 4, the antagonism was mutual, and it increased with years. The child was of a passionate nature, and had been born intensely all her mother was not, and intensely not all her mother was. A throwback to some high-spirited and fiercely honest ancestor created in her a fury at the sight of mean falsities and dishonors. Before she was old enough to know the exact cause of her rage, she was shaken by it. She thought she had a bad temper, and was bad enough to hate her own mother without being able to help it. As she grew older, she found out that she was not really so bad as she had thought, though she was obliged to concede that nothing palliative could be said about the temper. It had been violent from the first, and she had lived in an atmosphere which infuriated it. She did not suppose such a thing could be controlled. It sometimes frightened her. Had not the old Marquis of Norborough been celebrated through his entire life for his furies? Was there not a hushed-up rumor that he had once thrown a decanter at his wife, and so nearly killed her that people had been asking one another in whispers if a peer of the realm could be hanged? He had been born that way. So had she. Her schoolroom days had been a horror to her, and also a terror, because she had often flung ink bottles and heavy rulers at her silly, lying governesses, and once had dug a pair of scissors into one sneaking old maid-fool's arm when she had made her see red by her ignoble trickeries. Perhaps she would be hanged some day herself. She once prayed for a week that she might be made better-tempered. Not that she believed in prayer, and of course nothing came of it. Every year she lived, she raged more furiously at the tricks she saw played by her mother and everyone who surrounded her. The very servants were greater liars and pilferers than any other servants. Her mother was always trying to get things from people which they did not want to give her. She would carry off slights and snubs as though they were actual tributes, if she could gain her end. The girl knew what the meaning of her own future would be. Since she definitely disliked her daughter, Lady Mallow did not mince matters when they were alone. She had no money, she was extremely good-looking, she had a certain number of years in which to fight for her own hand among the new debutantes who were presented every season. Her first season over, the next season other girls would be fresher than she was, and newer to the men who were worth marrying, men like novelty. After her second season, the debutantes would seem fresher still by contrast. Then people would begin to say, she was presented 4 or 5 years ago. After that, it would be all struggle. Every season it would be worse. It would become awful. Unmarried women over 35 would speak of her as though they had been in the nursery together. Married girls with a child or so would treat her as though she were a maiden aunt. She knew what was before her. Beggary stared them both in the face if she did not make the most of her looks and waste no time. And Joan knew it was all true, and that worse, far worse, things were true also. She would be obliged to spend a long life with her mother in cheap lodgings, a faded, penniless, unmarried woman, rallied at, taunted, sneered at, forced to be part of humiliating tricks played to enable them to get into debt, and then to avoid paying what they owed. Had she not been one horrible old woman of their own rank, who was an example of what poverty might bring to one, an old harpy who tried to queen it over her landlady in an actual back street, and was by turns fawned upon and disgustingly your ladyshiped or outrageously insulted by her landlady. Then that first season, dear, dear God, the first season when she met Jem. She was not 19, and the facile world pretended to be at her feet, and the sun shone as though London were in Italy, and the park was marvelous with flowers, and there were such dances and such laughter. And it was all so young, and she met Jem. It was at a garden party at a lovely old house on the river, a place with celebrated gardens which would always come back to her memory as a riot of roses. The frocks of the people on the lawn looked as though they were made of the petals of flowers, and the mad little haunting waltz was being played by the band, and there, under a great copper birch on the green velvet turf, near her stood Jem, looking at her with dark, liquid, slanting eyes. They were only a few feet from each other, and he looked, and she looked, and the haunting, mad little waltz played on, and it was as though they had been standing there since the world began, and nothing else was true. Afterward nothing mattered to either of them. Lady Marlowe herself ceased to count. Now and then the world stops for two people in this unearthly fashion. At such times, as far as such a pair are concerned, causes and effects cease. Her bad temper fled, and she knew she would never feel its furious lash again. With Jem looking at her with his glowing, drooping eyes, there would be no reason for rage and shame. She confessed the temper to him, and told of her terror of it. He confessed to her his fondness for high play, and they held each other's hands, not with sentimental youthful lightness, but with a strong clasp of sworn comrades, and promised on honor that they would stand by each other every hour of their lives against their worst selves. They would have kept the pack. Neither was a slight or dishonest creature. The phase of life through which they passed is not a new one, but it is not often so nearly an omnipotent power as was their 3 months' dream. It lasted only that length of time. Then came the end of the world. Joan did not look fresh in her second season, and before it was over men were rather afraid of her, because she was so young and the freshness returned to her cheek, but it never came back to her eyes. What exactly had happened, or what she thought, it was impossible to know. She had delicate black brows, and between them appeared 2 delicate, fierce lines. Her eyes were of a purplish gray, the color of thunder, a snubbed admirer had once said. Between their black lashes they were more deeply thunder-colored. Her life with her mother was a thing not to be spoken of. To the desperate girl's agony of rebellion against the horror of fate, Lady Marlowe's taunts and beratings were devilish. There was a certain boudoir in the house in Hill Street, which was to Joan like the question chamber of the Inquisition. Shut up in it together, the two went through scenes which in their cruelty would have done credit to the Middle Ages. Lady Marlowe always locked the door to prevent the unexpected entrance of a servant, but servants managed to hover about it, because her ladyship frequently forgot caution so far as to raise her voice at times, as ladies are not supposed to do. "We fight," Joan said with a short, horrible laugh one morning. "We fight like cats and dogs. No, like 2 cats. A cat and dog fight is more quickly over. Some day we shall scratch each other's eyes out. Have you no shame?" her mother cried. "I am burning with it. I am like St. Lawrence on his gridiron. Turn me over on the other side," she quoted. This is when she had behaved so abominably to the Duke of Merthshire that he had actually withdrawn his more than half-finished proposal. That which she hated more than all else was the God she had prayed to when she asked she might be helped to control her temper. She had not believed in him at the time, but because she was frightened after she had stuck the scissors into Fräulein, she had tried the appeal as an experiment. The night after she met Jem, when she went to her room in Hill Street for the night, she knelt down and prayed because she suddenly did believe. Since there was Jem in the world, there must be the other somewhere. As day followed day, her faith grew with her love. She told Jem about it, and they agreed to say a prayer together at the same hour every night. The big young man thought her piety beautiful, and his voice was unsteady as they talked, but she told him that she was not pious, but impious. "I want to be made good," she said. "I have been bad all my life. I was a bad child. I have been a bad girl, but now I must be good." On the night after the tragic card party, she went to her room and kneeled down in a new spirit. She knelt, but not to cover her face. She knelt with the throat strained and her fierce young face thrown back and upward. Her hands were clenched into fists and flung out and shaken at the ceiling. She said things so awful that her own blood shuddered as she uttered them, but she could not, in her mad helplessness, make them awful enough. She flung herself on the carpet at last, her arms outstretched like a creature crucified face downward on the cross. "I believed in you," she gasped. "The first moment you gave me a reason, I believed. I did. We both said our prayer to you every night like children. And you've done this. And she beat with her fists upon the floor. Several years had passed since that night, and no living being knew what she carried in her soul. If she had a soul, she said to herself, it was black. But she had none. Neither had Jem had one. When the earth and stones had fallen upon him, it had been the end, as it would have been if he had been a beetle. This was the guest who was coming to the house where Miles Hugo smiled from his frame in the picture gallery, the house which would today have been Jem's if T. Tembarom had not inherited it. Tembarom returned some 24 hours after Miss Alicia had received his visitors for him. He had been going into, absorbing things in London. His thoughts during his northward journey were puzzled and discouraged ones. He sat in the corner of the railway carriage and stared out of the window without seeing the springtime changes in the flying landscape. The price he would have given for a talk with Anne would not have been easy to compute. Her head, her level little head, and her way of seeing into things and picking out facts without being rattled by what didn't really count, would have been worth anything. The day itself was a discouraging one, with heavy threatenings of rain which did not fall. The low clouds were piles of dark purple-gray, and when the sun tried to send lances of ominous yellow light through them, strange and lurid effects were produced, and the heavy purple-gray masses rolled together again. He wondered why he did not hear low rumblings of thunder. He went to his room at once when he reached home. He was late, and Pearson told him that the ladies were dressing for dinner. Pearson was in waiting with everything in readiness for the rapid performance of his duties. Tembarom had learned to allow himself to be waited upon. He had in fact done this for the satisfying of Pearson, whose respectful unhappiness would otherwise have been manifest, despite his efforts to conceal it. He dressed quickly and asked some questions about Strangeways. Otherwise, Pearson thought he seemed preoccupied. He only made one slight joke. "You be a first-rate dresser for a quick-change artist, Pearson," he remarked. On his way to the drawing-room, he deflected from the direct path, turning aside for a moment to the picture gallery, because for a reason of his own he wanted to take a look at Miles Hugo. He took a look at Miles Hugo oftener than Miss Alicia knew. The gallery was dim and gloomy enough, now closing in the purple-gray twilight. He walked through it without glancing at the pictures until he came to the tall boy in the satin and lace of Charles II period. He paused there only for a short time, but he stood quite near the portrait and looked hard at the handsome face. "Gee!" he exclaimed under his breath. "It's queer, gee!" And he turned suddenly round toward one of the big windows. He turned because he had been startled by a sound, a movement. Someone was standing before the window. For a second's space, the figure seemed as though it was almost one with the purple-gray clouds that were its background. It was a tall young woman, and her dress was of a thin material of exactly their color, dark gray and purple at once. The wearer held her head high and haughtily. She had a beautiful, stormy face, and the slender black brows were drawn together by a frown. Tembarom had never seen a girl as handsome and disdainful. He had, indeed, never been looked at as she looked at him when she moved slightly forward. He knew who it was. It was a Lady Joan girl, and the sudden sight of her momentarily rattled him. "You quite gave me a jolt," he said awkwardly, and knowing that he had said it like a mutt. "I didn't know anyone was in the gallery. What are you doing here?" she asked. She spoke to him as though she were addressing an intruding servant. There was emphasis on the word you. Her intention was so evident that it increased his feeling of being rattled. To find himself confronting deliberate ill nature of a superior and finished kind was like being spoken to in a foreign language. I'm T. Tembarom," he answered. not able to keep himself from staring because she was such a winner as to looks. Tembarom, she repeated slowly, and her tone made him at once see what a fool he had been to say it. I forgot, he half laughed. I ought to have said, I'm Temple Barhome. Oh, was her sole comment. She actually stood still and looked him up and down. She knew perfectly well who he was, and she knew perfectly well that no palliative view could possibly be taken by any well-bred person of her bearing toward him. He was her host. She had come, a guest, to his house to eat his bread and salt, and the commonest decency demanded that she should conduct herself with civility. But she cared nothing for the commonest or the most uncommon decency. She was thinking of other things. As she had stood before the window, she had felt that her soul had never been so black as it was when she turned away from Miles Hugo's portrait. Never. Never. She wanted to hurt people. Perhaps Nero had felt as she did, and was not so hideous as he seemed. The man's tailor had put him into proper clothes, and his features were respectable enough, but nothing on earth could make him anything but what he so palpably was. She had seen that much across the gallery, as she had watched him staring at Miles Hugo. I should think, she said, dropping the word slowly again, that you would often forget that you are Temple Barhome. You're right there, he answered. I can't nail myself down to it. It seems like a sort of joke. She looked him over again. It is a joke, she said. It was as though she had slapped him in the face. Though she said it so quietly, he knew he had received the slap, and that, as it was a woman, he could not slap back. It was a sort of surprise to her that he did not giggle nervously and turn red and shuffle his feet in an impotent misery. He kept quite still a moment or so and looked at her, though not as she had looked at him. She wondered if he was so thick-skinned that he did not feel anything at all. That's so, he admitted. That's so. Then he actually smiled at her. I don't know how to behave myself, you see, he said. You're Lady Joan Fair, ain't you? I'm mighty glad to see you. Happy to make your acquaintance, Lady Joan. He took her hand and shook it with friendly vigor before she knew what he was going to do. I'll bet $1 dinner's ready, he added, and Burrow's waiting. It scares me to death to keep Burrow waiting. He's got no use for me anyhow. Let's go and pacify him. He did not lead the way or drag her by the arm, as it seemed to her quite probable that he might, as costermongers do on Hampstead Heath. He knew enough to let her pass first through the door, and when Lady Mallow looked up to see her enter the drawing-room, he was behind her. To her ladyship's amazement and relief, they came in, so to speak, together. She had been spared the trying moment of assisting at the ceremony of their presentation to each other. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. In a certain sense, she had been dragged to the place by her mother. Lady Mallow had many resources, and above all she knew how to weary her into resistlessness, which was almost indifference. There had been several shameless little scenes in the locked boudoir, but though she had been dragged, she had come with an intention. She knew what she would find herself being forced to submit to if the intruder were not disposed of at the outset, and if the maneuvering began which would bring him to London. He would appear at her elbow here and there and at every corner, probably unaware that he was being made an offensive puppet by the astute cleverness against which she could not defend herself unless she made actual scenes in drawing-rooms, at dinner-tables, in the very streets themselves. Gifted as Lady Mallow was in fine, light-handed dealing of her cards in any game, her stakes at this special juncture were seriously high. Joan knew what they were, and that she was in a mood touched with desperation. The defenselessly new and ignorant Temple Barhome was to her mind direct intervention of Providence, and it was only Joan herself who could rob her of the benefits and reliefs he could provide. With regard to Lady Joan, though Palliser's quoted New Yorkism, wipe up the earth, was unknown to her, the process she had in mind when she left London for Lancashire would have been well covered by it. As in feudal days she might have ordered the right hand of a creature such as this to be struck off, forgetting that he was a man, so was she capable today of inflicting upon him any hurt which might sweep him out of her way. She had not been a tender-hearted girl, and in these years she was absolutely callous. The fellow being what he was, she had not the resources she might have called upon if he had been a gentleman. He would not understand the chills and slights of good manners. In the country he would be easier to manage than in town, especially if attacked in his first timidity before his new grandeurs. His big house no doubt frightened him, his servants, the people who were of a class of which he knew nothing. When Palliser told his story, she saw new openings. He would stand in servile awe of her, and of others like her. He would be afraid of her, to begin with, and she could make him more so. But though she had come to alarm him so that he would be put to absolute flight, she had also come for another reason. She had never seen Tembarom, and she had discovered before they had known each other a week that it was Jem's secret passion. He had loved it with a slighted and lonely child's romantic longing. He had dreamed of it as a boy and man, knowing that it must sometime be his own, his home, and yet prevented by his uncle's attitude toward him from daring to act as though he remembered the fact. Old Mr. Templebarholm's special humor had been that of a man guarding against presumption. Jem had not intended to presume, but he had been snubbed with relentless cruelty even for boyish expressions of admiration, and he hid his feeling in his heart until he poured it out to Joan. Today it would have been his. Together they would have lived in it, and loved every stone of it, every leaf on every great tree, every wild daffodil nodding in the green grass. Most people, God be thanked, can forget. The wise ones train themselves beyond all else to forgetting. Joan had been a luckless, ill-brought-up, passionate child and girl. In her Mayfair nursery she had been as little trained as a young savage. Since her black hour she had forgotten nothing, allowed herself no palliating moments. Her brief dream of young joy had been the one real thing in her life. She absolutely had lain awake at night and reconstructed the horror of Jem's death, had lived it over again, writhing in agony on her bed, and madly feeling that by so doing she was holding her love close to her life. And the man who stood in the place Jem had longed for, the man who sat at the head of his table, was this thing. That was what she felt him to be, and every hurt she could do him, every humiliation she could write large before him, his presumption and grotesque unfitness, would be a blow struck for Jem, who would never strike a blow for himself again. It was all senseless, but she had not want to reason. Fate had not reasoned in her behalf. She watched Tembarom under her lids at the dinner table. He had not wriggled or shuffled when she spoke to him in the gallery. He did neither now, and made no obvious efforts to seem unembarrassed. He used his knife and fork in odd ways, and he was plainly not used to being waited upon. More than once she saw the servants restrain smiles. She addressed no remarks to him herself, and answered with chill indifference such things as he said to her. If conversation had flagged between him and Mr. Palford because the solicitor did not know how to talk to him, it did not even reach the point of flagging with her, because she would not talk and did not allow it to begin. Lady Mallow, sick with annoyance, was quite brilliant. She drew out Miss Alicia by detailed reminiscences of a visit paid to Rowlton Hall years before. The vicar had dined at the hall while she had been there. She remembered perfectly his charm of manner and powerful originality of mind, she said sweetly. He had spoken with such affection of his little Alicia, who was such a help to him in his parish work. "I thought he was speaking of a little girl at first," she said smilingly, "but it soon revealed itself that little Alicia was only his caressing diminutive." A certain widening of Miss Alicia's fascinated eye, which could not remove itself from her face, caused her to quail slightly. "He was, of course, a man of great force of character and expression," she added. "I remember thinking at the time that his eloquent frankness of phrase might perhaps seem even severe to frivolous creatures like myself, a really remarkable personality." "His sermons," faltered Miss Alicia as a refuge, "were indeed remarkable. I am sure he must greatly have enjoyed his conversations with you. I am afraid there were very few clever women in the neighborhood of Rowlton." Casting a bitter side glance at her silent daughter, Lady Mallow lightly seized upon New York as a subject. She knew so much of it from delightful New Yorkers. London was full of delightful New Yorkers. She would like beyond anything to spend a winter in New York. She understood that the season there was in the winter and that it was most brilliant. Mr. Temple Barholm must tell them about it. "Yes," said Lady Joan, looking at him through narrowed lids. "Mr. Temple Barholm ought to tell us about it." She wanted to hear what he would say, to see how he would try to get out of the difficulty or flounder staggeringly through it. Her mother knew in an instant that her own speech had been a stupid blunder. She had put the man into exactly the position Joan would enjoy seeing him in. But he wasn't in a position, it appeared. "What is a season, anyhow?" he said. "You've got one on me when you talk about seasons." "In London," Miss Alicia explained courageously, "it is the time when Her Majesty is at Buckingham Palace, and when the drawing-rooms are held, and Parliament sits, and people come up to town and give balls." She wished that Lady Mallow had not made her remark just at this time. She knew that the quietly moving servants were listening, and that their civilly averted eyes had seen Captain Palliser smile and Lady Joan's curious look, and that the whole incident would form entertainment for their supper table. "I guess they have it in the winter in New York, then, if that's it," he said. "There's no Buckingham Palace there, and no drawing-rooms, and Congress sits in Washington. But New York takes it out in suppers at Sherry's and Delmonico's, and theaters and receptions. Miss Alicia knows how I used to go to them when I was a little fellow. Don't you, Miss Alicia?" he added, smiling at her across the table. "You have told me," she answered. She noticed that Burrell and the footman stood at attention in their places. "I used to stand outside in the snow and look through the windows at the people having a good time," he said. "Us kids who were selling newspapers used to try to fill ourselves up with choosing whose plate we'd take if we could get at it. Beefsteak and French fried potatoes were the favorites, and hot oyster stews. We were so all fired hungry." "How pathetic!" exclaimed Lady Mallow. "And how interesting, now that it is all over." She knew that her manner was gushing, and Joan's slight side glance of subtle appreciation of the fact exasperated her almost beyond endurance. What could one do? What could one talk about without involving oneself in difficulties out of which one's hasty retreat would be effected only by gushing? Taking into consideration the awkwardness of the whole situation and seeing Joan's temper and attitude, if there had not been so much at stake, she would have received a summoning telegram from London the next day and taken flight. But she had been forced to hold her ground before in places she detested, or where she was not wanted, and she must hold it again until she had found out the worst or the best. And great heaven, how Joan was conducting herself, with that slow, quiet insultingness of tone and look, the wicked, silent insolence of bearing, which no man was able to stand, however admiringly he began. The Duke of Merthshire had turned his back upon it even after all the world had known his intentions, even after the newspapers had prematurely announced the engagement, and she herself had been convinced that he could not possibly retreat. She had worked desperately that season. She had fawned on and petted newspaper people and stooped to little things no one but herself could have invented and which no one but herself knew of. And never had Joan been so superb. Her beauty had seemed at its most brilliant height. The match would have been magnificent, but he could not stand her, and would not. Why indeed should any man? She glanced at her across the table. A beauty, of course, but she was thinner, and her eyes had a hungry fierceness in them, and the two delicate straight lines between her black brows were deepening. And there were no dukes on the horizon. Merthshire had married almost at once, and all the others were too young or had wives already. If this man would take her, she might feel herself lucky. Temple Barholm and 70,000 a year were not to be trifled with by a girl who made herself unpopular and who was 26. And for her own luck, the moment had come just before it was too late. A second marriage, wealth, and the end of a hideous struggle. Joan was the obstacle in her path, and she must be forced out of it. She glanced quickly at Tembarom. He was trying to talk to Joan now. He was trying to please her. She evidently had a fascination for him. He looked at her in a curious way when she was not looking at him. It was a way different from that of other men whom she had watched as they furtively stared. It had struck her that he could not take his eyes away. That was because he had never before been on speaking terms with a woman of beauty and rank. Joan herself knew that he was trying to please her, and she was asking herself how long he would have the courage and presumption to keep it up. He could scarcely be enjoying it. He was not enjoying it, but he kept it up. He wanted to be friends with her for more reasons than one. No one had ever remained long at enmity with him. He had got over a good many people in the course of his career, as he had got over Joseph Hutchinson. This had always been accomplished because he presented no surface at which arrows could be thrown. She was the hardest proposition he had ever come up against, he was thinking, but he didn't let himself be fool enough to break loose and get mad. She'd not hate him so much after a while. She would begin to understand that it wasn't his fault. Then perhaps he could get her to make friends. In fact, if she had been able to read his thoughts, there is no certainty as to how far her temper might have carried her. But she could see only him as a sharp-faced, common American out-of-the-shop boy class, sitting at the head of Jem Temple Barholm's table, in his chair. As they passed through the hall to go to the drawing-room after the meal was over, she saw a neat, pale young man speaking to Burrow, and heard a few of his rather anxiously uttered words. "The orders were that he was always to be told when Mr. Strangeways was like this, under all circumstances. I can't quiet him, Mr. Burrow. He says he must see him at once." Burrow walked back softly to the dining-room. "It won't trouble him much to be disturbed at his wine," he muttered before going. "He doesn't know hock from port." When the message was delivered to him, Tembarom excused himself with simple lack of ceremony. "I'll be back directly," he said to Palliser. "Those are good cigars." And he left the room without going into the matter further. Palliser took one of the good cigars, and in taking it exchanged a glance with Burrow, which instantly conveyed the suggestion that perhaps he had better remain for a moment or so. Captain Palliser's knowledge of interesting detail was obtained by chance here and there, he sometimes explained, but it was always obtained with a light and casual air. "I'm not sure," he remarked as he took the light Burrow held for him and touched the end of his cigar. "I'm not quite sure I know exactly who Mr. Strangeways is." "He is the gentleman, sir, that Mr. Temple Barholm brought over from New York," replied Burrow with a stolidity clearly expressive of distaste. "Indeed, from New York. Why doesn't one see him?" "He is not in a condition to see people, sir," said Burrow, and Palliser's slightly lifted eyebrows seemed to express a good deal. He added a sentence. "He's not all there, sir." "From New York and not all there. What seems to be the matter?" Palliser asked quietly. "Odd idea to bring a lunatic all the way from America. There must be asylums there." "Us servants have orders to keep out of the way," Burrow said with sterner stolidity. "He is so nervous that the sight of strangers does him harm. I may say that questions are not encouraged." "Then I must not ask any more," said Captain Palliser. "I did not know I was edging on to a mystery." "I wasn't aware that I was myself, sir," Burrow remarked, "until I asked something quite ordinary of Pearson, who is Mr. Temple Barholm's valet. And it was not what he said, but what he didn't, that showed me where I stood." "A mystery is an interesting thing to have in a house," said Captain Palliser without enthusiasm. He smoked his cigar as though he was enjoying its aroma, and even from his first remark he had managed not to seem to be really quite addressing himself to Burrow. He was certainly not talking to him in the ordinary way. His air was rather that of a gentleman overhearing casual remarks in which he was only vaguely interested. Before Burrow left the room, however, and he left it under the impression that he had said no more than civility demanded, Captain Palliser had reached the point of being able to deduce a number of things from what he, like Pearson, had not said. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The man who in all England was most deeply submerged in deadly boredom was, the old Duke of Stone said with wearied finality, himself. He had been a sinful young man of finished taste in 1820. He had cultivated these tastes, which were for literature and art and divers other things, in the most richly alluring foreign capitals, until finding himself becoming an equally sinful and finished elderly man, he had decided to marry, After the birth of her 4 daughters, his wife had died and left them on his hands, developing at that time a tendency to rheumatic gout, and a daily increasing realization of the fact that the resources of a poor dukedom may be hopelessly depleted by an expensive youth passed brilliantly in Vienna, Paris, Berlin, and London when it was endurable, he found it expedient to give up what he considered the necessities of life and to face existence in the country in England. It is not imperative that one should enter into detail. There was much, and it covered years during which his 4 daughters grew up and he grew down, as he called it. If his temper had originally been a bad one, it would doubtless have become unbearable, and as he had been born an amiable person, he merely sank into the boredom which threatens extinction. His girls bored him, his neighbors bored him, Stonehover bored him, Lancashire bored him. England had always bored him, except at abnormal moments. "I read a great deal. I walk when I can." This he wrote once to a friend in Rome. "When I am too stiff with rheumatic gout, I drive myself about in a pony chaise, and feel like an ant in a bath chair. I have so far escaped the actual chair itself. It perpetually rains here, I may mention, so I don't get out often. You who gallop on white roads in the sunshine and hear Italian voices and vowels, figure to yourself your friend trundling through damp, lead-colored Lancashire lanes, and being addressed in the Lancashire dialect. But so am I driven by necessity that I listen to it gratefully. I want to hear village news from villagers. I have become a gossip. It is a wonderful thing to be a gossip. It assists one to get through one's declining years. Do not wait so long as I did before becoming one. Begin in your rosette middle age." An attack of gout more severe than usual had confined him to his room for some time after the arrival of the new owner of Tembarom. He had, in fact, been so far indisposed that a week or 2 had passed before he had heard of him. His favorite nurse had been chosen by him, because she was a comfortable village woman, who he had taught to lay aside her proper awe and talk to him about her own affairs and her neighbors when he was in the mood to listen. She spoke the broadest possible dialect. He liked dialect, having learned much in his youth from mellow-eyed Neapolitan and Tuscan girls, and he had never been near a hospital, but had been trained by the bedsides of their children and neighbors. "If I were a writing person, she would become literature, impinging upon Miss Mitford's tales of Our Village, Miss Austen's Varieties, and the young Bronte woman's Wuthering Heights. Mon Dieu! What a resource it would be a writing person," he wrote to the Roman friend. To his daughters, he said, "She brings back my tenderest youth. When she pokes the fire in the twilight and lumbers about the room, making me comfortable, I lie in my bed and watch the flames dancing on the ceiling, and feel as if I were 6 and had the measles. She tucks me in, my dears, she tucks me in, I assure you. Sometimes I feel it quite possible that she will bend over and kiss me." She had tucked him in luxuriously in his armchair by the fire on the first day of his convalescence, and as she gave him his tray, with his beef tea and toast, he saw that she contained anecdotal information of interest which tactful encouragement would cause to flow. "Now that I am well enough to be entertained, Brattle," he said, "tell me what has been happening." "A greatly lot, your grace," she answered, "but not so much as Stonehover as the Tembarom. He's come." Then the Duke vaguely recalled rumors he had heard some time before his indisposition. "The new Tembarom? He's an American, isn't he? The lost heir who had to be sought for, high and low." "Principally low, I understand." The beef tea was excellently savory, and the fire was warm, and relief from 2 weeks of pain left a sort of nirvana of peace. Rarely had the Duke passed a more delightfully entertaining morning. There was a richness in the Tembarom situation, as described in detail by Mrs. Brattle, which filled him with delight. His regret that he was not a writing person intensified itself. Americans had not appeared upon the horizon in Miss Mitford's time, nor in Miss Austen's, or in the Brontes, the type not having entirely detached itself from that of the Red Indian. It struck him, however, that Miss Austen might have done the best work with this affair, if she had survived beyond her period. Her finely demure and sly sense of humor would have seen and seized upon its opportunities. Stark moorland life had not encouraged humor in the Brontes, and the village patronage had not roused in Miss Mitford a sense of ironic contrast. Yes, Jane Austen would have done it best. That the story should be related by Mrs. Brattle gave it extraordinary flavor. No man or woman of his own class could have given such a recounting, or revealed so many facets of this jewel of entertainment. He and those like him could have seen the thing only from their own amused, outraged, bewildered, or cynically disgusted point of view. Mrs. Brattle saw it as the villagers saw it, excited, curious, secretly hopeful of undue lavishness, from "a chap has never had brass before, and wants to chuck it away for bragg's sake," or somewhat alarmed at the possible neglecting of customs and privileges by a person ignorant of memorial benefactions. She saw it as the servants saw it, secretly disdainful, outwardly respectful, waiting to discover whether sacrifice of professional distinction would be balanced by liberties permitted and lavishness of remuneration and largesse. She saw it also from her own point of view, that of a respectable cottage dweller, whose great-great-grandfather had been born in a black-and-white timbered house in a green lane, and who knew what the gentry ways and what nature of being could never even remotely approach the assumption of them. She had seen Tembarom more than once, and summed him up by no means ill-naturedly. "He's not such a bad-looking chap. He's not short-legged or turned-up-nosed, and that's summit. He can stride along, and he looks healthy enough for all he's thin. A thin chap never looks as common as a fat un. If he were pudgy, it'd be a lot more agin him." "I think, perhaps," amiably remarked the Duke, sipping his beef tea, "that you had better not call him a chap, Brattle. The late Mr. Temple-Barhome was never referred to as a chap exactly, was he?" Mrs. Brattle gave vent to a sort of internal-sounding chuckle. She had not meant to be impertinent, and she knew her charge was aware she had not, and that he was neither being lofty nor severe with her. "I'd like to have heard somebody do it when he was nigh," she said. "Happen I better be minding my P's and Q's a bit more. But that's what this'n is, your Grace. He's a chap out and out, and there's some is saying he's not a bad sort of chap either. There's lots of funny stories about him in Temple-Barhome village. He goes in the cottages now and then, and though a fool could see he does not know his place, nor other people's, he's downright open-handed, and he makes folks laugh. He took a lot of New York papers with big pictures in 'em to little Thomas Hibblewayth, and what does you think we did one rainy day? He walks into the old Dibbins cottage and sits down betwixt them, as they sit on each side of the fire, and he tells them they've got to cheer him up a bit, because he's naught to do. And he shows them the picture papers, too, and tells them about New York, and he ends up with singing them a comic song. They was frightened out of their wits at first, but somehow he got over 'em, and made 'em laugh their own heads nigh off." Her charge laid his spoon down, and his shrewd, lined face assumed a new expression of interest. "Did he? Did he, indeed?" he exclaimed. "Good Lord, what an exhilarating person! I must go and see him. Perhaps he'd make me laugh my own head nigh off. What a sensation!" There was really immense color in the anecdotes and the side views accompanying them. The routing out of their obscurity of the isolated, dependent spinster relative, for instance. Delicious. The man was either desperate with loneliness, or he was one of the rough diamond benefactors favored by novelists, in which latter case he would not be so entertaining. Pure self-interest caused the Duke of Stone quite unreservedly to hope that he was anguished by the unaccustomedness of his surroundings, and was ready to pour himself forth to anyone who would listen. There would be originality in such a situation, and one could draw forth revelations worth forming an audience to. He himself had thought that the volte-face such circumstances demanded would surely leave a man staring at things foreign enough to bore him. This, indeed, had been one of his cherished theories. But the only man he had ever encountered who had become a sort of millionaire between one day and another had been an appalling Yorkshire man, who had had some extraordinary luck with diamond mines in South Africa, and he had been simply drunk with exhilaration and the delight of spending money with both hands, while he figuratively slapped on the back persons who 6 weeks before would have kicked him for doing it. This man did not appear to be excited. The Duke mentally rocked with gleeful appreciation of certain things Mrs. Brattle detailed. She gave, of course, Burrell's version of the brief interview outside the dining-room door, when Miss Alicia's status in the household had been made clear to him. But the Duke, being a man endowed with a subtle sense of shades, was wholly enlightened as to the inner meaning of Burrell's master. "Now that was good," he said to himself, almost chuckling. "By the Lord, the man might have been a gentleman." When to all this was added the story of the friend or poor relative or what not who was supposed to be not quite right in the head, and was taken care of like a prince in complete isolation, attended by a valet, visited and cheered by his benefactor, he felt that a boon had indeed been bestowed upon him. It was a 19th-century Mysteries of Udolpho in embryo, though too greatly diluted by the fact that though the stranger was seen by no one, the new Tembarom made no secret of him. If he had only made a secret of him, the whole thing would have been complete. There was, of course, in the situation a discouraging suggestion that Tembarom might turn out to be merely the ordinary noble character bestowing boons. "I will burn a little candle to the Virgin and offer up prayers that he may not. That sort of thing would have no cachet whatever, and would only depress me," thought his still sufficiently sinful Grace. "When, Brattle, do you think I shall be able to take a drive again?" he asked his nurse. Brattle was not prepared to say upon her own responsibility, but the doctor would tell him when he came in that afternoon. "I feel astonishingly well, considering the sharpness of the attack," her patient said. "Our little talk has quite stimulated me. When I go out," there was a gleam in the eye he raised to hers, "I'm going to call at Tembarom." "I know there would," she commented with maternal familiarity. "I dunna believe that could keep away." And through the rest of the morning, as he sat and gazed into the fire, she observed that he several times chuckled gently and rubbed his delicate, chill, swollen-knuckled hands together. A few weeks later there were some warm days, and his Grace chose to go out in his pony carriage. Much as he detested the suggestion of the aunt in the bath chair, he had decided that he found the low, informal vehicle more entertaining than a more imposing one, and the desperation of his desire to be entertained can be comprehended only by those who have known its parallel. If he was not in some way amused, he found himself whirling, with rheumatic gout and 70 years, among recollections of vivid pictures better hung in galleries with closed doors. It was always possible to stop the pony carriage to look at views, bits of landscape caught at by vision through trees or under their spreading branches, or at the end of little green hedged lanes, apparently adorned with cottages or farmhouses, with ricks and barnyards and pig pens, designed for the benefit of moorland and other painters of rusticity. He could also slacken the pony's pace and draw up by roadsides where solitary men sat by piles of stone, which they broke at leisure with hammers as though they were cracking nuts. He had spent many agreeable half-hour in talk with a road-mender, who could be led into conversation and was elated by an extra shilling. As in the years long past, he had sat under the chestnut trees in the Apennines, and shared the black bread and sour wine of a peasant. So in these days he frequently would have been glad to sit under a hedge and eat bread and cheese with a good fellow who did not know him, and whose summing up of the domestic habits and needs of the working-man, or the amiabilities or degeneracies of the gentry, would be expressed, figuratively speaking, in thoughts and words of one syllable. The pony, however, could not take him very far afield, and one could not lunch on the grass with a stonebreaker well within reach of one's own castle without an air of eccentricity which he no more chose to assume than he would have chosen to wear long hair and a flowing necktie. Also, rheumatic gout had not hovered about in the days of the Apennines. He did not, it might be remarked, desire to enter into conversation with his humble fellow-man from altruistic motives. He did it because there was always a chance, more or less, that he would be amused. He might hear of little tragedies or comedies. He much preferred the comedies. And he often learned new words or phrases of dialect interestingly allied to pure Anglo-Saxon. When this last occurred, he entered them in a notebook he kept in his library. He sometimes pretended to himself that he was going to write a book on dialects, but he knew that he was a dilettante sort of creature and would really never do it. The pretense, however, was a sort of asset. In dire moments during rains or foggy weather, when he felt twangs and had read till his head ached, he had wished that he had not eaten all his cake at the first course of life's feast, that he had formed a habit or so which might have survived and helped him to eke out even an easy-chair existence through the last courses. He did not find consolation in the use of the palliative adjective as applied to himself. A neatly cynical sense of humor prevented it. He knew he had always been an entirely selfish man, and that he was entirely selfish still. and was not revoltingly fretful and domineering only because he was constitutionally unirritable. He was, however, amiably obstinate, and was accustomed to getting his own way in most things. On this day of his outing he insisted on driving himself in the face of arguments to the contrary. He was so fixed in his intention that his daughters and Mrs. Brattle were obliged to admit themselves overpowered. "Nonsense, nonsense!" he protested when they besought him to allow himself to be driven by a groom. "The pony is a fat thing and only suited to a bath chair. He does not need driving. He doesn't go when he is driven. He frequently lies down and puts his cheek on his hand and goes to sleep, and I am obliged to wait until he wakes up." "But, papa, dear," Lady Edith said, "your poor hands are not very strong, and he might run away and kill you. Please do be reasonable." "My dear girl," he answered, "if he runs, I shall run after him and kill him when I catch him. George," he called to the groom holding the plump pony's head, "tell her ladyship what this little beast's name is." "The indolent apprentice, your grace," the groom answered, touching his hat and suppressing a grin. "I called him that a month ago," said the Duke. "Hogarth would have depicted all sorts of evil ends for him. 3 weeks since, when I was in bed being fed by Brattle with a spoon, I could have outrun him myself. Let George follow me on a horse if you like, but he must keep out of my sight. 1/2 a mile behind will do." He got into the phaeton, concealing his twinges with determination, and drove down the avenue with a fine air, sitting erect and smiling. Indoor existence had become unendurable, and the spring was filling the woods. "I love the spring," he murmured to himself. "I am sentimental about it. I love sentimentality in myself when I am quite alone. If I had been a writing person, I should have made verses every year in April and sent them to magazines, and they would have been returned to me." The indolent apprentice was, it is true, fat, though comely, and he was also entirely deserving of his name. Like his Grace of Stone, however, he had seen other and livelier days, and now and then he was beset by recollections. He was still a rather high, though slow, stepper, the latter from fixed preference. He had once stepped fast, as well as with a spirited gait. During his master's indisposition, he had stood in his loose box and professed such harmlessness that he had not been annoyed by being taken out for exercise as regularly as he might have been. He had champed his oats and listened to the repartee of the stable boys, and he had, perhaps, felt the coming of the spring when the cuckoo insisted upon it with thrilling mellowness across the green sweeps of the parkland. Sometimes it made him sentimental, as it made his master. Sometimes it made him stamp his small hooves restlessly in his straw and want to go out. He did not intend, when he was taken out, to emulate the industrious apprentice by hastening his pace unduly and raising false hopes for the future. But he sniffed in the air the moist green of leafage and damp moss, massed with yellow primroses cuddling in as though for warmth, and he thought of other fresh scents in the feel of the road under a pony's feet. Therefore, when he found himself out in the world again, he shook his head now and then, and even tossed it with the recurring sensations of a pony who is a mere boy and still slight in the waist. "You feel it too, do you?" said the Duke. "I won't remind you of your years." The drive from Stone Hover to the village of Temple Barholm was an easy one, of many charms of leaf-arched lanes and green-edged road. The Duke had always had a partiality for it, and he took it this morning. He would probably have taken it in any case, but Mrs. Brattle's anecdotes had been floating through his mind when he set forth, and perhaps inclined him in its direction. The groom was a young man of 23, and he felt the spring also. The horse he rode was a handsome animal, and he himself was not devoid of a healthy young man's good looks. He knew his belted livery was becoming to him, and when on horseback he prided himself on what he considered an almost military bearing. Sarah Hibson, Farmer Hibson's dimple-chinned and saucy-eyed daughter, had been carrying on a good bit with a soldier who was a smart, well-set-up, impudent fellow, and it was the manifest duty of any other young fellow who had considered himself to be walking out with her to look after his charges. His Grace had been most particular about George's keeping far enough behind him, and as 1/2 a mile had been mentioned as near enough, certainly one was absolved from the necessity of keeping in sight. Why should not one turn into the lane which ended at Hibson's farmyard and drop into the dairy and have it out with Sarah? Dimpled chins and saucy eyes and bare dimpled arms and hands, patting butter while heads were tossed in coquettishly alluring defiance, made even having it out an attractive and memory-obscuring process. Sarah was a plump and sparkling imp of prettiness, and knew the power of every sly glance and every dimple and every golden freckle she possessed. George did not know it so well, and in 10 minutes had lost his head and entirely forgotten even the half-mile behind. He was lover-like. He was masterful. He brought the spring with him. He carried on, as Sarah put it, until he had actually outdistanced the soldier, and had her in his arms, kissing her as she laughed and prettily struggled. "Shame o' the face! Shame o' the face, George!" she scolded and dimpled and blushed. "Will tha be done now? Will tha be done? I'll call Mother." And at that very moment Mother came without being called, running, red of face, heavy-footed and panting, with her cap all on one side. "The Duke's run away! The Duke's run away!" she shouted. "Joe seed him. Pony got fritted at summit. And what art thou doing here, George Bind? Get on the horse and gallop. If he's killed, thou art a ruined man." There was an odd turn of chance in it, the Duke thought afterward. Though friskier than usual, the indolent apprentice had behaved perfectly well until they neared the gates of Tembarom, which chanced to be open because a cart had just passed through, and it was not the cart's fault, for the indolent apprentice regarded it with friendly interest. It happened, however, that perhaps being absorbed in the cart, which might have been drawn by a friend or even a distant relative, the indolent apprentice was horribly startled by a large rabbit which leapt out of the hedge almost under his nose, and, worse still, was followed the next instant by another rabbit even larger and more sudden and unexpected in its movements. The indolent apprentice snorted, pawed, whirled, dashed through the open gateway. The Duke's hands were even less strong than his daughter had thought, and galloped, head in air and bit between teeth, up the avenue, the low carriage rocking from side to side. "Damn! Damn!" cried the Duke, rocking also. "Oh, damn! I shall be killed in a runaway perambulator." And ridiculous as it was, things surged through his brain, and once, though he laughed at himself bitterly afterward, he gasped, "Ah, Heloise!" as he almost whirled over a jagged tree stump, gallop and gallop and gallop, off the road and through trees, and back again onto the sward. A gallop and jerk and jolt and jerk, and he was nearing the house, and a long-legged young man ran down the steps, pushing aside footmen, and was ahead of the drunken little beast of a pony, and caught him just as the phaeton overturned and shot his grace safely, though not comfortably, in a heap upon the grass. It was, of course, no trifle of a shock, but its victim's sensations gave him strong reason to hope, as he rolled over, that no bones were broken. The following servants were on the spot almost at once, and took the pony's head. The young man helped the Duke to his feet, and dusted him with masterly dexterity. He did not know he was dusting a duke, and he would not have cared if he had. "Hello," he said. "You're not hurt, I can see that. Thank the Lord. I don't believe you've got a scratch." His grace felt a shade shaky, and he was slightly pale, but he smiled in a way which had been celebrated 40 years earlier, and the charm of which had survived even rheumatic gout. "Thank you. I'm not hurt in the least. I am the Duke of Stone. This isn't really a call. It isn't my custom to arrive in this way. May I address you as my perseverer, Mr. Tembarom?" End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Upon the terrace, when he was led up the steps, stood a most perfect little elderly lady in a state of agitation much greater than his own or his rescuer's. It was an agitation as perfect in its femininity as she herself was. It expressed its kind tremors in the fashion which belonged to the puce silk dress and fine bits of collar and undersleeve, the belated gracefulness of which caused her to present herself to him rather as a figure cut neatly from a book of the styles he admired in his young manhood. It was, of course, Miss Alicia, who, having, with Tembarom, seen the galloping pony from a window, had followed him when he darted from the room. She came forward, looking pale with charming solicitude. "I do hope you're not hurt," she exclaimed. It really seemed that only divine providence could prevent a terrible accident. I'm afraid that it was more grotesque than terrible, he answered a shade breathlessly. Let me make you acquainted with the Duke of Stone, Miss Alicia, Tembarom said in the formula of Mrs. Bows's boarders on state occasions of introduction. Duke, let me make you acquainted, sir, with my relation, Miss Alicia Temple Barham. The Duke's bow had a remote suggestion of almost including a kissed hand in its gallant courtesy. Not, however, that early Victorian ladies had been accustomed to the kissing of hands, but at the period when he had best known the type, he had daily bent over white fingers in continental capitals. A glass of wine, Miss Alicia implored. Pray, let me give you a glass of wine. I'm sure you need it very much. He was taken into the library and made to sit in a most comfortable easy-chair. Miss Alicia fluttered about him with sympathy, still delicately tinged with alarm. How long had it been since he had been fluttered over? Nearly 40 years. Ladies did not flutter now, and he remembered that it was no longer the fashion to call them ladies. Only the lower middle classes spoke of ladies, but he found himself mentally using the word again as he watched Miss Alicia. It had been ladies who had fluttered and been anxious about a man in this quite pretty way. He could scarcely remove his eyes from her as he sipped his wine. She felt his escape providential, and murmured such devout little phrases concerning it that he was almost consoled for the grotesque inward vision of himself as an aged peer of the realm tumbling out of a baby carriage and rolled over on the grass at the feet of a man on whom later he had meant to make, in proper state, a formal call. She put her hand to her side, smiling half apologetically. My heart beats quite fast yet, she said, whereupon a quaintly novel thing took place, at the sight of which the Duke barely escaped opening his eyes very wide indeed. The American Temple Barham put his arm about her in the most casual and informally accustomed way, and led her to a chair, and put her in it, so to speak. Say, he announced with affectionate authority, you sit down right away. It's you that needs a glass of wine, and I'm going to give it to you. The relations between the two were evidently on a basis not common in England, even among people who were attracted to one another. There was a spontaneous, everyday air of natural protective petting about it, as though the fellow was fond of her in his crude fashion, and meant to take care of her. He was fond of her, and the Duke perceived it with elation, and also understood. He might be the ordinary bestower of boons, but the protective curve of his arm included other things. In the blank dullness of his unaccustomed splendors, he had somehow encountered this fine, delicately preserved little relic of other days, and had seized on her and made her his own. I have not seen anything as delightful as Miss Temple Barham for many a year, the Duke said, when Miss Alicia was called from the room and left them together. Ain't she great? Was Tembarom's reply. She's just great. It's an exquisite survival of type, said the Duke. She belongs to my time, not yours, he added, realizing that survival of type might not clearly convey itself. Well, she belongs to mine now, answered Tembarom. I wouldn't lose her for a farm. The voice, the phrases, the carriage might survive. They do in remote neighborhoods, I suppose. But the dress is quite delightfully incredible. It is a work of art, the Duke went on. She had seemed too good to be true. Her clothes, however, had certainly not been dug out of a wardrobe of 40 years ago. When I went to talk to the head woman in the shop on Bond Street, I fixed it with them hard and fast that she was not to spoil her. They were to keep her like she was. She's like her little cap, you know, and her little mantles and triplets. She's like them, exclaimed Tembarom. Did he see that? What an odd feature in a man of his sort. And how thoroughly New Yorkish it was that he should march into a fashionable shop and see that he got what he wanted and the worth of his money. There had been no rashness in the hope that the unexplored treasure might be a rich one. The man's simplicity was an actual complexity. He had a boyish eye and a grin, but there was a business-like line about his mouth which was strong enough to have been hard if it had not been good-natured. That was confoundedly clever of you, his Grace commented heartily. Confoundedly. I should never have had the wit to think of it myself, or the courage to do if I had. Shop women make me shy. Oh, well, I just put it up to them, Tembarom answered easily. I believe, cautiously translated the Duke, that you mean that you made them feel that they alone were responsible. Yes, I do, assented Tembarom, the grin slightly in evidence. Put it up to them's the short way of saying it. Would you mind my writing that down? Said the Duke. I have a fad for dialects and new phrases. He hastily scribbled the words on a tablet he took from his pocket. Do you like living in England? He asked in the course of time. I should like it if I'd been born here, was the answer. I see. If it had not been for finding Miss Alicia, and that I made a promise I'd stay for a year anyhow, I'd have broken loose at the end of the first week and worked my passage back, if I hadn't had enough in my clothes to pay for it. He laughed, but it was not real laughter. There was a thing behind it. The situation was more edifying than one could have hoped. I made a promise, and I'm going to stick it out, he said. He was going to stick it out because he had promised to endure for a year Tembarom, and an income of £70,000. The Duke gazed at him as at a fond dream realized. I've nothing to do, Tembarom added. Neither have I, replied the Duke of Stone. But you're used to it, and I'm not. I'm used to working 16 hours a day and dropping into bed as tired as a dog, but ready to sleep like one and get up rested. I used to play 20 hours a day once, answered the Duke, and I didn't get up rested. That's probably why I have gout and rheumatism combined. Tell me how you worked, and I'll tell you how I played. It was worthwhile taking this tone with him. It had been worthwhile taking it with the chestnut-gathering peasants at the Apennines, sometimes even with a stone-breaker by an English roadside, and this was one of a type more unique and distinctive than any other, a fellow who, with the blood of Saxon kings and Norman nobles in his veins, had known nothing but the street life of the crudest city in the world, who spoke a sort of argot, who knew no parallels of the things which surrounded him in the ancient home he had inherited, and in which he stood apart, a sort of semi-sophisticated savage. The Duke applied himself with grace and finished ability to drawing him out. The questions he asked were all seemingly those of a man of the world charmingly interested in the superior knowledge of a foreigner of varied experience. His method was one which engaged the interest of Tembarom himself. He did not know that he was not only questioned, but, so to speak, delicately cross-examined, and that before the end of the interview, the Duke of Stone knew more of him, his past existence and the present sentiments, than even Miss Alicia knew after their long and intimate evening talks. The Duke, however, had the advantage of being a man and of cherishing vivid recollections of the days of his youth, which, unlike as it had been to that of Tembarom, furnished a degree of solid foundation upon which to go to build conjecture. A young man of his age, his Grace reflected astutely, has always just fallen out of love, is falling into it, or desires vaguely to do so. 10 years later there would perhaps be blank spaces, lean years during which he was not in love at all. But at this particular period there must be a young woman somewhere. I wonder if she is employed in one of the department stores he spoke of, and how soon he hopes to present her to us. This conversation has revealed so far, to use his own rich smile, neither hide nor hair of her. On his own part, he was as ready to answer questions as to ask them. In fact, he led Tembarom on to asking. I will tell you how I played, had been meant. He made a human document of the history he enlarged. He brilliantly diverged, he included, he made pictures, and found Tembarom's point of view or lack of it, gave spice and humor to relations he had thought himself tired of. To tell familiar anecdotes of courts and kings to a man who had never quite believed that such things were realities, who almost found them humorous when they were casually spoken of, was edification indeed. The novel charm lay in the fact that his class and his country did not include them as possibilities. Peasants in other countries, ploughmen, shopkeepers, labourers in England, all these at least they knew of, and counted them in as factors in the lives of the rich and great. But this dear young man. What's a crown like? I'd like to see one. How much do you guess such a thing would cost in dollars? Did not Miss Tembarom take you to see the regalia in the Tower of London? I'm quite shocked, said the Duke. He was, in fact, a trifle disappointed. With the puce dress and undersleeves and little fringes, she ought certainly to have rushed with her pupil to that seat of historical instruction in their first morning in London, immediately after breakfasting on toast and bacon and marmalade and eggs. She meant me to go, but somehow was put off. She almost cried on our journey home when she suddenly remembered we'd forgotten it after all. I'm sure she said it was a wasted opportunity. suggested his Grace. Yes, that was what hit her so hard. She'd never been to London before, and you couldn't make her believe she could ever get there again. And she said it was ungrateful to Providence to waste an opportunity. She's always mighty anxious to be grateful to Providence, bless her. She regards you as Providence, remarked the Duke, enraptured. With a touch here and there, the touch of a master, he had gathered the whole story of Miss Alicia, and had found it a whimsical exquisiteness and humor. She's a lot too good to me, answered Tembarom. I guess women as nice as her are always a lot too good to men. She's a kind of little old angel. What makes me mad is to think of the fellows that didn't get busy and marry her 35 years ago. Were there many of them? The Duke inquired. Thousands of 'em, though most of 'em never saw her. I suppose you never saw her, then. If you had, you might have done it. The Duke, sitting with an elbow on each arm of his chair, put the tips of his fine, gouty fingers together and smiled with a far-reaching inclusion of possibilities. So I might, he said. So I might. My loss entirely. My abominable loss. They had reached this point of the argument when the carriage from Stonehover arrived. It was a stately barouche, the coachman and footman of which, equally with his big horses, seemed to have hastened to an extent which suggested almost panting breathlessness. It contained Lady Edith and Lady Celia, both pale and greatly agitated by the news which had brought them horrified from Stonehover without a moment's delay. They both ascended in haste and swept in such alarmed anxiety up the terrace steps and through the hall to their father's side, that they had barely a polite gasp for Miss Alicia and scarcely saw Tembarom at all. "Dear papa!" they cried when he revealed himself in his chair in the library, intact and smiling. "How wicked of you, dear! How you have frightened us!" "I begged you to be good, dearest," said Lady Edith, almost in tears. "Where was George? You must dismiss him at once. Really, really." "He was half a mile away, obeying my orders," said the Duke. "A groom cannot be dismissed for obeying orders. It is the pony who must be dismissed, to my great regret, or else we must overfeed him until he's even fatter than he is and cannot run away." Were his arms and legs and his ribs and collarbones and head quite right? Was he sure that he had not received any internal injury when he fell out of the pony carriage? They could scarcely be convinced, and as they hung over and stroked and patted him, Tembarom stood aside and watched them with interest. They were the girls he had to please, and, by getting next to, giving himself a chance to fall in love with them, so that she'd know whether they were his kind or not. They were nice-looking, and had a way of speaking that sounded rather swell, but they weren't ace-high to a little slim red-headed thing that looked at you like a baby and pulled your heart up into your throat. "Don't poke me any more, dear children. I'm quite sound," he heard the Duke say. "In Mr. Temple Barholm you behold the preserver of your parent. Filial piety is making you behave with shocking ingratitude." They turned to Tembarom at once with a pretty outburst of apologies and thanks. Lady Celia wasn't, it is true, a looker, with her narrow shoulders and rather long nose, but she had an air of breeding and a charming color of which Palliser had spoken, returning to Lady Edith's cheeks, illuminated her greatly. They both were very polite and made many agreeably grateful speeches, but in the eyes of both there lurked a shade of anxiety which they hoped to be able to conceal. Their father watched them with a wicked pleasure. He realized clearly their well-behaved desire to do and say exactly the right thing and bear themselves in exactly the right manner, and also their awful uncertainty before an entirely unknown quantity. Almost any other kind of young man suddenly uplifted by strange fortune they might have known some parallel for. But a newsboy of New York! All the New Yorkers they had met or heard of had been so rich and grand as to make them feel themselves, by contrast, mere country paupers, quite shivering with poverty and huddling for protection in their barely clean rags. So what was there to go on? But how dreadful not to be quite right, precisely right in one's approach. Quite familiar enough, and yet not a shade too familiar, which of course would appear condescending. And be it said, the delicacy of the situation was added to by the fact that they had heard something of Captain Palliser's extraordinary little story about his determination to know ladies. Really, if Wilcox the butcher's boy had inherited Temple Barholm, it would have been easier to know where one stood in the matter of being civil and agreeable to him. First Lady Edith, made perhaps bold by the suggestion of physical advantage bestowed by the color, talked to him to the very best of her ability, and when she felt herself fearfully flagging, Lady Celia took him up and did her very well-conducted best. Neither she nor her sister were brilliant talkers at any time, and limited by absence of any common familiar topic, effort was necessary. The neighborhood he did not know. London he was barely aware of. Social functions it would be an impertinence to bring in. Games he did not play. Sport he had scarcely heard of. You were confined to America, and if you knew next to nothing of American life, there you were. Tembarom saw it all. He was sharp enough for that, and his habit of being jocular and wholly unashamed saved him from the misery of awkwardness that the Wilcox would have been sure to have writhed under. His casual frankness, however, for a moment embarrassed Lady Edith to the bitterest extremity. When you are trying your utmost to make a queer person oblivious to the fact that his world is one unknown to you, it is difficult to know where do you stand when he says, "It's mighty hard to talk to a man who doesn't know a thing that belongs to the kind of world you spent your life in, ain't it? But don't you mind me a minute. I'm glad to be talked to anyhow by people like you. When I don't catch on, I'll just ask. No man was ever electrocuted for not knowing, and that's just where I am. I don't know, and I'm glad to be told. Now, there's one thing. Burrell said 'your ladyship' to you. I heard him. Ought I to say it, or oughtn't I?" "Oh, no," she answered, but somehow without distaste and a momentary stare. He had startled her into, "Burrell is—" "He's a servant," he added encouragingly. "Well, I've never been a butler, but I've been somebody's servant all my life, and mighty glad of the chance. This is the first time I've been out of a job." What nice teeth he had! What a queer, candid, unresentful creature! What a good sort of smile! And how odd that it was he who was putting her more at her ease by the mere way in which he was saying this almost alarming thing. By the time he had ended, it was not alarming at all, and she had caught her breath again. She was actually sorry when the door opened and Lady Joan Phayre came in, followed almost immediately by Lady Mallow and Captain Palliser, who appeared to have just returned from a walk and heard the news. Lady Mallow was most sympathetic. Why not, indeed? The Duke of Stone was a delightful, cynical creature, and Stonehover was, despite its ducal poverty, a desirable place to be invited to if you could manage it. Her ladyship's method of fluttering was not like Miss Alicia's, its character being wholly modern, but she fluttered, nevertheless. The Duke, who knew all about her, received her amiabilities with appreciative smiles. But it was the splendidly handsome, hungry-eyed young woman with the line between her black brows who engaged his attention. On the alert, as he always was, for a situation, he detected one at once when he saw his American address her. She did not address him, and scarcely deigned to reply when he spoke to her. When he spoke to others, she conducted herself as though he were not in the room. So obviously did she choose to ignore his existence. Such a bearing towards one host had indeed the charm of being an interesting novelty. And what a beauty she was, with her lovely, ferocious eyes and the small black head poised on the exquisite long throat, which was on the verge of becoming a trifle too thin. Then, as in a flash, he recalled between one breath and another the quite fiendish episode of poor Jem Temple Barham, and she was the girl. Then he became almost excited in his interest. He saw it all. As he had himself argued must be the case, this poor fellow was in love. But it was not with a lady in the New York department stores. It was with a young woman who would evidently disdain to wipe her feet upon him. How thrilling! As Lady Mallow and Palliser and the others chatted, he watched him, observing his manner. He stood the handsome creature's steadily persistent rudeness very well. He made no effort to push into the talk when she coolly held him out of it. He waited without external uneasiness or spasmodic smiles. If he could do that, despite the inevitable fact that he must feel his position uncomfortable, he was possessed of fiber. That alone would make him worth cultivating. And if there were persons who were to be made uncomfortable, why not cut in and circumvent the beauty somewhat, and give her a trifle of unease? It was with the light and adroit touch of accustomedness to all orders of little situations that his Grace took the matter in hand, with a shade also of amiable malice. He drew Tembarom adroitly into the center of things. He knew how to lead him to make easy the odd, frank remarks which were sufficiently novel to suggest that he was actually entertaining. He beautifully edged Lady Joan out of her position. She could not behave ill to him. He was far too old, he said to himself, leaving out the fact that a Duke of Stone is too respectable a personage to be quite waved aside. Tembarom began to enjoy himself a little more. Lady Celia and Lady Edith began to enjoy themselves a little more also. Lady Mallow was filled with admiring delight. Captain Palliser took in the situation, and asked himself questions about it. On her part, Miss Alicia was restored to the happiness any lack of appreciation of her dear boy touchingly disturbed. In circumstances such as these, he appeared to the advantage which in a brief period would surely reveal his wonderful qualities. She clung so to his wonderful qualities because in all the 3-volume novels of her youth, the hero, debarred from early advantages and raised by the turn of fortune's wheel to splendor, was transformed at once into a being of the highest accomplishments and the most polished breeding, and ended in the 3rd volume a creature before whom emperors paled. And how more than charmingly cordial his Grace's manner was when he left them. "Tomorrow," he said, "if my daughters do not discover that I have injured some more than vital organ, I shall call to proffer my thanks with the most immense formality. I shall get out of the carriage in the manner customary in respectable neighborhoods, not roll out at your feet. Afterward you will, I hope, come and dine with us. I am devoured by the desire to become more familiar with the earth." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. It was Lady Mallow who perceived the moment when he became the fashion. The Duke of Stone called with the immense formality he had described, and his visit was neither brief nor dull. A little later, Tembarom, with his guests, dined at Stonehover, and the dinner was further removed from dullness than any one of numerous past dinners, always noted for being the most agreeable the neighborhood afforded. The Duke managed his guest as an impresario might have managed his tenor, though this was done with subtly concealed methods. He had indeed a novelty to offer which had been discussed with much uncertainty of point of view. He presented it to an only languidly entertained neighborhood as a travail of his own choice. Here was drama, here was atmosphere, here was charm verging in its character upon the occult. You would not see it if you were not a collector of such values. "Nobody will likely see him as he is unless he is pointed out to them," was what he had said to his daughters. "But being bored to death, we are all bored. Once adroitly assisted to suspect him of being alluring, most of them will spring upon him and clasp him to their wearied breasts. I haven't the least idea what will happen afterward. I shall in fact await the result with interest." Being told Palliser's story of the ladies, he listened, holding the tips of his fingers together, and wearing an expression of deep interest, slightly baffled in its nature. It was Lady Edith who related the anecdote to him. "Now," he said, "it would be very curious and complicating if that were true, but I don't believe it is. Palliser, of course, likes to tell a good story. I shall be able to discover in time whether it is true or not, but at present I don't believe it." Following the dinner party at Stonehover came many others. All the well-known carriages began to roll up the avenue to Tembarom. The Tembarom carriages also began to roll down the avenue and between the stone griffins on their way to festive gatherings of varied order. Burrell and the footman ventured to consider their early plans for giving warning. It wasn't so bad if the country was going to take him up. "Do you see what is happening?" Lady Mallow said to Joan. "The man is becoming actually popular." "He is popular as a turn at a music hall is," answered Joan. "He will be dropped as he was taken up. There's something about him they like, and he represents what everybody most wants. For God's sake, Joan, don't behave like a fool this time. The case is more desperate. There is nothing else. Nothing." "There never was," said Joan. "And I know the desperateness of the case. How long are you going to stay here?" "I am going to stay for some time. They are not conventional people. It can be managed very well. We are relatives. You will stay, inquired Joan in a low voice, until they ask you to remove yourself? Lady Mallow smiled an agreeably subtle smile. Not quite that, she answered. Miss Alicia will never have the courage to suggest it. It takes courage and sophistication to do that sort of thing. Mr. Temple Barholm evidently wants us to remain. He will be willing to make as much of the relationship as we choose to let him. Do you choose to let him make as much of it as will establish us here for weeks or months? Joan asked, her low voice shaking a little. That will depend entirely upon circumstances. It will, in fact, depend entirely upon you, said Lady Mallow, her lips setting themselves into a straight, thin line. For an appreciable moment Joan was silent, but after it she lost her head and whirled around. I shall go away, she cried. Where? Asked Lady Mallow. Back to London. How much money have you? Asked her mother. She knew she had none. She was always sufficiently shrewd to see that she had none. If the girl had £1 a week of her own, her mother had always realized that she would have been unmanageable. After the Jem Temple Barholm affair, she would have been capable of going to live alone in slums. As it was, she knew enough to be aware that she was too handsome to walk out into Piccadilly without a penny in her pocket, so it had been just possible to keep her indoors. How much money have you? She replied quietly. This is the way in which their unbearable scenes began, the scenes which the servants passing the doors paused to listen to in the hope that her ladyship would forget that raised voices may be heard by the discreet outsider. How much money have you? She said again. Joan looked at her. This time it was for about 5 seconds. She turned her back on her and walked out of the room. Shortly afterward, Lady Mallow saw her walking down the avenue in the rain, which was beginning to fall. She had left the house because she dared not stay in it. Once out in the park, she folded her long purple cloak about her and pulled her soft purple felt hat down over her brows, walking swiftly under the big trees without knowing where she intended to go before she returned. She liked the rain. She liked the heavy clouds. She wore her dark purples because she felt a fantastic, secret comfort in calling them her mourning which she would wear forevermore. No one could know as well as herself how desperate from her own point of view the case was. She had long known that her mother would not hesitate for a moment before any chance of a second marriage, which would totally exclude her daughter from her existence. Why should she, after all? Joan thought. They had always been antagonists. The moment of chance had been looming on the horizon for months. Sir Moses Monaldini had hovered about fitfully and evidently doubtfully at first, more certainly and frequently of late, but always with a clearly objecting eye cast askance upon herself. With determination and desire to establish a social certainty, astute enough not to care especially for young beauty and exactions he did not purpose to submit to, and keen enough to see the advantage of a handsome woman with bitter reason to value what was offered to her in the form of a luxurious future, Sir Moses was moving toward action, though with proper caution. He would have no penniless daughters hanging about scowling and sneering, none of that for him, and the ripest apple upon the topmost bough in the highest wind would not drop more readily to his feet than her mother would. Joan knew with sharp and shamed burnings. As the rain fell, she walked in her purple cloak, unpaid for, and her purple hat, for which they had been donned with threatening insults, and knew that she did not own and could not earn a penny. She could not dig, and to beg she was ashamed, and all the more horribly because she had been a beggar of the meaner order all her life. It made her sick to think of the perpetual visits they had made where they were not wanted, of the times when they had been politely bundled out of places, of the methods which had been used to induce shopkeepers to let them run up bills. For years her mother and she had been walking advertisements of smart shops because both were handsome, wore clothes well, and carried them where they would be seen and talked about. Now this would be all over, since it had been Lady Mallow who had managed all the details. Thrown upon her own resources, Joan would have none of them, even though she must walk in rags. Her education had prepared her for only one thing, to marry well, if luck were on her side. It had never been on her side. If she had never met Jem, she would have married somebody, since that would have been better than the inevitable last slide into an aging life spent in cheap lodgings with her mother. But Jem had been the beginning and the end. She bit her lips as she walked, and suddenly tears swept down her cheeks and dripped on the purple cloth folded over her breast. "And he sits in Jem's place, and every day that common foolish stare will follow me," she said. He sat, it was true, in the place Jem Temple Barholm would have occupied if he had been a living man, and he looked at her a good deal. Perhaps he sometimes unconsciously stared because she made him think of many things. But if she had been in a state of mind admitting of judicial fairness, she would have been obliged to own that it was not quite a foolish stare. Absorbed, abstracted perhaps, but it was not foolish. Sometimes, on the contrary, it was searching and keen. Of course he was doing his best to please her. Of all the ladies, it seemed evident that he was most attracted by her. He tried to talk to her despite her unending rebuffs. He followed her about and endeavored to interest her. He presented a hidebound unsensitiveness when she did her worst. Perhaps he did not even know that she was being icily rude. He was plainly making up to her, after the manner of his class. He was perhaps playing the part of the patient adorer, who melted by noble long-suffering in novels, distinguished by heroes of humble origin. She had reached the village when the rain changed its mind, and without warning began to pour down as if the black cloud passing overhead had suddenly opened. She was wondering if she would not turn in somewhere for shelter until the worst was over, when a door opened and Tembarom ran out with an umbrella. "Come into the Hibbleways' cottage, Lady Joan," he said. "This will be over directly." He did not affectionately hustle her in by the arm as he would have hustled in Miss Alicia, but he closely guarded her with the umbrella until he guided her inside. "Thank you," she said. The first object she became aware of was a thin face with pointed chin and ferret eyes peering at her round the end of a sofa. Then a sharp voice. "Take off her cloak and shake the rain off it in the washes," it said. "Mother and Aunt Susan's out. Let him unbutton it for thee." "I can unbutton it myself, thank you," said Lady Joan. Tembarom took it when she had unbuttoned it. He took it from her shoulders before she had time to stop him. Then he walked into the tiny washes and shook it thoroughly. He came back and hung it on a chair before the fire. Thomas was leaning back in his pillows and gazing at her. "I know the name," he said. "He told me," with a jerk of the head toward Tembarom. "Did he?" replied Lady Joan without interest. A flaringly illustrated New York paper was spread out upon his sofa. He pushed it aside and pulled the shabby atlas toward him. It fell open at a map of North America as if through long habit. "Sit thee down," he ordered. Tembarom had stood watching them both. "I guess you'd better not do that," he suggested to Thomas. "Why not?" said the boy sharply. "She's the one she was going to marry. It's the same as if he'd married her. If she were his widder, she'd want to talk about him. Widders always wants to talk. Why shouldn't she? She's women. He'd have wanted to talk about her." "Who is he?" asked Joan with stiff lips. "The Temple Barholms has been here if he isna." Joan turned to Tembarom. "Do you come here to talk to this boy about him?" she said. "How dare you?" Thomas's eyes snapped, his voice snapped also. "He knew next and out about him until I told him," he said. "Then he came to ask me things, and found out more. He knows as much as I do now. I sits here and talks him over." Lady Joan still addressed Tembarom. "What interest can you have in the man who ought to be in your place?" she asked. "What possible interest?" "Well," he said awkwardly, "because he ought to be, I suppose. Ain't that reason enough?" He had never had to deal with women who hated him and who were angry, and he did not know exactly what to say. He had known very few women, and he had always been good-natured with them and won their liking in some measure. Also there was in his attitude toward this particular woman a baffled feeling that he could not make her understand him. She would always think of him as an enemy and believe he meant things he did not mean. If he had been born and educated in her world, he could have used her own language, but he could only use his own. And there were so many things he must not say for a time at least. "Do you not realize," she said, "that you are presuming upon your position, that you and this boy are taking liberties?" Thomas broke in wholly without compunction. I've taken liberties all my life," he said, "and I'm going to take 'em till I day. They're the only things I can take lying here crippled, and I'm going to take 'em." "Stop that, Thomas," said Tembarom with friendly authority. "She doesn't catch on, and you don't catch on either. You're both of you way off. Stop it." "I thought happened she could tell me things I didn't know," protested Thomas, throwing himself back on his pillows. "If she conna, she conna, and if she wouldn't, she wouldn't. Get out with 'ee," he said to Joan. "I don't want thee about the place." "Say," said Tembarom, "shut up." "I am going," said Lady Joan, and turned to open the door. The rain was descending in torrents, but she passed swiftly out into its deluge, walking as rapidly as she could. She thought she cared nothing about the rain, but it dashed in her face and eyes, taking her breath away, and she had need of breath when her heart was beating with such fierceness. If she were his widder, the boy had said. Even chance could not let her alone at one of her worst moments. She walked faster and faster because she was afraid Tembarom would follow her, and in a few minutes she heard him splashing behind her, and then he was at her side, holding the umbrella over her head. "You're a good walker," he said, "but I'm a sprinter. I trained running after streetcars and catching the L in New York." She had so restrained her miserable hysteric impulse to break down and utterly humiliate herself under the unexpected blow of the episode in the cottage that she had no breath to spare when she left the room, and her hurried effort to escape had left her so much less that she did not speak. "I'll tell you something," he went on. "He's a little freak, but you can't blame him much. Don't be mad at him. He's never moved from that corner since he was born, I guess, and he's got nothing to do or think of but just hearing what's happening outside. He's sort of crazy curious, and when he gets a hold of a thing that suits him, he just holds on to it till the last bell rings." She said nothing whatever, and he paused a moment because he wanted to think over the best way to say the next thing. "Mr. James Temple Barholm," he ventured it with more delicacy of desire not to seem to take liberties than she would have credited him with, "saw his mother sitting with him in her arms at the cottage door for a week or so after he was born. He stopped at the gate and talked to her about him, and he left him a sovereign. He's got it now. It seems a fortune to him. He's made a sort of idol of him. That's why he talks like he does. I wouldn't let it make me mad if I were you." He did not know that she could not have answered him if she would, that she felt that, if he did not stop, she might fling herself down upon the wet heather and wail aloud. "You don't like me," he began after they walked a few steps farther. "You don't like me." This was actually better. It choked back the sobs rising in her throat. The stupid shock of it, his tasteless foolishness, helped her by its very folly to a sort of defense against the disastrous wave of emotion she might not have been able to control. She gathered herself together. "It must be an unusual experience," she answered. "Well, it is, sort of," he said, but in a manner curiously free from fatuous swagger. "I've had luck that way. I guess it's been because I'd got to make friends, so as I could earn a living. It seems sort of queer to know that someone's got a grouch against me that I can't get away with." She looked up the avenue to see how much farther they must walk together, since she was not a sprinter and could not get away from him. She thought she caught a glimpse through the trees of a dog-cart driven by a groom, and hoped she had not mistaken and that it was driving in their direction. "It must indeed," she said, "though I am not quite sure I understand what a grouch is." "When you've got a grouch against a fellow," he explained impersonally, "you want to get at him. You want to make him feel like a mutt, and a mutt's the worst kind of fool. You've got one against me." She looked before her between narrowed lids and faintly smiled, the most disagreeable smile she was capable of. And yet, for some too extraordinary reason, he went on. But she had seen men go on before this, and when all odds were against them. Sometimes their madness took them this way. "I knew there was a lot against me when I came here," he persisted. "I should have been a fool if I hadn't. I knew when you came that I was showed up against a pretty hard proposition, but I thought perhaps if I got busy and showed you, you've got to show a person." "Showed me what?" she asked contemptuously. "Showed you, well, me," he tried to explain. "You? And that I wanted to be friends," he added candidly. Was the man mad? Did he realize nothing? Was he too thick of skin to even see? "Friends? You and I?" The words ought to have scorched him, pachyderm though he was. "I thought you'd give me a chance, a sort of chance." She stopped short on the avenue. "You did." She had not been mistaken. The dog-cart had rounded the far-off curve and was coming toward them, and the man went on talking. "You felt every minute that I was in a place that didn't belong to me. You know that if a man that it did belong to was here, you'd be with him. You felt as if I'd robbed him of that, and I'd robbed you. It was your home, yours. You hated me too much to think of anything else. Suppose there was a way I could give it back to you, make it your home again." His voice dropped and was rather unsteady. The fool, the gross, brutal, vulgar, hopeless fool. He thought this was the way to approach her, to lead her to listen to his proposal of marriage. Not for a second did she guess that they were talking at cross purposes. She did not know that as he kept himself steady on her contemptuousness, he was thinking that Anne would have to own that he was up against it hard and plenty while the thing was going on. "I'm always up against it when I'm talking to you," he said. "You get me rattled. There's things I want to talk about and ask you. Suppose you give me a chance, and let us start out by being sort of friends." "I'm staying in your house," she answered in a deadly voice, "and I cannot go away because my mother will not let me. You can force yourself upon me if you choose, because I cannot help it. But understand once and for all that I will not give you your ridiculous chance, and I will not utter one word to you when I can avoid it." He was silent for a moment and seemed to be thinking rather deeply. She realized now that he saw the nearing dog-cart. "You won't? Then it's up to me," he said, and then with a change of note he added, "I'll stop the cart and tell the man to drive you to the house. I'm not going to force myself on you, as you call it. It'll be no use. Perhaps it'll come all right in the end." He made a sign to the groom, who hastened his horse's pace and drew up when he reached them. "Take this lady back to the house," he said. The groom, who was a new arrival, began to prepare to get down and give up his place. "You needn't do that," said Tembarom. "Won't you get up and take the reins, sir?" the man asked uncertainly. "No, I can't drive." "You'll have to do it. I'll walk." And to the groom's amazement, they left him standing under the trees looking after them. "It's up to me," he was saying. "The whole darn thing's up to me." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The neighborhood of Temple Bar Home was not, upon the whole, a brilliant one. Indeed, it had been frankly designated by the casual guest as dull. The country was beautiful enough, and several rather large estates lay within reach of one another, but their owners were neither very rich nor especially notable personages. They were of the extremely good old blood, and were of established respectability. None of them, however, was given to entertaining house parties made up of the smart and dazzlingly sinful world of fashion said by moralists to be composed entirely of young and mature beauties, male and female, capable of supplying at any moment enlivening detail for the divorce court, glittering beings whose wardrobes were astonishing and whose conversations were composed wholly of brilliant paradox and sparkling repartee. Most of the residents took their sober season in London, the men of the family returning gaily to their pheasants, the women not regretfully to their gardens and tennis, because their successes in town had not been particularly delirious. The guests who came to them were generally as respectable and law-abiding as themselves, and introduced no iconoclastic diversions. For the greater portion of the year, in fact, diners were out of the neighborhood and met the neighborhood, and were reduced to discussing neighborhood topics, which was not, on the whole, a fevered joy. The Duke of Stone was, perhaps, the one man who might have furnished topics. Privately it was believed, and in part known, that he at least had had a brilliant, if not wholly unreprehensible past. He might have introduced enlivening elements from London, even from Paris, Vienna, Berlin, and Rome. But the sobering influence of years of rheumatic gout and not entirely sufficing income prevented activities, and his opinions of his social surroundings were vaguely guessed to be those of a not too lenient critic. "I do not know anything technical or scientific about ditch water," he had expressed himself in the bosom of his family. "I never analyzed it, but analyzers, I gather, consider it dull. If anything could be duller than ditch water, I would say it was Stonehover and its surrounding neighborhood." He had also remarked at another time, "If our society could be enriched by some of the characters who form the House of Parties and seem, in fact, integral parts of all our country's society, in modern problem or even unproblem novels, how happy one might be, how edified and amused. A wicked lady or so, of high or extremely low rank, of immense beauty and coruscating brilliancy, a lovely creature, male or female, whom she is bent upon undoing—" "Dear papa," protested Lady Celia. "Reproach me, dearest. Reproach me as severely as you please. It inspires me. It makes me feel like a wicked, dangerous man, and I have not felt like one for many years. Such persons as I describe form the charm of existence, I assure you. A ruthless adventuress with any kind of good looks would be the making of us. Several of them, of different types, a handsome villain, and a few victims, unknowing of their fate, would cause life to flow by like a peaceful stream." Lady Edith laughed an unseemly little laugh. Unseemly, since filial regret and paternal obliquity should have restrained it. "Papa, you're quite horrible," she said. "You ought not to make your few daughters laugh at improper things." "I would make my daughters laugh at anything so long as I must doom them to Stonehover, and Lady Pevensey, and Mrs. Stoughton, and the rector, if one may mention names," he answered. "To see you laugh revives me by reminding me that once I was considered a witty person. Quite so. Some centuries ago, however, about the time when things were being rebuilt after the flood." In such circumstances it cannot be found amazing that a situation such as Temple Barholm presented should provide rich food for conversation, supposition, argument, and humorous comment. T. Tembarom himself, after the Duke had established him, furnished an unlimited source of interest. His household became a perennial fount of quiet discussion. Lady Mallow and her daughter were the members of it who met with the most attention. They appeared to have become members of it rather than visitors. Her ladyship had plainly elected to extend her stay even beyond the period to which a fond relative might feel entitled to hospitality. She had been known to extend visits before with great cleverness, but this one assumed an established aspect. She was not going away, the neighborhood decided, until she had achieved that which she had come to accomplish. The present unconventional atmosphere of the place naturally supported her, and how probable it seemed, taking into consideration Captain Palliser's story, that Mr. Temple Barholm wished her to stay. Lady Joan would be obliged to stay also, if her mother intended that she should. But the poor American, there were some expressions of sympathy, though the situation was greatly added to by the feature, the poor American was being treated by Lady Joan as only she could treat a man. It was worth inviting the whole party to dinner or tea or lunch merely to see the two together. The manner which she managed to ignore him and be scathing to him without apparently infringing a law of civility, and the number of laws she sometimes chose to sweep aside when it was her mood to do so, were extraordinary. If she had not been a beauty, with a sort of mystic charm for the male creature, surely he would have broken his chains. But he did not. What was he going to do in the end? What was she going to do? What was Lady Mallow going to do if there was no end at all? He was not as unhappy-looking a lover as one might have expected, they said. He kept up his spirits wonderfully. Perhaps she was not always as icily indifferent to him as she chose to appear in public. Temple Barholm was a great estate, and Sir Moses Mondolini had been mentioned by rumor. Of course, there would be something rather strange and tragic in it if she came to Temple Barholm as its mistress in such singular circumstances, but he certainly did not look depressed or discouraged, so they talked it over as they looked on. "How they gossip! How delightfully they gossip!" said the Duke. "But it is such a perfect subject. They have never been so enthralled before. Dear young man, how grateful we ought to be for him!" One of the most discussed features of the case was the Duke's own cultivation of the central figure. There was an actual oddity about it. He drove from Stonehover to Temple Barholm repeatedly. He invited Tembarom to the castle and had long talks with him, long, comfortable talks in secluded, delightful rooms, or under great trees on a lawn. He wanted to hear anecdotes of his past, to draw him on to giving his points of view. When he spoke of him to his daughters, he called him T. Tembarom, but the slight derision of his earlier tone modified itself. "That delightful young man will shortly become my closest intimate," he said. "He not only keeps up my spirits, but he opens up vistas. Vistas after a man's 72nd birthday. At times I could clasp him to my breast." "I like him first rate," Tembarom said to Miss Alicia. "I liked him the minute he got up laughing like an old sport when he fell out of the pony carriage." As he became more intimate with him, he liked him still better. Obscured though it was by airy, elderly persiflage, he began to come upon a background of stability and points of view wholly to be relied on in his new acquaintance. It had evolved itself out of long and varied experience, with the aid of brilliant mentality. The old peer's reasons were always logical. He laughed at most things, but at a few he did not laugh at all. After several of the long conversations, Tembarom began to say to himself that this seemed like a man you need not be afraid to talk things over with, things you didn't want to speak of to everybody. "Seems to me," he said thoughtfully to Miss Alicia, "he's an old fellow you could tie to. I've got on to one thing when I've listened to him. He talks all he wants to and laughs a lot, but he never gives himself away. He wouldn't give another fellow away either if he said he wouldn't. He knows how not to." There was an afternoon on which, during a drive they took together, the Duke was enlightened as to several points which had given him cause for reflection. Among others, the story beloved of Captain Palliser and his audiences. "I guess you've known a good many women," T. Tembarom remarked on this occasion after a few minutes of thought. "Living all over the world as you've done, you'd be likely to come across a whole raft of them one time or another." "A whole raft of them one time or another," agreed the Duke. "Yes." "You've liked them, haven't you?" "Immensely. Sometimes a trifle disastrously. Find me a more absolutely interesting object of the universe than a woman. Any woman. And I will devote the remainder of my declining years to the study of it," answered his Grace. He said it with a decision which made T. Tembarom turn to look at him, and after his look decide to proceed. "Have you ever known a bit of a slim thing?" He made an odd, embarrassing gesture with his arm. "The size that you could pick up with one hand and set on your knee as if she was a child." The Duke remained still, knowing that this was only the beginning, and pricking up his ears as he took a rapid kaleidoscopic view of all the ladies in the neighborhood, and as hastily waved them aside. "A bit of a thing that some way seems to mean it all to you, and moves the world?" The conclusion was one which brought the incongruous touch of maturity into his face. "Not one of the ladies?" The Duke was mentally summing the matter up. "Certainly not Lady Joan, after all. Not to think even the young person in the department store." He leaned back in his corner to better inspect his companion directly. "You have, I see," he replied quietly. "Once I myself did." He had cried out, "Ah, Eloise!" though he had laughed at himself when he seemed facing his ridiculous tragedy. "Yes," confessed T. Tembarom. "I met her at the boarding-house where I lived. Her father was a Lancashire man and an inventor. I guess you've heard of him. His name is Joseph Hutchinson." The whole country had heard of him, more countries, indeed, than one had heard. He was the man who was going to make his fortune in America because T. Tembarom had stood by him in his extremity. He would make a fortune in America and another in England and possibly several others on the continent. He had learned to read in a village school, and the girl was his daughter. "Yes," replied the Duke. "I don't know whether the one you knew had that quiet little way of seeing right straight into a thing and making you see it too," said Tembarom. "She had," answered the Duke, and an odd expression wavered in his eyes because he was looking backward across 40 years, which seemed 100. "That's what I meant by moving the world," T. Tembarom went on. "You know, she's right, and you've got to do what she says if you love her." "And you always do," said the Duke. "Always and forever. There are very few. They are the elect." T. Tembarom took it gravely. "I said to her once that there wasn't more than one of her in the world, because there couldn't be enough to make two of that kind. I wasn't joshing either, I meant it. It's her quiet little voice and her quiet, babyfied eyes that get you where you can't move. And it's something else you don't know anything about. It's her never doing anything for herself, but just doing it because it's the right thing for you." The Duke's chin had sunk a little on his breast, and looking back across the 100 years, he forgot for a moment where he was. The one he remembered had been another man's wife, a little angel brought up in a convent by white-souled nuns, passed over by her people to an elderly Varian of great magnificence, and she had sent the strong, laughing, impassioned young English peer away before it was too late, and with the young eyes of her looking upward at him in that way which saw straight into a thing, and with that quiet little voice, so long ago. "Oh, Eloise," he sighed unconsciously. "What did you say?" asked T. Tembarom. The Duke came back. "I was thinking of the time when I was 29, he answered. "It was not yesterday, nor even the day before. The one I knew died when she was 24. "Died?" said Tembarom. "Good Lord!" He dropped his head and even changed color. "A fellow can't get on to a thing like that. It seems as if it couldn't happen. Suppose—" He caught his breath hard and then pulled himself up. "Nothing could happen to her before she knew that I've proved what I said. Just proved it, and done every single thing she told me to do." "I'm sure you have," the Duke said. "It's because of that I begin to say this." Tembarom spoke hurriedly that he might thrust away the sudden dark thought. "You're a man, and I'm a man. Far away ahead of me as you are, you're a man too. I was crazy to get her to marry me and come here with me, and she wouldn't." The Duke's eyes lighted anew. "She had her reasons," he said. "She laid 'em out as if she'd been my mother, instead of a little red-headed angel that you wanted to snatch up and crush up to you so she couldn't breathe. She didn't waste a word. She just told me what I was up against. She'd lived in the village with her grandmother, and she knew. She said I'd got to come and find out for myself what no one else could teach me. She told me about the kind of girls I'd see, beauties that were different from anything I'd ever seen before, and it was up to me to see all of them, the best of them." "Ladies?" interjected the Duke gently. "Yes, with titles like those in the novels," she said, "and clothes like those in the ladies' pictorial. The kind of girls," she said, "that would make her look like a housemaid." "Housemaid be darned!" he exclaimed, suddenly growing hot. "I've seen a whole lot of them. I've done my darndest to get next, and there's not one—" He stopped short. "Why should any of them look at me anyhow?" he added suddenly. "That was not her point," remarked the Duke. "She wanted you to look at them, and you have looked." T. Tembarom's eagerness was inspiring to behold. "I have, haven't I?" he cried. "That was what I wanted to ask you. I've done as she said, and I haven't shirked a thing. I followed them around when I knew they hadn't any use on the earth for me. Some of them have handed me the lemon pretty straight. Why shouldn't they? But I don't believe she knew how tough it might be for a fellow sometimes." "No, she did not," the Duke said. "Also, she probably did not know that in ancient days of chivalry, ladies sent forth their knights to bear buffeting for their sakes in proof of fealty. Rise up, Sir Knight." This last phrase, of course, T. Tembarom did not know the poetic significance of. To his hearer, Palliser's story became an amusing thing, read in the light of his most delicious frankness. It was Palliser himself who played the fool, and not T. Tembarom, who had simply known what he wanted, and had, with business-like directness, applied himself to finding a method of obtaining it. The young women he gave his time to must be ladies, because Miss Hutchinson had required it from him. The female flower of the noble houses had been passed in review before him to practice upon, so to speak. The handsomer they were, the more dangerously charming, the better Miss Hutchinson would be pleased, and he had been regarded as a presumptuous aspirant. It was a situation for a comedy, but the ladies would not enjoy it if they were told. It was also not the Duke of Stone who would tell them. They could not in the least understand the subtlety of the comedy in which they had unconsciously taken part. Anne Hutchinson's grandmother curtsied to them in her stiff old way when they passed. Anne Hutchinson had gone to the village school and been presented with prizes for needlework and good behavior. But what a girl she must be, the slim bit of a thing with a red head. What a clear-headed and firm little person. In courts he had learned to wear a composed countenance when he was prompted to smile, and he wore one now, He enjoyed the society of T. Tembarom increasingly every hour. He provided him with every joy. Their drive was a long one, and they talked a good deal. They talked of the Hutchinsons, of the invention, of the business deals Tembarom had entered into at the outset, and of their tremendously encouraging result. It was not mere rumor that Hutchinson would end by being a rich man. The girl would be an heiress. How complex her position would be, and being of the elect who unknowingly bear with them the power that moves the world, how would she affect Temple Barholm and its surrounding neighborhood? "I wish to God she was here now," exclaimed Tembarom suddenly. It had been an interesting talk, but now and then the Duke had wondered if, as it went on, his companion was as wholly at ease as usual with him. An occasional shade of absorption in his expression, as if he were thinking of two things at once, despite himself. A hint of restlessness revealed themselves occasionally. Was there something more he was speculating on the possibility of saying, something more to tell or explain? If there was, let him take his time. His audience at all events was possessed of perceptions. This somewhat abrupt exclamation might open the way. "That is easily understood, my dear fellow," replied the Duke. "There's times when you want a little thing like that just to talk things over with, just to ask, because you're dead sure she'd never lose her head and give herself away without knowing she was doing it. She would just keep still and let the waves roll over her, and be standing there ready and quiet when the tide had passed. It's the keeping your mouth shut that's so hard for most people. They're not saying a darn thing, whatever happens, till just the right time." "Women cannot often do it," said the Duke. "Very few men can." "You're right," Tembarom answered, and there was a trifle of anxiety in his tone. "There's women, just the best kind, that you daren't tell a big thing to. Not that they'd mean to give it away. Perhaps they wouldn't know when they did it. But they'd feel so anxious they get... "Rattled," put in the Duke, and knew who he was thinking of. He saw Miss Alicia's delicate, timid face as he spoke. T. Tembarom laughed. "That's just it," he answered. "They wouldn't go back on you for worlds, but, well, you have to be careful with them." "He's got something on his mind," mentally commented the Duke. "He wonders if he will tell it to me." "And there's times when you give half you've got to be able to talk a thing out and put it up to someone else for a while. I could do it with her. That's why I said I wish to God she was here." "You have learned to know how to keep still," the Duke said. "So have I. We learned it in different schools, but we have both learned." As he was saying the words, he thought he was going to hear something. When he had finished saying them, he knew that he would, without a doubt. T. Tembarom made a quick move in his seat. He lost a shade of color and cleared his throat as he bent forward, casting a glance at the backs of the coachman and footman on the high seat above them. "Can those fellows hear me?" he asked. "No," the Duke answered. "If you speak as you're speaking now." "You're the biggest man about here," the young man went on. "You stand for everything that English people care for, and you were born knowing all the things I don't. I've been carrying a big load for quite a while, and I guess I'm not big enough to handle it alone, perhaps. Anyhow, I want to be sure I'm not making fool mistakes. The worst of it is I've got to keep still if I'm right, and I've got to keep still if I'm wrong. I've got to keep still, anyhow." "I've learned to hold my tongue in places where, if I had not held it, I might have plunged nations into bloodshed," the Duke said. "Tell me all you choose." As a result of which, by the time their drive had ended and they had returned to Stonehover, he had told him, and the Duke sat in his corner of the carriage with an unusual light in his eyes and a flush of somewhat excited color on his cheek. "You're a queer fellow, T. Tembarom," he said when they parted in the drawing-room after taking tea. "You exhilarate me. You make me laugh. If I were an emotional person, you would at moments make me cry. There's an affecting uprightness about you. You're rather a fine fellow, too, 'pon my life." Putting a waxen, gout-knuckled old hand in his shoulder and giving him a friendly push, which was half a pat, he added, "You are, by God!" And after his guest had left him, the Duke stood for some minutes gazing into the fire with a complicated smile and the air of a man who finds himself quaintly enriched. "I have had ambitions in the course of my existence, several of them," he said, "but even in over-vaulting moments never have I aspired to such an altitude as this. to be, as it were, part of a melodrama. One feels that one scarcely deserves it. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Mr. Tembarom seems in better spirits, Lady Mallow said to Captain Palliser as they walked on the terrace in the starlight dusk after dinner. Captain Palliser took his cigar from his mouth and looked at the glowing end of it. "Has it struck you that he has been in low spirits?" he inquired speculatively. "One does not usually connect him with depression." "Certainly not with depression. He's an extraordinary creature. One would think he would perish from lack of the air he is used to breathing. New York air." "He is not perishing. He's too shrewd," returned Palliser. "He mayn't exactly like all this, but he's getting something out of it." "He is not getting much of what he evidently wants most. I am out of all patience," said Lady Mallow. Her acquaintance with Palliser had lasted through a number of years. They argued most matters from the same basis of reasoning. They were at times almost candid with each other. It may be acknowledged, however, that of the two, Lady Mallow was the more inclined to verge on self-revelation. This was, of course, because she was the less clever and had more temper. Her temper, she had now and then owned bitterly to herself, had played her tricks. Captain Palliser's temper never did this. It was Lady Mallow's temper which spoke now. But she did not in the least mind his knowing that Joan was exasperating her beyond endurance. He knew the whole situation well enough to be aware of it without speech on her part. He had watched similar situations several times before. "Her manner toward him is, to resort to New York colloquialisms, the limit," Palliser said quietly. "Is it your idea that his less good spirits have been due to Lady Joan's ingenuities? They are ingenious, you know." "They are devilish," exclaimed her mother. "She treads him in the mire and sails about professing to be conducting herself flawlessly. She is too clever for me," she added with bitterness. Palliser laughed softly. But every often you have been too clever for her," he suggested. "For my part, I don't quite see how you got her here." Lady Mallow became not almost, but entirely candid. "Upon the whole, I don't quite know myself. I believe she really came for some mysterious reason of her own." "That is rather my impression," said Palliser. "She has got something up her sleeve, and so has he." "He?" Lady Mallow quite ejaculated the word. "She always has. That's her abominable secretive way. But he? T. Tembarom, with something up his sleeve. One can't imagine it." "Almost everybody has. I found that out long years ago," said Palliser, looking at his cigar end again as if consulting it. "Since I arrived at the conclusion, I always take it for granted and look out for it. I've become rather clever in following such things up, and I have taken an unusual interest in T. Tembarom from the first." Lady Mallow turned her handsome face, much softened by an enwreathing gauze scarf, toward him anxiously. "Do you think his depression, or whatever it is, means Joan?" she asked. "If he is depressed by her, you need not be discouraged," smiled Palliser. "The time to lose hope would be when, despite her ingenuities, he became entirely cheerful. But," he added after a moment's pause, "I have an idea there is some other little thing." "Do you suppose that some young woman he has left behind in New York is demanding her rights?" said Lady Mallow with annoyance. "That is exactly the kind of thing Joan would like to hear, and so entirely natural. Some shop girl or other." "Quite natural, as you say. But he would scarcely be running up to London and consulting Scotland Yard about her," Palliser answered. "Scotland Yard?" ejaculated his companion. "How in the world did you find that out?" Captain Palliser did not explain how he had done it. Presumably his knowledge was due to the adroitness of the system of following such things up. "Scotland Yard has also come to him," he went on. "Did you chance to see a red-faced person who spent a morning with him last week?" "He looked like a butcher, and I thought he might be one of his friends," Lady Mallow said. I recognize the man. He is an extremely clever detective, much respected for his resources in the matter of following clues which are so attenuated as to be scarcely clues at all." "Clues have no connection with Joan," said Lady Mallow, still more annoyed. "All London knows her miserable story." "Have you—" Captain Palliser's tone was thoughtful. "Has anyone ever seen Mr. Strangeways?" "No. Can you imagine anything more absurdly romantic? A creature without a memory shut up in a remote wing of a palace like this, as if he were the man with the iron mask. Romance is not quite compatible with Tembarom. It is so incongruous that it has entertained me to think it over a good deal," remarked Palliser. "He leaves everything to one's imagination. All one knows is that he isn't a relative, that he isn't mad, but only too nervous to see or be seen. Queer situation. I've found there is always a reason for things. The queerer they are, the more sure it is that there's a reason. What is the reason Strangeways is kept here? And where would a detective come in? Just on general principles, I'm rather going into the situation. There's a reason, and it would be amusing to find it out. Don't you think so?" He spoke casually, and Lady Mallow's answer was casual, though she knew from experience that he was not as casual as he chose to seem. He was clever enough always to have certain reasons of his own which formulated themselves into interests large and small. He knew things about people which were useful. Sometimes quite small things were useful. He was always well behaved, and no one had ever accused him of bringing pressure to bear. But it was often possible for him to sell things or buy things or bring about things in circumstances which would have presented difficulties to other people. Lady Mallow knew from long experience all about the exigencies of cases when needs must, and she was not critical. Temple Barholm as the estate of a distant relative and Tembarom as its owner were not assets to deal with indifferently. When a man made a respectable living out of people who could be persuaded to let you make investments for them, it was not an unbusinesslike idea to be in the position to advise an individual strongly. "It's quite natural that you should feel an interest," she answered. "But the romantic stranger is too romantic, though I will own Scotland Yard is a little odd." "Yes, that is exactly what I thought," said Palliser. He had, in fact, thought a good deal and followed the thing up in a quiet amateur way, though with annoyingly little result. Occasionally he had felt rather a fool for his pains, because he had been led to so few facts of importance, and had found himself so often confronted by Tembarom's entirely frank grin. His own mental attitude was not a complex one. Lady Mallow's summing up had been correct enough on the whole. Temple Barholm ought to be a substantial asset, regarded in its connection with its present owner. Little dealings in stocks, sometimes rather large ones when luck was with him, had brought desirable returns to Captain Palliser throughout a number of years. Just now he was taking an interest in a somewhat imposing scheme, or what might prove an imposing one if it were managed properly and presented to the right persons. If Tembarom had been sufficiently lured by the spirit of speculation to plunge into old Hutchinson's affair, as he evidently had done, he was plainly of the temperament attracted by the game of chance. There had been no reason but that of temperament which could have led him to invest. He had found himself suddenly a moneyed man and had liked the game, never having so much as heard of little Anne Hutchinson. Captain Palliser not unnaturally argued after this wise. There seemed no valid reason why, if a vague invention had allured, a less vague scheme, managed in a more businesslike manner, should not. This Mexican silver and copper mine was a dazzling thing to talk about. He could go into details. He had, in fact, allowed a good deal of detail to trail through his conversation at times. It had not been difficult to accomplish this in his talks with Lady Mallow in his host's presence. Lady Mallow was always ready to talk of mines, gold, silver, or copper. It happened at times that one could manage to secure a few shares without the actual payment of money. There were little hospitalities or social amiabilities now and then, which might be regarded as value received. So she had made it easy for Captain Palliser to talk, and Tembarom had heard much which would have been of interest to the kind of young man he appeared to be. Sometimes he had listened absorbedly, and on a few occasions he had asked a few questions which laid him curiously bare in his role of speculator. If he had no practical knowledge of the ways and means of great mining companies, he at least professed none. At all events, if there was any little matter he preferred to keep to himself, there was no harm in making oneself familiar with its aspect and significance. A man's arguments, so far as he himself is concerned, assume the character with which his own choice of adjectives and adverbs labels them. That is, if he labels them. The most astute do not. Captain Palliser did not. He dealt merely with the reasoning processes which were applicable to the subject in hand, whatsoever its nature. He was a practical man of the world, a gentleman, of course. It was necessary to adjust matters without romantic hair-splitting. It was all by the way. T. Tembarom had at the outset seemed to present, so to speak, no surface. Palliser had soon ceased to be at all sure that his social ambitions were to be relied on as a lever. Besides which, when the old Duke of Stone took delighted possession of him, dined with him, drove with him, sat and gossiped with him by the hour, there was not much one could offer him. Strangeways had at first meant only eccentricity. A little later he had occasionally faintly stirred curiosity, and perhaps the fact that Burrell enjoyed him as a grievance and a mystery had stimulated the stirring. The various chance had led him to find himself regarding the opening up of possible vistas. From a certain window in a certain wing of the house a much-praised view was to be seen. Nothing was more natural than that on the occasion of a curious sunset, Palliser should, in coming from his room, decide to take a look at it. As he passed through a corridor, Pearson came out of a room near him. "How is Mr. Strangeways today?" Palliser asked. "Not quite so well, I'm afraid, sir," was the answer. "Sorry to hear it," replied Palliser, and passed on. On his return he walked somewhat slowly down the corridor. As he turned into it he thought he heard the murmur of voices. One was that of T. Tembarom, and he was evidently using argument. It sounded as if he were persuading someone to agree with him, and the persuasion was earnest. He was not arguing with Pearson or a housemaid. Why was he arguing with his pensioner? His voice was as low as it was eager, and the other man's replies were not to be heard. Only just after Palliser had passed the door there broke out an appeal which was a sort of cry. "No, my God, no! Don't send me away! Don't send me away!" One could not, even if so inclined, stand and listen near a door while servants might chance to be wandering about. Palliser went on his way with a sense of having been slightly startled. "He wants to get rid of him, and the fellow is giving him trouble," he said to himself. "That voice is not American, not in the least." It set him thinking and observing, when Tembarom wore the look which was not a look of depression, but something more puzzling. He thought that he could guess at its reason. By the time he talked with Lady Mallow, he had gone much further than he chose to let her know. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The popularity of Captain Palliser's story of the ladies had been great at the outset, but with the passage of time it had oddly waned. This had resulted from the story's ceasing to develop itself, as the simplest intelligence might have anticipated, by means of the only person capable of its proper development. The person in question was, of course, T. Tembarom. Expectations, amusing expectations, of him had been raised, and he had singularly failed in fulfilling of them. The neighborhood had, so to speak, stood upon tiptoe, the feminine portion of it at least, looking over shoulders to get the first glimpse of what would inevitably take place. As weeks flew by, the standing on tiptoe became a thing of the past. The whole thing flattened out most disappointingly. No attack whatever was made upon the ladies. That the Duke of Stone had immensely taken up Mr. Temple Barholm had of course resulted in his being accepted in such a manner as gave him many opportunities to encounter one and all. He appeared at dinners, teas, and garden parties. Miss Alicia, whom he had in some occult manner impressed upon people until they found themselves actually paying a sort of court to her, was always his companion. "One realizes one cannot possibly leave her out of anything," had been said. He has somehow established her as if she were his mother or his aunt, or his interpreter. And such clothes, my dear, one doesn't behold. Worth and Packin and Dorset must go sleepless for weeks to invent them. They are without a flaw in shade or line or texture. Which was true, because Mrs. Mellish of the Bond Street shop had become quite obsessed by her idea, and had committed extravagances Miss Alicia offered up contrite prayer to atone for, while Tembarom, simply chortling in his glee, signed checks to pay for their exquisite embodiment. That he was not reluctant to avail himself of social opportunities was made manifest by the fact that he never refused an invitation. He appeared upon any spot to which hospitality bade him, and unashamedly placed himself on record as a neophyte upon almost all occasions. His well-cut clothes began in time to wear more the air of garments belonging to him, but his hat made itself remarked by its trick of getting pushed back on his head or tilted on one side, and his New York voice and accent rang out sharp and finely nasal in the midst of low-pitched, throaty, or mellow English enunciations. He talked a good deal at times because he found himself talked to by people who either wanted to draw him out or genuinely wished to hear the things he would be likely to say. That the hero of Palliser's story should so comport himself as to provide either diversion or cause for haughty displeasure would have been only a natural outcome of his ambitions. In a brief period of time, however, every young woman who might have expected to find herself an object of such ambitions realized that his methods of approach and attack were not marked by the usual characteristics of aspirants of his class. He evidently desired to see and be seen. He presented himself, as it were, for inspection and consideration, but while he was attentive, he did not press attentions upon anyone. He did not make advances in the ordinary sense of the word. He never essayed flattering or even admiring remarks. He said queer things at which one often could not help but laugh, but he somehow wore no air of saying them with the intention of offering them as witticisms which might be regarded as allurements. He did not ogle, he did not simper or shuffle about nervously and turn red or pale, as eager and awkward youths have a habit of doing under the stress of unrequited admiration. In the presence of a certain slightingness of treatment, which he at the outset met with not infrequently, he conducted himself with a detached good nature which seemed to take but small account of attitudes less unoffending than his own. When the slightiness disappeared from sheer lack of anything to slight, he did not change his manner in any degree. "He is not the least forward," Beatrice Talchester said, the time arriving when she and her sisters occasionally talked him over with their special friends the Granthams. "And he is not forever under one's feet, as the pushing sort usually is. Do you remember those rich people from the place they called Troy, the ones who took Burnaby for a year? The awful eldest son who perpetually invented excuses for calling, bringing books and ridiculous things? This one never makes an excuse," Amabel Grantham put in. "But he never declines an invitation. There is no doubt that he wants to see people," said Lady Honora, with the pretty little nose and the dimples. She had ceased to turn up the pretty little nose, and she showed a dimple as she added, "Gwened is tremendously taken with him. She is teaching him to play croquet. They spend hours together." "He's beginning to play a pretty good game," said Gwened. "He's not stupid, at all events." "I believe you are the first choice if he is really choosing," Amabel Grantham decided. "I should like to ask you a question." "Ask it by all means," said Gwened. "Does he ever ask you to show him how to hold his mallet, and then do idiotic things, such as managing to touch your hand?" "Never," was Gwened's answer. "The young man from Troy used to do it, and then beg pardon and turn red." "I don't understand him, or I don't understand Captain Palliser's story," Amabel Grantham argued. "Lucy and I are quite out of the running, but I honestly believe that he takes as much notice of us as he does of any of you. If he has intentions, he doesn't act the part, which is pure New York of the first water. He said, however, that the things that mattered were not only titles, but looks. He asked how many of us were lookers. Don't be modest, Amabel. Neither you nor Lucy are out of the running," Beatrice amiably suggested. "Ladies first," commented Amabel pertly. There was no objection to being supported in one's suspicion that, after all, one was a looker. "There may be a sort of explanation," Honora put the idea forward somewhat thoughtfully. "Captain Palliser insists that he is much shrewder than he seems. Perhaps he is cautious, and is looking us all over before he commits himself." "He is a Temple Barholm, after all," said Gwynedd with boldness. "He's rather good-looking. He has the nicest white teeth and the most cheering grin I ever saw, and he's as rich as greases, as I heard a housemaid say one day. I'm getting quite resigned to his voice, or it is improving, I don't know which. If he only knew the mere ABC of ordinary people like ourselves, and he committed himself to me, I wouldn't lay my hand on my heart and say that one might not think him over." "I told you she was tremendously taken with him," said her sister. "It's come to this." "But," said Lady Gwynedd, "he is not going to commit himself to any of us, incredible as it may seem. The one person he stares at sometimes is Joan Fair, and he only looks at her as if he were curious, and wouldn't object to finding out why she treats him so outrageously. He isn't annoyed, he's only curious. He's been adored by salesladies in New York," said Honora, "and he can't understand it. He's been liked," Amabel Grantham summed him up. "He's a likable thing. He's even rarer a dear. I've begun to like him myself." "I hear you're learning to play croquet," the Duke of Stone remarked to him a day or so later. "How do you like it?" "Lady Gwynedd Telchester is teaching me," Tembarom answered. "I'd learn iron shirtwaists if she would give me lessons. She's one of the two that have dimples," he added, reflection in his tone. "I guess that'll count. Shouldn't you think it would?" "Miss Hutchinson?" queried the Duke. Tembarom nodded. "Yes, it's always her," he answered without a ray of humor. "I just want to stack 'em up." "You're doing it," the Duke replied with a slightly twisted mouth. There were, in fact, moments when he might have fallen into fits of laughter, while Tembarom was seriousness itself. "I must, however, call your attention to the fact that there is sometimes in your manner a hint of business-like pursuit of a fixed object which you must be aware of. The Lady Gwynedds might not enjoy the situation if they began to suspect. If they decided to flout you, to throw you down, I ought to say, where would little Miss Hutchinson be?" Tembarom looked startled and disturbed. "Say," he exclaimed, "do I ever look that way? I must do better than that. Anyhow, it ain't all put on. I'm doing my stunt, of course, but I like them. They're mighty nice to me when you consider what they're up against. And those two with the dimples, Lady Gwynedd and Lady Honora, are just peaches. Any fellow might—" He stopped and looked serious again. "That's why they'd count," he added. They were having one of their odd long talks under a particularly splendid copper beech, which provided the sheltered out-of-door corner His Grace liked best. When they took their seats together in this retreat, it was mysteriously understood that they were settling themselves down to enjoyment of their own, and must not be disturbed. "When I am comfortable and entertained," Moffat the house steward had quoted his master as saying, "you may mention it if the castle is in flames, but do not annoy me with excitement and flurry. Ring the bell in the courtyard and call up the servants to pass buckets, but until the lawn catches fire I must insist on being left alone." "What dear papa talks to him about, and what he talks about to dear papa," Lady Celia had more than once murmured in her gently remote, high-nosed way, "I cannot possibly imagine. Sometimes when I have passed them on my way to the croquet lawn, I have really seen them both look as absorbed as people in a play. Of course it is very good for papa. It has had quite a marked effect on his digestion. But isn't it odd? I wish," Lady Edith remarked almost wistfully, "that I could get on better with him myself conversationally. But I don't know what to talk about, and it makes me nervous." Their father, on the contrary, found in him unique resources, and this afternoon it occurred to him that he had never so far heard him express himself freely on the subject of Palliser. If led to do so, he would probably reveal that he had views of Captain Palliser of which he might not have been suspected, and the manner in which they would unfold themselves would more than probably be illuminating. The Duke was, in fact, serenely sure that he required neither warning nor advice, and he had no intention of offering either. He wanted to hear the views. "Did you know," he said as he stirred his tea, "I've been thinking about Palliser. and it has occurred to me more than once that I should like to hear just how he strikes you. What I got on to first was how I struck him," answered Tembarom with a reasonable air. "That was dead easy." There was no hint of any vaunt of superior shrewdness. His was merely the level-toned manner of an observer of facts and detail. "He has given you an opportunity of seeing a good deal of him," the Duke added. "What do you gather from him, unless he has made up his mind that you shall not gather anything at all?" "A fellow like that couldn't fix it in that way, however much he wanted to," Tembarom answered again reasonably. "Just his trying to do it would give him away." "You mean you have gathered things?" "Oh, I've gathered enough, though I didn't go after it. It hung in the bushes. Anyhow, it seemed to me that way. I guess you're up against that kind everywhere. There's stacks of them in New York, different shapes and sizes." "If you met a man of his particular shape and size in New York, how would you describe him?" the Duke asked. "I should never have met him when I was there. He wouldn't have come my way. He would have been on Wall Street doing his high-class bucket shop business. Or he'd have had a swell office, selling copper mines, any old kind of mine that's going to make up $10 million a minute. The sort of deal he's in now. If he'd been the kind I might have run up against," he added with deliberation, "he wouldn't have been so well-dressed or as well-spoken. He'd have either been flashy or down at heel. You'd have called him a crook." The Duke seemed pleased with his tea as, after having sipped it, he put it down on the table at his side. "A crook," he repeated. "I wonder if that word is altogether American." "It's not complimentary, but you asked me," said Tembarom. "But I don't believe you asked me because you thought I wasn't on to him." "Frankly speaking, no," answered the Duke. "Does he talk to you about the mammoth mines and the rubber forests?" "Say, that's where he wins out with me," Tembarom replied admiringly. "He gets in such fine work that I switch him on to it whenever I want cheering up. It makes me sort of forget things that worry me just to see a man act the part right up to the top notch the way he does it. The very way his clothes fit, the style he's got his hair brushed, and that swell, careless lounge of his are half of the make-up. You see, most of us couldn't mistake him for anything else but just what he looks like, a gentleman visiting round among his friends and a million miles from wanting to butt in with business. The thing that first got me interested was watching how he slid in the sort of guff he wanted you to get worked up about and think over. Why, if I'd been what I looked like to him, he'd have my pile long ago, and he wouldn't be loafing around here any more." "What do you think you look like to him?" his host inquired. "I look as if I'd eat out of his hand," Tembarom answered, quite unbiased by any touch of wounded vanity. "Why shouldn't I? And I'm not trying to wake him up, either. I like to look that way to him and his sort. It gives me a chance to watch and get wise to things. He's a high school education in himself. I like to hear him talk. I asked him to come and stay at the house so that I could hear him talk." "Did he introduce the mammoth mines on his first call?" the Duke inquired. "Oh, I don't mean that kind of talk. I didn't know how much good I was going to get out of him at first, but he was a kind I hadn't known, and it seemed like he was part of the whole thing. Like the girls with title that Anne said I must get next to. And an easy way of getting next to the man was to let him come and stay. He wanted to, all right. I guess that's the way he lives when he's down on his luck, getting invited to stay at places. Like Lady Mallow," he added, quite without prejudice. "You sum them up, don't you?" smiled the Duke. "Well, I don't see how I could help it," he said impartially. "They're printed in 64-point blackface, seems to me." "What is that?" the Duke inquired with interest. He thought it might be a new and desirable bit of slang. "I don't know that one." "Biggest type there is," grinned Tembarom. "It's the kind that's used for headlines. That's newspaper office talk." "Ah, technical, I see. What, by the way, is the smallest lettering called?" His Grace followed up. "Brilliant," answered Tembarom. "You," remarked the Duke, "are not printed in 64-point blackface so far as they are concerned. You are not even brilliant. They don't find themselves able to sum you up. That fact is one of my recreations." "I'll tell you why," Tembarom explained with his clearly unprejudiced air. "There's nothing much about me to sum up, anyhow. I'm too sort of plain sailing and ordinary. I'm not making for anywhere they'd think I'd want to go. I'm not hiding anything they'd be sure I'd want to hide." "By the Lord, you're not," exclaimed the Duke. When I first came here, every one of them had a fool idea I'd want to pretend I'd never set eyes on a newsboy or a bootblack, and that I couldn't find my way in New York when I got off Fifth Avenue. I used to see them thinking they'd got to look at it as if they believed it, if they wanted to keep next. When I just let out and showed I didn't care a darn and hadn't sense enough to know that it mattered, it nearly made them throw a fit. They had to turn round and fix their faces all over again and act like it was interesting. That's what Lady Mallow calls it. She says it's so interesting. It is, commented the Duke. Well, you know that, but she doesn't. Not on your life. I guess it makes her about sick to think of it, and have to play that it's just what you'd want all your men friends to have done. Now, Palliser, he paused and grinned again. He was sitting in a most casual attitude, his hands clasped round one upraised knee, which he nursed, balancing himself. It was a position of informal ease which had an air of assisting enjoyable reflection. Yes, Palliser? Don't let us neglect Palliser, his host encouraged him. He's in a worse mix-up than the rest, because he's got more to lose. If he could work this mammoth mine song and dance with the right people, there'd be money enough in it to put him on Easy Street. That's where he's aiming for. The company's just where it has to have a boost. It's just got to. If it doesn't, there'll be a bust-up that may end in fitting out a high-toned promoter or so in a striped yellow and black jersey suit and set him to breaking rocks or playing with oakum. I'll tell you, poor old Palliser gets the willies sometimes after he's read his mail. He turns the color of ecru baby Irish. That's a kind of lace I got a dressmaker to tell me about when I wrote up receptions and dances for the Sunday Earth. Ecru baby Irish. That's Palliser's color after he's read his letters. I dare say the fellow's in a devil of a mess, if the truth were known, the Duke said. And here's T.T., handmade and hand-painted for the part of the kind of sucker he wants. T. Tembarom's manner was almost sympathetic in its appreciation. I can tell you I'm having a real good time with Palliser. It looked like I'd just dropped from heaven when he first saw me. If he'd been the praying kind, I'd have been just the sort he'd have prayed for when he said his "Now I lay me's" before he went to bed. There wasn't a chance in 100 that I wasn't a fool, that he had his head swelled so that he'd swallow any darn thing if you handed it to him smooth enough. First time he called, he asked me a lot of questions about New York business. That was pretty smart of him. He wanted to find out, sort of careless, how much I knew, or how little. The Duke was leaning back luxuriously in his chair and gazing at him as he might have gazed at the work of an old master, of which each line and shade was of absorbing interest. I can see him, he said. I can see him. He found out I knew nothing, Tembarom continued. And what was to hinder him trying to teach me something, by gee? Nothing on top of the green earth. I was there, waiting with my mouth open, it seemed like. And he has tried, in his best manner, said his Grace. What he hasn't tried wouldn't be worthy trying, Tembarom answered cheerfully. Sometimes it seems like a shame to waste it. I've got so I know how to start him when he doesn't know I'm doing it. I tell you, he's fine. Gentlemanly. That's his way, you know. High-toned friend that just happens to know of a good thing and thinks enough of you in a sort of reserved way to feel like it's a pity not to give you a chance to come in on the ground floor, if you got the sense to see the favor he's friendly enough to do you. It's such a favor that it'd just disgust a man if you could possibly turn it down. But of course, you're to take it or leave it. It's not to his interest to push it. Lord, no. Whatever you did, his way is that he'd not condescend to say a darned word. High-toned silence, that's all. The Duke of Stone was chuckling very softly. His chuckles rather broke his words when he spoke. By Jove, he said. You do see it, don't you? You do see it. Tembarom nursed his knee comfortably. Why, he said, it's what keeps me up. You know a lot more about me than anyone else does. But there's a whole raft of things I think about that I couldn't hang around any man's neck. If I tried to hang them around yours, you'd know that I would be having a hell of a time here, if I'd let myself think too much. If I didn't see it, as you call it, if I didn't see so many things, I might begin to get sorry for myself. There was a pause of a second. Gee, he said. Gee, this not hearing a thing about Anne. Good Lord, my dear fellow, the Duke said hastily. I know. Tembarom turned and looked at him. "You've been there," he remarked. "You've been there, I bet." "Yes, I've been there," answered the Duke. "I've been there and come back. But while it's going on, you have just described it. A man can have a hell of a time." "He can," Tembarom admitted unreservedly. "He's got to keep going to stand it. Well, Strangeways gives me some work to do, and I've got Palliser. He's a little sunbeam." A manservant, approaching to suggest a possible need of hot tea, started at hearing his Grace break into a sudden and plainly involuntary crow of glee. He had not heard that one before either. Palliser as a little sunbeam brightening the pathway of T. Tembarom was, in the particular existing circumstances, all that could be desired of fine humour. It somewhat recalled the situation of the ladies of the noble houses of Pevensey, Talchester, and Stone, unconsciously passing review for the satisfaction of little Miss Hutchinson. Tembarom laughed a little himself, but he went on with a sort of seriousness. "There's one thing sure enough. I've got on to it by listening and working out what he would do by what he doesn't know he says. If he could put the screws on me in any way, he wouldn't hold back. It'd be all quite polite and gentlemanly, but he'd do it all the same. And he's dead sure that everybody's got something they'd like to hide, or get. That's what he works things out from." "Does he think you have something to hide or get?" the Duke inquired rather quickly. "He's sure of it, but he doesn't know yet whether it's get or hide. He noses about. Pearson's seen him. He asks questions, and plays he ain't doing it, and ain't interested anyhow." "He doesn't like you. He doesn't like you," the Duke said rather thoughtfully. "He has a way of conveying that you are far more subtle than you choose to look. He is given to enlarging on the fact that an air of entire frankness is one of the chief assets of certain promoters of huge American schemes." Tembarom smiled the smile of recognition. "Yes," he said. "Looks like that's a long way round, doesn't it? But it's not far to TT when you want to hitch on to the connection. Anyhow, that's the way he means to look. If ever I was suspected of being in any mix-up, everybody would remember he'd said that." "It's very amusing," said the Duke. "It's very amusing." They had become even greater friends and intimates by this time than the already astonished neighborhood suspected them of being. That they spent much time together in an amazing degree of familiarity was the talk of the country, in fact, one of the most frequent resources of conversation. Everybody endeavored to find the reason for the situation, but none had been presented which seemed of sufficiently logical convincingness. The Duke was eccentric, of course. That was easy to hit upon. He was amiably perverse and good-humoredly cynical. He was, of course, immensely amused by the incongruity of the acquaintance. This being the case, why exactly he had never before chosen for himself a companion equally out of the picture, it was not easy to explain. There were ploughboys or clerks out of the provincial shops who would surely have been quite as incongruous when surrounded by ducal splendors. He might have got a young man from Liverpool or Blackburn, who would have known as little of polite society as Mr. Temple-Barham. There were few, of course, who could know less, but he had never shown the faintest desire to seek one out. Palliser, it was true, suggested it was Tembarom's cheek which stood him in good stead. The young man from behind the counter in a Liverpool or Blackburn shop would probably have been frightened to death and afraid to open his mouth in self-revelation, whereas Temple-Barham was so entirely a bounder that he did not know he was one, and was ready to make an ass of himself to any extent. The frankest statement of the situation, if anyone had so chosen to put it, would have been that he was regarded as a sort of court fool without cap or bells. No one was aware of the odd confidences which passed between the weirdly dissimilar pair. No one guessed that the old peer sat and listened to stories of a red-headed, slim-bodied girl in a dingy New York boarding-house, that he liked them sufficiently to encourage their telling, that he had made a mental picture of a certain look in a pair of maternally yearning and fearfully convincing round young eyes, that he knew the burnished fullness and glow of the red hair, until he could imagine the feeling of its texture and abundant warmth in his hand. And this subject was only one of many, and of others they talked with interest, doubt, argument, speculation, holding a living thrill. The tap of croquet mallets sounded hollow and clear from the sunken lawn below the mass of shrubs between them and the players as the Duke repeated, It's hugely amusing," dropping his G, which was not one of his usual affections. "Confound it," he said next, wrinkling the thin, fine skin around his eyes in a speculative smile. "I wish I had a son of my own, just like you." All of Tembarom's white teeth revealed themselves. "I'd have liked to have been in it, but I shouldn't have been like me." "Yes, you would." The Duke put the tips of his fingers delicately together. "You are of the kind which in all circumstances is like itself." He looked about him, taking in the turrid, majestic age and mass of the castle. "You would have been born here. You would have learned to ride your pony down the avenue. You would have gone to Eton and to Oxford, and I don't think you would have learned much. But you would have been decidedly edifying and companionable. You would have had a sense of humor which would have made you popular in society and at court. A young fellow who makes those people laugh holds success in his hand. They want to be made to laugh as much as I do. Good God, how they are obliged to be bored and behave decently under it. You would have seen and known more things to be humorous about than you know now. I don't think you would have been a fool about women, but some of them would have been fools about you, because you've got a way. I had one myself. It's all the more dangerous because it's possibility, suggesting without being sentimental. A friendly young fellow always suggests possibilities without being aware of it." "Would I have been Lord Temple Barholm or something of that sort?" Tembarom asked. "You would have been the Marquis of Belcarry," the Duke replied, looking him over thoughtfully. "And your name would probably have been Hugh Lawrence Gilbert Henry Charles Adelbert, or words to that effect." "A regular six-shooter," said Tembarom. The Duke was following it up with absorption in his eyes. "You'd have gone into the Guards, perhaps," he said, "and drill would have made you carry yourself better. You're a good height. You'd have been a well-set-up fellow. I should have been rather proud of you. I can see you riding to the palace with the rest of them, sabres and chains clanking and glinting and helmet with plumes streaming. By Jove, I don't wonder at the effect they'd have on nursery maids. On a sunny morning in spring they'd suggest knights in a fairy tale." "I should have liked it all right if I hadn't been born in Brooklyn," grinned Tembarom. "But that starts you out in a different way. Do you think, if I'd been born the Marquis of what's-his-name, I should have been on to Palliser's little song and dance, and had as much fun out of it?" "On my soul, I believe you would," the Duke answered. "Brooklyn or Stonehover Castle, I'm hanged if you wouldn't have been you." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. After this came a pause. Each man sat thinking his own thoughts, which, while marked with difference in form, were doubtless subtly alike in the line they followed. During the silence, T. Tembarom looked out at the late afternoon shadows lengthening themselves in darkening velvet across the lawns. At last he said, "I never told you that I've been reading some of the 16,000 books in the library. I started about a month ago, and somehow they've got me going." The slightly lifted eyebrows of his host did not express surprise so much as questioning interest. This man at least had discovered that one need to find no cause for astonishment in any discovery that he had been doing a thing for some time, for some reason, or through some prompting of his own, and had said nothing whatever about it until he was what he called good and ready. When he was good and ready, he usually revealed himself to the Duke, but he was not equally expansive with others. "No, you have not mentioned it," his Grace answered, and laughed a little. "You frequently fail to mention things. When first we knew each other, I used to wonder if you were naturally a secretive fellow, but you are not. You always have a reason for your silences. It took about 10 years to kick that into me. 10 good years, I should say." T. Tembarom looked as if he were looking backward at many episodes as he said it. "Naturally, I guess, I must have been an innocent blab-mouthed kid. I meant no harm, but I just didn't know. Sometimes it looks as if not knowing is about the worst disease you can be troubled with. But if you don't get killed first, you find out in time that what you've got to hold on to hard and fast is the trick of saying nothing and sawing wood." The Duke took out his memorandum book and began to write hastily. T. Tembarom was quite accustomed to this. He even repeated his axiom for him. "Say nothing and saw wood," he said. "It's worth writing down. It means shut your mouth and keep on working." "Thank you," said the Duke. "It is worth writing down, thank you." "I did not talk about the books because I wanted to get used to them before I began to talk," Tembarom explained. "I wanted to get somewhere. I never read a book through in my life before. Never wanted to. Never had one and never had time. When night came, I was dog-tired and dog-ready to drop down and sleep." Here was a situation of interest. A young man of odd, direct shrewdness, who had never read a book through in his existence, had plunged suddenly into the extraordinarily varied literary resources of the Tembarom library. If he had been a fool or a genius, one might have guessed at the impression made on him. Being T. Tembarom, one speculated with secret elation. The primitiveness he might reveal, the profundities he must touch the surface of, the unexpected ends he might reach, suggested the opening of vistas. "I have often thought that if the books attracted you, the library would help you to get through a good many of the 136 hours a day you've spoken of, and get through them pretty decently," commented the Duke. "That's what happened," Tembarom answered. "There's not so many now. I can cut 'em off in chunks." "How did it begin?" He listened with much pleasure while Tembarom told him how it had begun and how it had gone on. "I'd been having a pretty bad time one day. Strange Ways had been worse. A darn sight worse. Just when I thought he was better. I've been trying to help him to think straight, and suddenly I made a break somehow. I must have touched exactly the wrong spring. It seemed as if I set him nearly crazy. I had to leave him to Pearson right away. Then it poured rain steady for about 8 hours, and I couldn't get out and take a walk. Then I went wandering into the picture gallery and found Lady Joan there, looking at Miles Hugo, and she ordered me out, or blamed near it." "You are standing a good deal," said the Duke. "Yes, I am. But so is she." He set his hard young jaw and nursed his knee, staring once more at the velvet shadows. "The girl in the book I picked up," he began. "The first book?" his host inquired. Tembarom nodded. "The very first. I was smoking my pipe at night, after everyone else had gone to bed, and I got up and began to wander about and stare at the names of the things on the shelves. I was thinking over a whole raft of things, a whole raft of them, and I didn't know I was doing it until something made me stop and read a name again. It was a book called Goodbye, Sweetheart, Goodbye, and it hit me straight. I wondered what it was about, and I wondered where old Tembarom had finished up a thing like that. I never heard he was that kind." "He was a cantankerous old brute," said the Duke of Stone with candor, "but he chanced to be an omnivorous novel reader. Nothing was too sentimental for him in his later years." "I took the thing out and read it," Tembarom went on uneasily, the emotion of his first novel reading stirring him as he talked. "It kept me up half the night, and I hadn't finished it then. I wanted to know the end." "Benisons upon the books of which one wants to know the end," the Duke murmured. Tembarom's interest had plainly not terminated with the end. Its freshness made it easily revived. There was a hint of emotional indignation in his relation of the plot. "It was about a couple of fools who were dead stuck on each other. Dead. There's no mistake about that. It was all real. But what did they do but work up a fool quarrel about nothing and break away from each other? There was a lot of stuff about pride. Pride be damned! How's a man going to be proud and put on airs when he loves a woman? How's a woman going to be proud and stick out about things when she loves a man? At least that's the way it hit me." "That's the way it hit me, once," remarked his Grace. "There is only once," said Tembarom doggedly. "Occasionally," said his host. "Occasionally." Tembarom knew what he meant. "The fellow went away, and neither of them would give in. It's queer how real it was when you read it. You were right there looking on and swallowing hard every few minutes, though you were as mad as hops. The girl began to die, slow, and lay there, day after day, longing for him to come back, and knowing he wouldn't. At the very end, there was scarcely a breath left in her. A young fellow who was crazy about her himself, and always had been, put out after the hard-headed fool to bring him to her anyhow. The girl had about given in then, and she lay and waited hour after hour. The youngster came back by himself. He couldn't bring the man he'd gone after. He found him getting married to a nice girl he didn't really care a darn for, he'd sort of set his teeth and done it, just because he was all in and down and out and a fool. The girl just dropped her head back on the pillow and lay there, dead. What do you think of that? Quite fiercely. I guess it was sentimental all right, but it got you by the throat. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye, His Grace quoted. First-class title. We are all sentimental. And that was the first, was it? Yes, but it wasn't the last. I began to read the others. I've been reading them ever since. I tell you, for a fellow that knows nothing, it's an easy way of finding out a lot of things. You find out what different kinds of people there are, in what different kinds of ways. If you've lived in one place and been up against nothing but earning your living, you think that's all there is of it, that it's the whole thing. But it isn't, by gee. His heir became thoughtful. I've begun to kind of get on to what all this means, glancing about him, to you people, and how a fellow like T.T. must look to you. I've always sort of guessed, but reading a few dozen novels has helped me to see why it's that way. I've yelled right out laughing over it many a time. That fellow called Thackeray. I can't read his things right straight through, but he's an eye-opener. You have tried nothing but novels? His enthralled hearer inquired. Not yet. I shall come to the others in time. I'm sort of hungry for these things about people. It's the ways they're different that gets me going. There was one that stirred me all up, but it wasn't like that first one. It was about a man. He spoke slowly as if searching for words and parallels. Well, I guess he was one of the early savages here. It read as if they were like the first Indians in America, only stronger and fiercer. When Palford was explaining things to me, he'd jerk in every now and then something about coming over with the conqueror, or being here before the conqueror. I didn't know what it meant. I found out in this book I'm telling about. It gave me the whole thing so that you saw it. Here was this little country, with no one in it but these first savage fellows it had always belonged to. They thought it was the world. There was a humorous sense of illumination in his half-laugh. It was their New York, by jings, he put in. Their little old New York that they'd never been outside of. And then, first one lot slams in, and then another, and tries to take it from them. Julius Caesar was the first, Mr. Budinsky, and they fought like hell. They were fighters from Fightersville, anyhow. They fought each other, took each other's castles and lands and wives and jewelry, just any old thing they wanted. The only jails were private ones meant for their particular friends. And a man was hung only when one of his neighbors got mad enough at him, and then he had to catch him first and run the risk of being strung up himself, or have his head chopped off and stuck up on a spike somewhere for ornament. But fight? Good Lord! They were at it day and night. Did it for fun, just like folks go to the show. They didn't know what fear was. Never heard of it. They go about shouting and bragging and swaggering, with their heads hanging half off. And the one in this book was the bulliest fighter of the lot. I guess I don't know how to pronounce his name. It began with H. Was it Hereward the Wake, by chance? Exclaimed his auditor. Hereward the Last of the English? That's the man, cried Tembarom. An engaging ruffian and thief and murderer, and a touching one also, commented the Duke. You liked him? He really wanted to know. I liked the way he went after what he wanted to get, and the way he fought for his bit of England. By gee, when he went rushing into a fight, shouting and boasting and swinging his sword, I got hot under the collar. It was his England. What was old Bill doing here anyhow, darn him? Those chaps made him swim in their blood before they let him put the thing over. Good business. I'm glad they gave him all that was coming to him, hot and strong. His sharp face had reddened, and his voice high and nasal. There was a look of roused blood in him. Are you a fighter from Fightersville? The Duke asked, far from unstirred himself. These things had become myths to most people, but here was Broadway in the midst of them, unconsciously suggesting that it might not have done ill in the matter of swinging brain-biter itself. The modern entity slipped back again through the lengthened links of bygone centuries, back until it became T. Tembarom once more, casual though shrewd, ready and jocular. His eyes resumed their dry New York humor of expression as they fixed themselves on his wholly modern questioner. I'll fight, he said, for what I've got to fight for, but not a darn thing else. Not a darn thing. But you would fight, smiled the Duke grimly. Did you happen to remember that blood like that has come down to you? It was some drop of it which made you hot in the collar over that engaging, savaging, roaring, and slashing about him for his bit of England." Tembarom seemed to think it out interestedly. "No, I did not," he answered. "But I guess that's so. Great jakes! Think of me perhaps being a sort of kin to fellows just like that. Some way you couldn't help liking him. He was always making big breaks and bellowing out, 'The wake! The wake!' in season and out of season. But the way he got there, just got there." He was oddly in sympathy with the early savages here, and as understandingly put himself into their places as he had put himself into Galton's. His New York comprehension of their berserker furies was apparently without limit. Strong partisan as he was of the last of the English, however, he admitted that William of Normandy had got in some good work, though it wasn't square. "He was a big man," he ended. "If he hadn't been the kind he was, I don't know how I should have stood it when the Hereward fellow knelt down before him and put his hands between his and swore to be his man. That's the way the book said it. I tell you that must have been tough. Tough as hell." From "Goodbye, Sweetheart" to "Hereward, the Last of the English" was a far cry, but he had gathered a curious collection of ideas by the way, and with characteristic everyday reasoning he had likened them to his own experiences. "The women in the Hereward book made me think of Lady Joan," he remarked suddenly. "Torfreda?" the Duke asked. He nodded quite seriously. "She had ways that reminded me of her, and I kept thinking they must both have had the same look in their eyes, sort of fierce and hungry. Torfreda had black hair and was a winner as to looks, but people were afraid of her and called her a witch. Hereward went mad over her, and she went mad over him. That part of it was way out of sight. It was so fine. She helped him with his fights and told him what to do, and tried to keep him from drinking and bragging. Whatever he did, she never stopped being crazy about him. She mended his men's clothes and took care of their wounds and lived in the forest with him when he was driven out." "That sounds rather like Miss Hutchinson," his host suggested, "though the parallel between the Haarlem flat and an English forest in the 11th century is not exact." "I thought that too," Tembarom admitted, "and would have done the same things, but she'd have done them in her way. If that fellow had taken his wife's advice, he wouldn't have ended with his head sticking on a spear." "Another lady, if I remember rightly," said the Duke. "He left her, the fool," Tembarom answered. "And there's where I couldn't get away from seeing Lady Joan. Jem Temple Barhome didn't go off with another woman, but what Torfreda went through, this one has gone through, and she's going through it yet. She can't dress herself in sackcloth and cut off her hair and hide herself away with a bunch of nuns, as the other one did. She has to stay and stick it out, however bad it is. That's a darn sight worse. The day after I'd finished the book, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. I tried to stop it, but it was no use. I kept hearing that Torfreda one screaming out, 'Lost! Lost! Lost!' It was all in her face." "But, my good fellow," protested the Duke, despite feeling a touch of the thrill again, "unfortunately she would not suspect you of looking at her because you are recalling Torfreda and Hereward the Wake. Men stare at her for another reason." "That's what I know about half as well again as I know anything else," answered Tembarom. He added with a deliberation holding its own meaning, "That's what I'm coming to." The Duke waited. What was it he was coming to? "Reading that novel put me wise to things in a new way. She's been wiping her feet on me hard for a good while, and I'd sort of made up my mind I'd got to let her until I was sure where I was. I won't say I didn't mind it, but I could stand it. But that night she caught me looking at her. The way she looked back at me made me see all of a sudden that it would be easier for her if I told her straight that she was mistaken." "That she is mistaken in thinking—" "What she does think. She wouldn't have thought it if the old lady hadn't been driving her mad by hammering it in. She'd have hated me all right. But I don't blame her when I think of how poor Jem was treated. But she wouldn't have thought that every time I tried to be decent and friendly to her, I was butting in and making a sick fool of myself. She's got to stay where her mother keeps her, and she's got to listen to her. Oh, hell, she's got to be told." The Duke set the tips of his fingers together. "How would you do it?" he inquired. "Just straight," replied T. Tembarom. "There's no other way. From the old worldling broke forth an involuntary low laugh, which was a sort of cackle. So this is what he was coming to. "I cannot think of any devious method," he said, "which would make it less than a delicate thing to do. A beautiful young woman, whose host you are, has flouted you furiously for weeks. Under the impression that you are offensively in love with her, you propose to tell her that her judgment has betrayed her, and that, as you say, there's nothing doing." "Not a darn thing, and never has been," said T. Tembarom. He looked quite grave and not at all embarrassed. He plainly did not see it as a situation to be regarded with humor. "If she will listen," the Duke began. "Oh, she'll listen," put in Tembarom. "I'll make her." His was a self-contradicting countenance, the Duke reflected, as he took him in with a somewhat long look. One did not usually see a face built up of boyishness and maturity, simpleness which was baffling, and a good nature which could be hard. At the moment, it was both of these last at one and the same time. "I know something of Lady Joan, and I know something of you," he said, "but I don't exactly foresee what will happen. I will not say that I should not like to be present." "There will be nobody present but just me and her," Tembarom answered. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The visits of Lady Mallow and Captain Palliser had had their features. Neither of the pair had come to one of the most imposing places in Lancashire to have a life of hermit-like seclusion and dullness. They had arrived with the intention of availing themselves of all such opportunities for entertainment as could be guided in their direction by the deftness of experience. As a result, there had been hospitalities at Tembarom such as had not been held during the last generation at least. T. Tembarom had looked on, an interested spectator, as these festivities had been adroitly arranged and managed for him. He had not, however, in the least resented acting as a sort of figurehead in the position of sponsor and host. "They think I don't know I'm not doing it all myself," was his easy mental summing up. "They've got the idea that I'm pleased because I believe I'm it, but that's all to the merry. It's what I've set my mind on having going on here, and I couldn't have started it as well myself. I shouldn't have known how. They're teaching me. All I hope is that Anne's grandmother is keeping tab." "Do you and Rose know old Mrs. Hutchinson?" he had inquired of Pearson the night before the talk with the Duke. "Well, not to exactly say know her, sir, but everybody knows of her. She is a most remarkable old person, sir." Then, after watching its face for a moment or so, he added tentatively, "Would you perhaps wish us to make her acquaintance for any reason?" Tembarom thought the matter over speculatively. He had learned that his first liking for Pearson had been founded upon a rock. He was always to be trusted to understand, and also to apply quite unusual intelligence to such matters as he became aware of without having been told about them. "What I'd like would be for her to hear that there's plenty doing at Tembarom, that people are coming and going all the time, and that there's ladies to burn, and most of them lookers at that," was his answer. How Pearson had discovered the exotic subtleties of his master's situation and mental attitude toward it, only those of his class and gifted with his occult powers could explain in detail. The fact exists that Pearson did know an immense number of things his employer had not mentioned to him, and held them locked in his bosom in honored security like a little gentleman. He made his reply with a polite conviction which carried weight. It would not be necessary for either Rose or me to make old Mrs. Hutchinson's acquaintance with a view to informing her of anything which occurs on the estate or in the village, sir," he remarked. "Mrs. Hutchinson knows more things than anyone ever tells her. She sits in her cottage there, and she just knows things and sees through people in a way that'd be most unearthly if she wasn't a good old person, and so respectable that there's those that touches their hats to her as if she belonged to the gentry. She's got a blue eye, sir." "Has she?" exclaimed Tembarom. "Yes, sir, as blue as a baby's, sir, and as clear, though she's past 80, and they tell me there's a quiet, steady look in it that ill-doers downright quail before. It's as if she was a kind of judge that sentenced them without speaking. They can't stand it. Oh, sir, you can depend on old Mrs. Hutchinson as to who's been here, and even what they've thought about it. The village just flocks to her to tell her the news and get advice about things. She'd know. It was as a result of this that on his return from Stonehover he dismissed the carriage at the gates and walked through them to make a visit in the village. Old Mrs. Hutchinson, sitting knitting in her chair behind the abnormally flourishing fuchsias, geraniums, and Campanula carpaticus in her cottage window, looked between the banked-up flower-pots to see that Mr. Temple Barholm had opened her wicket gate and was walking up the clean bricked path to her front door. When he knocked, she called out in the broad Lancashire she had always spoken, "Come in." When he entered, he took off his hat and looked at her, friendly but hesitant, and with the expression of a young man who has not quite made up his mind as to what he is about to encounter. "I'm Temple Barholm, Mrs. Hutchinson," he announced. "I know that," she answered. "Not that looks like the Temple Barholms, but I've been watching thee walk and drive past here ever since I come to the place." She watched him steadily with an astonishingly limpid pair of old eyes. They were old and young at the same time, old because they held the deeps of wisdom, young because they were so alive and full of question. "I don't know whether I ought to have come to see you or not," he said. "Well, that's come," she replied, going on with her knitting. "Sit thee down and have a bit of a chat." "Say," he broke out, "ain't you going to shake hands with me?" He held his hand out impetuously. He knew he was all right if she'd shake hands. "There's aught again that, surely," she answered, with a shrewd bit of a smile. She gave him her hand. "If I was not stiff in my legs, it's my place to get up and make thee a curtsy. But the rheumatics has no respect even for the lord of the manor." "If you got up and made me a curtsy," Tembarom said, "I should throw a fit." "Say, Mrs. Hutchinson, I bet you know that as well as I do." The shrewd bit of a smile lighted her eyes as well as twinkled about her mouth. "Sit thee down," she said again. So he sat down and looked at her as straight as she looked at him. "That'd give a good bit," she said presently, over her flashing needles, "to know how much little Anne's told me about thee. I'd give a lot to know how much it'd be square to ask you to tell me about her." He gave back to her, hesitating yet eager. "What does that mean by square?" she demanded. "I mean fair. Can I talk to you about her at all? I promised I'd stick it out here and do as she said. She told me she wasn't going to write to me or let her father write. I've promised, and I'm not going to fall down when I've said a thing. So to come to see her grandmother." He reddened, but held his head up. "I'm not going to ask her grandmother a thing she doesn't want me to be told, but I've been up against it pretty hard lately. I read some things in the New York papers about her father and his invention, and about her traveling round with him and helping him with his business. In Germany they were," she put in, forgetting herself. "They're having big doings over the invention. What Joe would do without the lass I cannot tell. She's doing every bit of the managing and contriving with the furriners, but he'll never know it. She's got a chap to travel with him as can talk all the languages under the sun." Her face flushed, and she stopped herself sharply. "I'm talking to her about thee," she said, "and I would not have believed it myself." He got up from his chair. "I guess I oughtn't to have come," he said restlessly, "but you haven't told me more than I got here and there in the papers. That was what started me. It was like watching her. I could hear her talking and see the way she was doing things till it drove me half crazy. All of a sudden, I just got wild and made up my mind I'd come here. I've wanted to do it many a time, but I've kept away." "Thou shows sense in doing that," remarked Mrs. Hutchinson. "She'd not have thought well of thee if thou had come running to her grandmother every day or so. What she likes about thee is she thinks thou's got the strong backbone of thy own." She looked up at him over her knitting, looked straight into his eyes, and there was that in her own which made him redden and feel his pulse quicken. It was actually something which even remotely suggested that she was not, in the deeps of her strong old mind, as wholly unswerving as her words might imply. It was something more subtle than words. She was not keeping him wholly in the dark when she said, "What she likes about thee." If Anne said things like that to her, he was pretty well off. "Happen to look at the lass's grandmother, when thou cannot get the lass hersen, is a bit of comfort," she added. "But don't thou go walking by here to look in at the window so often. She would not think well of that either." "Say, there's one thing I'm going to get off my chest before I go," he announced. "Just one thing. She can go where she likes and do what she likes, but but I'm going to marry her when she's done it. Unless something knocks me on the head and finishes me, I'm going to marry her." "Thou art, Arthur," laconically, but her eyes were still on his, and the something in their depths by no means diminished. "I'm keeping up my end here, and it's no slouch of a job, and I'm not forgetting what she promised for 1 minute, and I'm not forgetting what her promise means," he said obstinately. "Thou'd like me to tell her that?" she said. "If she doesn't know it, your telling her wouldn't cut any ice," was his reply. "I'm saying it because I want you to know it, and because it does me good to say it out loud. I'm going to marry her." "That's for her and thee to settle," she commented impersonally. "It is settled," he answered. "There's no way out of it. Will you shake hands with me again before I go?" "Aye," she consented. "I will." When she took his hand, she held it a minute. Her own was warm, and there was no limpness about it. The secret which had seemed to conceal itself behind her eyes had some difficulty in keeping itself wholly in the background. "She knows all thou does," she said coolly, as if she were not suddenly revealing immensities. "She knows who comes and who goes, and what they think of thee, and how thou gets on with 'em. Now get thee gone, lad, and dunna thou come back till her or me sends for thee." Within an hour of this time the afternoon post brought to Lady Mallow a letter which she read with an expression in which her daughter recognized relief. It was in fact a letter for which she had waited with anxiety, and the invitation it contained was a tribute to her social skill at its highest watermark. In her less heroic moments she had felt doubts of receiving it, which had caused shudders to run the entire length of her spine. "I'm going to Broom Houghton," she announced to Joan. "When?" Joan inquired. "At the end of the week. I am invited for a fortnight." "Am I going?" Joan asked. "No. You will go to London to meet some friends who are coming over from Paris." Joan knew that the comment was unnecessary. Both she and her mother were on intimate terms with these hypothetical friends who so frequently turned up from Paris or elsewhere, when it was necessary that she should suddenly go back to London and live in squalid seclusion in the unopened house, with a chairwoman to provide her with underdone or burnt chops, and eggs at 18 a shilling, while the shutters of the front rooms were closed and dusty desolation reigned. She knew every detail of the melancholy squalor of it, the dragging hours, the nights of lying awake listening to the occasional passing of belated cabs, or the squeaks and nibbling of mice in the old walls. "If you had conducted yourself sensibly, you need not have gone," continued her mother. "I could have made an excuse and left you here. You would at least have been sure of good food and decent comforts." "After your visit, are we to return here?" was Lady Joan's sole reply. "Don't look at me like that," said Lady Mallow. "I thought the country would freshen your colour at least, but you are going off more every day. You look like the Witch of Endor sometimes." Joan smiled faintly. This was the brandishing of an old weapon, and she understood all its significance. It meant that the time for opportunities was slipping past her like the waters of a rapid river. "I do not know what will happen when I leave Broom Houghton," her mother added, a note of rasped uncertainty in her voice. "We may be obliged to come here for a short time, or we may go abroad." "If I refuse to come, would you let me starve to death in Piers Street?" Joan inquired. Lady Mallow looked her over, feeling a sort of frenzy at the sight of her. In truth, the future was a hideous thing to contemplate if no rescue at all was in sight. It would be worse for her than for Joan, because Joan did not care what happened or did not happen, and she cared desperately. She had indeed arrived at a maddening moment. "Yes!" she snapped fiercely, and when Joan faintly smiled again she understood why women of the lower orders beat one another until policemen interfere. She knew perfectly well that the girl had somehow found out that Sir Moses Mondolini was to be at Broom Houghton, and that when he left there he was going abroad. She knew also that she had not been able to conceal that his indifference had of late given her some ghastly hours, and that her play for his lagging invitation had been a frantically bold one, that the most ingenious efforts and devices had ended in success only after such delay made it all the more necessary that no straw must remain unseized on. "I can wear some of your things with a little alteration," she said. Rose will do it for me. Hats and gloves and ornaments do not require altering. I shall need things you will not need in London. Where are your keys?" Lady Joan rose and got them for her. She even flushed slightly. They were often obliged to borrow each other's possessions, but for a moment she felt herself moved by a sort of hard pity. "We are like rats in a trap," she remarked. "I hope you will get out. If I do, you will be left inside. Get out yourself." "Get out yourself," said Lady Mallow in a fierce whisper. Her regrets at the necessity of her leaving Tembarom were expressed with fluent touchingness at the dinner table. The visit had been so delightful. Mr. Tembarom and Miss Alicia had been so kind. The loveliness of the whole dear place had so embraced them that they felt as if they were leaving a home instead of ending a delightful visit. It was extraordinary what an effect the house had on one. It was as if one had lived in it always, and always would. So few places gave one the same feeling. They should both look forward, greedy as it seemed, to being allowed some time to come again. She had decided from the first that it was not necessary to go to any extreme of caution or subtlety with her host and Miss Alicia. Her method of paving the way for future visits was perhaps more than a shade too elaborate. She felt, however, that it sufficed. For the most part, Lady Joan sat with lids drooped over her burning eyes. She tried to force herself not to listen. This was the kind of thing which made her sick with humiliation. Howsoever rudimentary these people were, they could not fail to comprehend what a foothold in the house was being bid for. They should at least see that she did not join in the bidding. Her own visit had been filled with feelings at war with one another. There had been hours too many in which she would have been glad, even with the dingy horrors of the closed town-house before her, to have flown from the 100 things which called out to her on every side. In the long past 3 months of happiness, Jem had described them all to her, the rooms, gardens, pleached walks, pictures, the very furniture itself. She could enter no room, walk in no spot that she did not seem to know, and passionately love in spite of herself. She loved them so much that there were times when she yearned to stay in the place at any cost, and others when she could not endure the misery it woke in her, the pure misery. Now it was over for the time being, and she was facing something new. There were endless varieties of wretchedness. She had been watching her mother for some months, and had understood her varying moods of temporary elation or prolonged anxiety. Each one had meant some phase of the episode of Sir Moses Mondolini. The people who lived at Broome Houghton were enormously rich Hebrews, who were related to him. They had taken the beautiful old country seat and were filling it with huge parties of their friends. The party which Lady Mallow was to join would no doubt offer opportunities of the most desirable kind. Among this special class of people she was a great success. Her amazingly achieved toilets, her ripe good looks, her air of belonging to the great world impressed themselves immensely. T. Tembarom thought he never had seen Lady Joan look as handsome as she looked tonight. The color in her cheek burned. Her eyes had a driven loneliness in them. She had a wonderfully beautiful mouth, and its curve drooped in a new way. He wished Anne could get her in a corner and sit down and talk sense to her. He remembered what he had said to the Duke. Perhaps this was the time. If she was going away and her mother meant to drag her back again when she was ready, it would make it easier for her to leave the place knowing she need not hate to come back. But the Duke wasn't making any mishit when he said it wouldn't be easy. She was not like Anne, who would feel some pity for the biggest fool on earth if she had to throw him down hard. Lady Joan would feel neither compunctions nor relentings. He knew the way she could look at a fellow. If he couldn't make her understand what he was aiming at, they would both be worse off than they would be if he left things as they were. But the hard line showed itself about his mouth. He wasn't going to leave things as they were. As they passed through the hall after dinner, Lady Mallow glanced at a side table on which lay some letters arrived by the late post. An imposing envelope was on the top of the rest. Joan saw her face light as she took it up. "I think this is from Broome Houghton," she said. "If you will excuse me, I will go into the library and read it. It may require answering at once." She turned hot and cold, poor woman, and went away. so that she might be free from the disaster of an audience if anything had gone wrong. It would be better to be alone even if things had gone right. The letter was from Sir Moses Mondolini. Grotesque and ignoble as it naturally strikes the uninitiated as seeming, the situation had its touch of hideous pathos. She had fought for her own hand for years. She could not dig, and to beg she was not ashamed, but a time had come when even the most adroit begging began to bore people. They saw through it, and then there resulted strained relations, slight stiffness of manner, even in the most useful and amiable persons, lack of desire to be hospitable or even condescendingly generous. Cold shoulders were turned. There were ominous threatenings of icy backs presenting themselves. The very tradesmen had found this out, and could not be persuaded that the advertisement furnished by the fact that two beautiful women of fashion ate, drank, and wore the articles which formed the items of their unpaid bills was sufficient return for the outlay of capital required. Even Mrs. Mellish, when graciously approached by the relative of Miss Temple Barham, whose perfect wardrobe you supplied, had listened to all the seductions with a civil eye fixed unmovedly, and had referred to the rules of the establishment. Nearer and nearer the edge of the abyss the years had pushed them, and now, if something did not happen, something, even the increasingly shabby small house in town would become a thing of the past. And what then? Can anyone wonder, she said to herself, that she could have beaten Joan furiously? It would not matter to anyone else if they dropped out of the world into squalid oblivion. Oh, she knew that. She knew that with bitter certainty. But oh, how it would matter to them. At least to herself. It was all very well for Maudie's to pour forth streams of sentimental novels preaching the horrors of girls marrying for money. But what were you to do? What in heaven's name were you to do? So, feeling terrified enough actually to offer up a prayer, she took the imposingly addressed letter into the library. The men had come into the drawing-room when she returned. As she entered, Joan did not glance up from the book she was reading, but at the first sound of her voice she knew what had occurred. "I was obliged to dash off a note to Broom Houghton so it would be ready for the early post," Lady Mallow said. She was at her best. Palliser saw that some years had slipped from her shoulders. The moment which relieves or even promises to relieve fears does astonishing things. Tembarom wondered whether she had had good news, and Miss Alicia thought that her evening dress was more becoming than any she had ever seen her wear before. Her brilliant air of social ease returned to her, and she began to talk fluently of what was being done in London, and to touch lightly upon the possibility of taking part in great functions. For some time she had rather evaded talk of the future. Palliser had known that the future had seemed to be closing in upon her, and leaving her staring at a high blank wall. Persons whose fortunate names had ceased to fall easily from her lips appeared again upon the horizon. Miss Alicia was impressed anew with the feeling that she had known every brilliant or important personage in the big world of social London, that she had taken part in every dazzling event. Tembarom somehow realized that she had been afraid of something or other, and was for some reason not afraid any more. Such a change, whatsoever the reason for it, ought to have had some effect on her daughter. Surely she would share her luck, if luck had come to her. But Lady Joan sat apart and kept her eyes upon her book. This is one of the things she often chose to do, in spite of her mother's indignant protest. "I came here because you brought me," she would answer. "I did not come to be entertaining or polite." She was reading this evening. She heard every word of Lady Mallow's agreeable and slightly excited conversation. She did not know exactly what had happened, but she knew that it was something which buoyed her up with a hopefulness which exhilarated her almost too much, as an extra glass of wine might have done. Once or twice she even lost her head a little and was a trifle swaggering. T. Tembarom would not recognize the slip, but Joan saw Palliser's faint smile without looking up from her book. He observed shades in taste and bearing. Before her own future, Joan saw the blank wall of stone building itself higher and higher. If Sir Moses had capitulated, she would be counted out. With what degree of boldness could a mother cast her penniless daughter on the world? What unendurable provision make for her? Dare they offer her £1 a week and send her to live in the slums until she chose to marry some Hebrew friend of her stepfather's? That, she knew, would be the final alternative. A cruel little smile touched her lips as she reviewed the number of things she would not do to earn her living. She could not take in sewing or washing, and there was nothing she could teach, starvation or marriage. The wall built itself higher and yet higher. What a hideous thing it is for a penniless girl to be brought up merely to be a beauty, and in consequence supposedly a great lady. And yet, if she was born to a certain rank, and had height and figure, a lovely mouth, a delicate nose, unusual eyes and lashes, to train her to be a dressmaker or a housemaid would be a stupid investment of capital. If nothing tragic interfered, and the right man wanted such a girl, she had been trained to please him. But tragic things had happened, and before her grew the wall, while she pretended to read her book. Tembarom was coming toward her. She had heard Palliser suggest a game of billiards. "Will you come and play billiards with us?" Tembarom asked. "Palliser says you play splendidly." "She plays brilliantly," put in Lady Mallow. "Come, Joan." "No, thank you," she answered. "Let me stay here and read." Lady Mallow protested. She tried an air of playful maternal reproach because she was in good spirits. Joan saw Palliser smiling quietly, and there was that in his smile which suggested to her that he was thinking her an obstinate fool. "You had better show Temple Barholm what you can do," he remarked. "This will be your last chance, as you leave so soon. You ought never to let a chance slip by. I never do." Tembarom stood still and looked down at her from his good height. He did not know what Palliser's speech meant, but an instinct made him feel that it somehow held an ugly, quiet taunt. "What I would like to do," was the unspoken crudity which passed through his mind, "would be to swat him on the mouth. He's getting at her just when she ought to be let alone. Would you like it better to stay here and read?" he inquired. "Much better, if you please," was her reply. "Then that goes," he answered, and left her. He swept the others out of the room with a good-natured promptness which put an end to argument. When he said of anything, "Then that goes," it usually did so. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. When she was alone, Joan sat and gazed not at her wall, but at the pictures that came back to her out of a part of her life which seemed to have been lived centuries ago. They were the pictures that came back continually without being called, the clearness which always startled her afresh. Sometimes she thought they sprang up to add to her torment, but sometimes it seemed as if they came to save her from herself, her mad, wicked self. After all, there were moments when to know that she had been the girl whose 18-year-old heart had leapt so when she turned and met Jem's eyes, as he stood gazing at her under the beech tree, was something to cling to. She had been that girl, and Jem had been Jem, and she had been the girl who had joined him in that young, ardent vow, that they would say the same prayers at the same hour each night together. Ah, how young it had been! How young! Her throat strained itself because sobs rose in it, and her eyes were hot with the swell of tears. She could hear voices and laughter and the click of balls from the billiard room. Her mother and Palliser laughed the most, but she knew the sound of her mother's voice would cease soon, because she would come back to her. She knew she would not leave her long, and she knew the kind of scene they would pass through together when she returned. The old things would be said, the old arguments used, but a new one would be added. It was a pleasant thing to wait here, knowing that it was coming, and that for all her fierce pride and fierce spirit she had no defense. It was at once horrible and ridiculous that she must sit and listen, and stare at the growing wall. It was as she caught her breath against the choking swell of tears that she heard Lady Mallow returning. She came in with an actual sweep across the room. Her society air had fled, and she was unadornedly furious when she stopped before Joan's chair. For a few seconds she actually glared. Then she broke forth in a suppressed undertone. "Come into the billiard room. I command it." Joan lifted her eyes from her book. Her voice was as low as her mother's, but steadier. "No," she answered. "Is this conduct to continue? Is it?" Lady Mallow panted. "Yes," said Joan, and laid her book on the table near her. There was nothing else to say. Words made things worse. Lady Mallow had lost her head, but she still spoke in a suppressed voice. "You shall behave yourself," she cried under her breath, and actually made a passionate half-start toward her. "You violent-natured Virgo! The very look on your face is enough to drive one mad." "I know I am violent-natured," said Joan, "but don't you think it wise to remember that you cannot make the kind of scene here that you can in your own house? We are a bad-tempered pair, and we behave rather like fishwives when we are in a rage. But when we are guests in other people's houses—" Lady Mallow's temper was as elemental as any Billingsgate could provide. "You think you can take advantage of that?" she said. "Don't trust yourself too far. Do you imagine that just when all might go well for me, I will allow you to spoil everything?" "How can I spoil everything?" "By behaving as you have been behaving since we came here. Refusing to make a home for yourself. By hanging around my neck, so that it will appear that anyone who takes me must take you also." "There are servants outside," Joan warned her. "You shall not stop me!" cried Lady Mallow. "You cannot stop yourself," said Joan. "That is the worst of it. It is bad enough when we stand and hiss at each other in a stage whisper. But when you lose control over yourself and raise your voice— I came here to tell you that this is your last chance. I shall never give you another. Do you know how old you are?" "I shall soon be 27, Joan answered. "I wish I were 100. Then it would be all over. But it will not be over for years and years and years," her mother flung back at her. "Have you forgotten that the very rags you wear are not paid for?" "No, I have not forgotten." The scene was working itself up on the old lines as Joan had known it would. Her mother never failed to say the same things every time such a scene took place. "You will get no more such rags, paid or unpaid for. What do you expect to do? You don't know how to work, and if you did, no decent woman would employ you. You are too good-looking and too bad-tempered." Joan knew she was perfectly right. Knowing it, she remained silent, and her silence added to her mother's helpless rage. She moved a step nearer to her and flung the javelin which she always knew would strike deep. "You have made yourself a laughing-stock for all London for years. You are mad about a man who disgraced and ruined himself." She saw the javelin quiver as it stuck, but Joan's voice as it answered her had a quality of low and deadly steadiness. "You have said that 1,000 times, and you will say it another 1,000, though you know the story was a lie and was proved to be one." Lady Mallow knew her way thoroughly. "Who remembers the details? What the world remembers is that Jem Temple Barholm was stamped as a cheat and a trickster. No one has time to remember the other thing. He is dead. Dead. When a man's dead, it's too late." She was desperate enough to drive her javelin home deeper than she had ever chanced to drive it before. The truth, the awful truth she uttered, shook Joan from head to foot. She sprang up and stood before her in heart-wrung fury. "Oh, you are a hideously cruel woman," she cried. "They say even tigers care for the young, but you can say that to me. When a man's dead, it's too late." "It is too late. It is too late," Lady Mallow persisted. Why had she not struck this note before? It was breaking her will. "I would say anything to bring you to your senses." Joan began to move restlessly to and fro. "Oh, what a fool I am!" she exclaimed. "As if you could understand, as if you could care." Struggle as she might to be defiant, she was breaking. Lady Mallow repeated herself. She followed her as a hunter might have followed a young leopardess with a wound in its flank. "I came here because it is your last chance." Palliser knew what he was saying when he made a joke of it just now. He knew it wasn't a joke. You might have been the Duchess of Merthshire. You might have been Lady St. Maur, with a husband with millions. And here you are. You know what's before you when I am out of the trap." Joan laughed. It was a wild little laugh, and she felt there was no sense in it. "I might apply for a place in Miss Alicia's home for decayed gentlewomen," she said. Lady Mallow nodded her head fiercely. "Apply, then. There will be no place for you in the home I am going to live in," she retorted. Joan ceased moving about. She was about to hear the one argument that was new. "You may as well tell me," she said wearily. "I have a letter from Sir Moses Montellini. He is to be at Broome Houghton. He is going there purposely to meet me. What he writes can mean only one thing. He means to ask me to marry him. I am your mother. I am nearly 20 years older than you, but you see that I am out of the trap first." "I knew you would be," answered Joan. "He detests you," Lady Mallow went on. "He will not hear of your living with us, or even near us. He says you are old enough to take care of yourself. Take my advice. I am doing you a good turn in giving it. This New York newsboy is mad over you. If he hadn't been, we should have been bundled out of the house before this. He never has spoken to a lady before in his life, and he feels as if you were a goddess. Go into the billiard room this instant, and do all a woman can. Go!" And she actually stamped her foot on the carpet. Joan's thunder-colored eyes seemed to grow larger as she stared at her. Her breast lifted itself, and her face slowly turned pale. Perhaps, she thought it wildly, people sometimes did die of feelings like this. "He would crawl at your feet," her mother went on, pursuing what she felt sure was her advantage. She was so sure of it that she added words only a fool or a woman half hysteric with rage would have added. "You might live in the very house you would have lived in with Jem Temple Barhome, on the income he could have given you." She saw the crassness of her blunder the next moment. If she had an advantage, she had lost it. Wickedly, without a touch of mirth, Joan laughed in her face. "Jem's house, and Jem's money, and the New York newsboy in his shoes," she flung at her. "T. Tembarom to live with until one laid down on one's deathbed. T. Tembarom." Suddenly, something was giving way in her, Lady Mallow thought again. Joan slipped into a chair and dropped her head and hidden face on the table. "Oh, mother, mother, mother," she ended. "Jem, Jem." Was she sobbing or trying to choke something back? There was no time to be lost. Her mother had never known a scene to end in this way before. "Crying!" There was absolute spite in her voice. "That shows you know what you are in for, at all events. But I've said my last word. What does it matter to me, after all? You're in the trap. I'm not. Get out as best you can. I've done with you." She turned her back and went out of the room, as she had come into it, with a sweep Joan would have smiled at as rather vulgar if she had seen it. As a child in the nursery, she had often seen that her ladyship was vulgar. But she did not see the sweep because her face was hidden. Something in her had broken this time, as her mother had felt. That bitter, sordid truth, driven home as it had been, had done it. Who had time to remember denials or lies proved to be lies? Nobody in the world. Who had time to give the defense of a dead man? There was not time enough to give to living ones. It was true. True. When a man is dead, it is too late. The wall had built itself until it reached her sky. But it was not the wall she bent her head and sobbed over. It was that suddenly she had seen again Jem's face, as he had stood with slow-growing pallor, and looked round at the ring of eyes which stared at him. Jem's face as he strode by her without a glance and went out of the room. She forgot everything else on earth. She forgot where she was. She was 18 again, and she sobbed in her arms as 18 sobs when its heart is torn from it. "Oh, Jem, Jem," she cried, "if you were only in the same world with me, if you were just in the same world." She had forgotten all else, indeed. She forgot too long. She did not know how long. It seemed that no more than a few minutes had passed before she was without warning struck with the shock of feeling that someone was in the room with her, standing near her, looking at her. She had been mad not to remember that exactly this thing would be sure to happen, by some abominable chance. Her movement as she rose was almost violent. She could not hold herself still, and her face was horribly wet with shameless, unconcealable tears. Shameless she felt them, indecent, a sort of nudity of the soul. If it had been a servant who had intruded, or if it had been Palliser, it would have been intolerable enough. But it was T. Tembarom who confronted her with his common face. Moved mysteriously by some feeling, she resented even more than she resented his presence. He was too grossly ignorant to know that a man of breeding, having entered by chance, would have turned and gone away, professing not to have seen. He seemed to think, the dolt, that he must make some apology. "Say, Lady Joan," he began, "I beg your pardon, I didn't want to butt in." "Then go away," she demanded. "Instantly! Instantly!" She knew he must see that she spoke almost through her teeth in the effort to control her sobbing breath, but he made no move toward leaving her. He even drew nearer, looking at her in a sort of meditative, obstinate way. "No," he replied deliberately. "I guess I won't." "You won't?" Lady Joan repeated after him. "Then I will." He made a stride forward and laid his hand on her arm. "No, not on your life. You won't either if I can help it. And you're going to let me help it." Almost anyone but herself, anyone at least who did not resent his very existence, would have felt the drop in his voice which suddenly struck the note of boyish, friendly appeal in the last sentence. "You're going to let me?" he repeated. She stood looking down at the daring, unconscious hand on her arm. "I suppose," she said with cutting slowness, "that you do not even know that you are insolent. Take your hand away," in arrogant command. He removed it with an unabashed half-smile. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I didn't even know I'd put it there. It was a break, but I wanted to keep you." That he not only wanted to keep her, but intended to do so was apparent. His air was neither rough nor brutal, but he had ingeniously placed himself in the outlet between the big table and the way to the door. He put his hands in his pockets in his vulgar, unconscious way, and watched her. "Say, Lady Joan," he broke forth, in the frank outburst of a man who wants to get something over, "I should be a fool if I didn't see that you're up against it. Hard. What's the matter?" His voice dropped again. There was something in the drop this time which, perhaps because of her recent emotion, sounded to her almost as if he were asking the question with the protecting sympathy of the tone one would use in speaking to a child. How dare he? But it came home to her that Jem had once said, "What's the matter?" to her in the same way. "Do you think it likely that I should confide in you?" she said, and inwardly quaked at the memory as she said it. "No," he answered, considering the matter gravely. "It is not likely, the way things look to you now. But if you knew me better, perhaps it would be likely." "I once explained to you that I do not intend to know you better," she gave answer. He nodded acquiescently. "Yes, I got on to that. And it's because it's up to me that I came out here to tell you something I want you to know before you go away. I'm going to confide in you. Cannot even you see that I am not in the mood to accept confidences?" she exclaimed. "Yes, I can. But you're going to accept this one?" steadily. "No," as she made a swift movement. "I'm not going to clear the way until I've done." "I insist," she cried. "If you were—" He put out his hand, but not to touch her. "I know what you're going to say. If I were a gentleman. Well, I'm not laying claim to that, but I'm a sort of a man, anyhow, though you mayn't think it, and you're going to listen." She began to stare at him. It was not the ridiculous, boyish drop in his voice which arrested her attention. It was a fantastic, incongruous, wholly different thing. He had suddenly dropped his slouch and stood upright. Did he realize that he had slung his words at her as if they were an order given with the ring of authority? "I've not bucked against anything you've said or done since you've been here," he went on, speaking fast and grimly. "I didn't mean to. I had my reasons. There are things that I have given a good deal to say to you and ask you about, but you wouldn't let me. You wouldn't give me a chance to square things for you, if they could be squared. You threw me down every time I tried." He was too wildly incomprehensible with his changes from humanness to folly. Remembering what he had attempted to say on the day he had followed her in the avenue, she was inflamed again. "What in the name of New York slang does that mean?" she demanded. "Never mind New York. he answered, cool as well as grim. A fellow that's learned slang in the streets has learned something else as well. He's learned to keep his eyes open. He's onto a way of seeing things. And what I've seen is that you're so doggone miserable that you're almost down and out. This time she spoke to him in the voice with a quality of deadness in it which she had used to her mother. Do you think that because you are in your own house that you can be as intrusively insulting as you choose? She said. No, I don't, he answered. What I think is quite different. I think that if a man has a house of his own, and there's anyone in big trouble under the roof of it, a woman most of all, he's a cheapskate if he doesn't get busy and try to help. Just plain straight help. He saw in her eyes all her concentrated disdain of him, but he went on, still obstinate and cool and grim. I guess help is too big a word just yet. That may come later, and it mayn't. What I'm going to try at now is making it easier for you. Just easier. Her contemptuous gesture registered no impression on him as he paused a moment and looked fixedly at her. You just hate me, don't you? It was a mere statement which couldn't have been more impersonal to himself if he had been made of wood. That's all right. I seem like a low-down intruder to you. Well, that's all right, too. But what ain't all right is what your mother has set you on to thinking about me. You'd have never have thought it yourself. You'd have known better. What, fiercely, is that? That I'm mud enough to have a mash on you? The common slangy crassness of it was a kind of a shock. She caught her breath and merely stared at him, but he was not staring at her. He was simply looking straight into her face, and it amazingly flashed upon her that the extraordinary words were so entirely unembarrassed and direct that they were actually not offensive. He was merely telling her something in his own way, not caring the least about his own effect, but absolutely determined that she should hear and understand it. Her caught breath ended in something which was like a half-laugh. His queer, sharp, incomprehensible face, his queer, unmoved voice, were too extraordinarily unlike anything she had ever seen or heard before. I don't want to be brash, and what I want to say may seem kind of that way to you, but it ain't. Anyhow, I guess I'll relieve your mind. Lady Joan, you're a looker. You're a beaut from Buttesville. If I were your kind and things were different, I'd be crazy about you. Crazy. But I'm not your kind, and things are different. He drew a step nearer still to her in his intentness. They're this different. Why, Lady Joan, I'm dead stuck on another girl. She caught her breath again, leaning forward. Another? She says she's not a lady. She threw me down just because of all this darn money came to me. He hastened on, and suddenly he was imperturbable no longer, but flushed and boyish, and more New York than ever. She's a bit of a quiet thing, and she drops her H's, but gee, you're a looker. You're a queen, and she's not. But little Anne Hutchinson, why, Lady Joan, as far as this boy's concerned, and he oddly touched himself on the breast, she makes you look like 30 cents. Joan quickly sat down on the chair she had just left. She rested an elbow on the table and shaded her face with her hand. She was not laughing. She scarcely knew what she was doing or feeling. You are in love with Anne Hutchinson, she said in a low voice. Am I? He answered hotly. Well, I should smile. He disdained to say more. Then she began to know what she felt. There came back to her in flashes scenes from the past weeks in which she had done her worst by him, in which she had swept him aside, loathed him, set her feet on him, used the devices of an ingenious demon to discomfit and show him at his poorest and least ready, and he had not been giving a thought to the thing for which she had striven to punish him, and he plainly did not even hate her. His mind was clear, as water is clear. He had come back to her this evening to do her a good turn, knowing what she was capable of in the way of arrogance and villainous temper. He had determined to do her, in spite of herself, a good turn. I don't understand you, she faltered. I know you don't, but it's only because I'm so dead easy to understand. There's nothing to find out. I'm just friendly, that's all. You would have been friends with me, she exclaimed. You would have told me, and I wouldn't let you. Oh, with an impulsive flinging out of her hand to him. You good fellow. Good be darned, he answered, taking the hand at once. You are good to tell me. I have behaved like a devil to you, but oh, if you only knew. His face became mature again, but he took a most informal seat on the edge of the table near her. I do know part of it, That's why I've been trying to be friends with you all the time." He said his next words deliberately. "If I was the woman Tembarom had loved, wouldn't it have driven me mad to see another man in his place and remember what was done to him? I never even saw him, but good God!" She saw his hand clench itself. "When I think of it, I want to kill somebody. I want to kill half a dozen. Why didn't they know it couldn't be true of a fellow like that?" She sat up stiffly and watched him. "Do you feel like that about him?" "Do I?" Red hotly. "There were men there that knew him. There were women there that knew him. Why wasn't there just one to stand by him? A man that's been square all his life doesn't turn into a card sharp in a night. Damn fools!" "I beg your pardon," hastily, and then as hastily again. "No, I mean it. Damn fools!" "Oh!" she gasped just once. Her passionate eyes were suddenly blinded with tears. She caught at his clenched hand and dragged it to her, letting her face drop on it and crying like a child. The way he took her utter breaking down was just like him and like no one else. He put the other hand on her shoulder and spoke to her exactly as he had spoken to Miss Alicia on that first afternoon. "Don't you mind me, Lady Joan," he said. "Don't you mind me a bit. I'll turn my back. I'll go into the billiard room and keep them playing until you get way upstairs. Now we understand each other, it'll be better for both of us." "No, don't go. Don't," she begged. "It was so wonderful to find someone who sees the cruelty of it." She spoke fast and passionately. "No one would listen to any defense of him. My mother simply raved when I said what you are saying. Do you want," he put it to her with a curious comprehending of her emotion, "to talk about him? Would it do you good?" Yes, I have never talked to anyone. There has been no one to listen." "Talk all you want," he answered with immense gentleness. "I'm here." "I can't understand it even now. But he would not see me," she broke out. "I was half mad. I wrote, and he would not answer. I went to his chambers when I heard he was going to leave England. I went to beg him to take me with him, married or unmarried. I would have gone on my knees to him. He was gone. Why? You didn't think he'd gone because he didn't love you?" He put it to her quite literally and unsentimentally. "You knew better than that." "How could I be sure of anything? When he left the room that awful night, he would not look at me. Since I've been here, I've been reading a lot of novels, and I found out a lot of things about fellows that are not the common, practical kind. No, he wasn't. He'd lived pretty much like a fellow in a novel, I guess. What struck me about that sort is that they think they have to make noble sacrifices, and they'll just walk all over a woman because they won't do anything to hurt her. There's not a bit of sense in it, but that was what he was doing. He believed he was doing the square thing by you, and you may bet your life it hurt him like hell. I beg your pardon, but that's the word, just plain hell." "I was only a girl. He was like iron. He went away alone. He was killed, and when he was dead, the truth was told." "That's what I've remembered," quite slowly, "every time I've looked at you. By gee, I'd have stood anything from a woman that had suffered as much as that." It made her cry, his genuineness, and she did not care in the least that the tears streamed down her cheeks. How he had stood things, how he had borne in that odd, unimpressive way, insolence and arrogance, for which she ought to have been beaten and blackballed by decent society. She could scarcely bear it. "Oh, to think it should have been you," she wept. "Just you who understood." "Well," he answered speculatively, "I mightn't have understood as well if it hadn't been for Anne. By jings, I used to lie awake at night sometimes thinking, suppose it had been Anne and me. I'd sort of work it out as it might have happened in New York, at the office of the Sunday Earth. Supposing some fellow that had a grouch against me had managed it so that Galton thought I'd been getting away with money that didn't belong to me, fixing up my expense account or worse, and Galton wouldn't listen to what I said, and fired me, and I couldn't get a job anywhere else because I was down and out for good, and nobody would listen, and I was killed without clearing myself, and little Anne was left to stand it. Little Anne! Old Hutchinson wouldn't listen, I know that, and it would be all shut up, burning in her big little heart. Burning! And T. dead, and not a word to say for himself. Jehoshaphat!" taking out his handkerchief and touching his forehead. It used to make this cold sweat start out on me. It's doing it now. Ann and me might have been Jem and you. That's why I understood." He put out his hand and caught hers and frankly squeezed it hard, and the unconventional clutch was a wonderful thing to her. "It's all right now, ain't it?" he said. "We've got it straightened out. You'll not be afraid to come back here if your mother wants you to." He stopped for a moment and then went on with something of hesitation. "We don't want to talk about your mother. We can't. But I understand her, too. Folks are different from each other in their ways. She's different from you. I'll straighten out with her if you like." "Nothing will need straightening out after I tell her that you are going to marry little Ann Hutchinson," said Joan with a half-smile, "and that you were engaged to her before you saw me." "Well, that does sort of finish things up, doesn't it?" said T. Tembarom. He looked at her so speculatively for a moment after this that she wondered whether he had something more to say. He had. "There's something I want to ask you," he ventured. "Ask anything. Do you know anyone, just anyone, who has a photo, just any old photo, of Jem Temple-Barham?" She was rather puzzled. "Yes. I know a woman who has worn one for nearly 8 years. Do you want to see it?" "I'd give a good deal to," was his answer. She took a flat locket from her dress and handed it to him. "Women don't wear lockets in these days." He could barely hear her voice because it was so low. "But I've never taken it off. I want him near my heart. It's Jem." He held it in the palm of his hand and stood under the light, studying it as if he wanted to be sure he wouldn't forget it. "It's sort of like that picture of Miles Hugo, ain't it?" he suggested. "Yes. People always said so. That was why you found me in the picture gallery the first time we met." "I knew that was a reason, and I knew I'd make a break when I butted in," he answered. Then, still looking at the photograph, "You'd know this face again almost anywhere you saw it, I guess." "There are no faces like it anywhere," said Joan. "I guess that's so," he replied. "And it's one that wouldn't change much either. Thank you, Lady Joan." He handed back the picture, and she put out her hand again. "I think I'll go to my room now," she said. "You've done a strange thing to me. You've taken nearly all the hatred and bitterness out of my heart. I shall want to come back here, whether my mother comes or not. I shall want to." "The sooner the quicker," he said. "And so long as I'm here, I'll be ready and waiting." "Don't go away," she said softly. "I shall need you." "Isn't that great?" he cried, flushing delightedly. "Isn't it just great that we've got things straightened so that you can say that? Gee, this is a queer old world. There's such a lot to do in it, and so few hours in the day. Seems like there ain't time to stop long enough to hate anybody and keep a grouch on. A fellow's got to keep hustling not to miss the things worthwhile." The liking in her eyes was actually wistful. "That's your way of thinking, isn't it?" she said. "Teach it to me if you can. I wish you could. Good night." She hesitated a second. "God bless you," she added quite suddenly, almost fanatic as the words sounded to her, that she, Joan Fair, should be calling down devout benisons on the head of T. Tembarom. T. Tembarom! Her mother was in her room when she reached it. She had come up early to look over her possessions, and Joan's, before she began her packing. The bed, the chairs, and the tables were spread with evening, morning, and walking dresses, and the millinery collected from their combined wardrobes. She was examining anxiously a lace, appliqued, and embroidered white coat, and turned a slightly flushed face toward the opening door. "I am going over your things as well as my own," she said. "I shall take what I can use. You will require nothing in London. You'll require nothing anywhere in the future. What is the matter?" she said sharply as she saw her daughter's face. Joan came forward, feeling it a strange thing that she was not in the mood to fight, to lash out and be glad to do it. "Captain Palliser told me as I came up that Mr. Temple-Barham had been talking to you," her mother went on. "He heard you having some sort of scene as he passed the door. As you have made your decision, of course I know I needn't hope that anything has happened." "What has happened has nothing to do with my decision. He wasn't waiting for that," Joan answered her. "We were both entirely mistaken, Mother." "What are you talking about?" cried Lady Mallow, but she temporarily laid the white coat on a chair. "What do you mean by mistaken? He doesn't want me. He never did. Joan answered again. A shadow of a smile hovered over her face, and there was no derision in it, only a warming recollection of his earnestness when he had said the words she quoted. He's what they call in New York, dead stuck on another girl. Lady Mallow sat down on the chair that held the white coat, and she did not push the coat aside. He told you that in his vulgar slang, she gasped it out. You ought to have struck him dead with your answer. Except poor Jem Temple-Barhome, was the amazing reply she received. He is the only friend I have ever had in my life. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. It was business of serious importance which was to bring Captain Palliser's visit to a close. He explained it perfectly to Miss Alicia a day or so after Lady Mallow and her daughter left them. He had lately been most amiable in his manner toward Miss Alicia, and had given her much valuable information about companies and stocks. He rather unexpectedly found it imperative that he should go to London and Berlin to see people, dealers in great financial schemes who were deeply interested in solid business speculations, such as his own, which were fundamentally different from all others in the impeccable firmness of their foundations. I suppose he will be very rich some day, Miss Alicia remarked the first morning she and T. Tembarom took their breakfast alone together after his departure. It would frighten me to think of having as much money as he seems likely to have quite soon. It would scare me to death, said Tembarom. She knew he was making a sort of joke, but she thought the point of it was her tremor at the thought of great fortune. He seemed to think that it would be an excellent thing for you to invest in. I'm not sure whether it was the India Rubber Tree Company, or the mahogany forests, or the copper mines that have so much gold and silver mixed in them that they will pay for the expense of the digging, she went on. I guess it was a whole lot, put in Tembarom. Perhaps it was. They were all going to make everybody so rich that it is quite bewildering. He is very clever in business matters, and so kind. He even said that if I really wished it, he might be able to invest my income for me, and actually treble it in a year. But of course I told him that my income was your generous gift to me, and that it was far more than sufficient for my needs. Tembarom put down his coffee cup so suddenly to look at her that she was fearful that she had appeared to do Captain Palliser some vague injustice. I'm sure he meant to be most obliging, dear, she explained. I was really quite touched. He said it most sympathetically and delicately that when women are unmarried and unaccustomed to investment, sometimes a businessman could be of use to them. He forgot, affectionately, that I had you. Tembarom regarded her with tender curiosity. She often opened up vistas for him as he himself opened them for the Duke of Stone. If you hadn't had me, would you have let him treble your income in a year? He asked. Her expression was that of a soft woodland rabbit or a trusting spinster dove. Well, of course, if one were quite alone in the world and had only a small income, it would be nice to have it wonderfully added to in such a short time, she answered. But it was his friendly solicitude that touched me. I have not been accustomed to such interested delicacy on the part of gentlemen, her hesitance before the last word being the result of training, which had made her feel that it was a little bold for ladies to refer quite openly to gentlemen. You sometimes read in the newspapers, said Tembarom, buttering his toast, about ladies who are all alone in the world with little income, but they're not often left alone with it long. It's like you said, you've got me, but if the time ever comes when you haven't got me, just you make a dead sure thing of it that you don't let any solicitous business gentleman treble your income in a year. If it's an income that comes to more than 5 cents, don't you hand it over to be made into 15. 5 cents is a heap better, just plain 5. Temple, gasped Miss Alicia, you surely cannot mean that you do not think Captain Palliser is sincere? Tembarom laughed outright, his most hilarious and comforting laugh. He had no intention of enlightening her in such a manner as would lead her at once to behold pictures of him as the possible victim of appalling catastrophes. He liked her too well as she was. Sincere? He said. He's sincere down to the ground, in what he's reaching after. but he's not going to treble your income, nor mine. If he ever makes that offer again, you just tell him I'm interested, and that I'll talk it over with him." I could not help saying to him that I didn't think you could want any more money when you had so much, she added. But he said one never knew what might happen. He was greatly interested when I told him you had once said the very same thing yourself. Their breakfast was at an end, and he got up, laughing again, as he came to her end of the table and put his arm around her shoulders in the unconventional young caress she adored him for. "It's nice to be by ourselves again for a while," he said. "Let's go for a walk together. Put on the little bonnet and dress that are the color of a mouse. Those little duds just get me. You look so pretty in them." The 16-year-old blush ran up to the roots of her gray side ringlets. Just imagine his remembering the color of her dress and bonnet, and thinking that anything could make her look pretty. She was overwhelmed with innocent and grateful confusion. There really was no one else in the least like him. "You do look well, ma'am," Rose said when she helped her to dress. "You've got such a nice color, and that tiny bit of old rose Miss Mellish put in the bonnet does bring it out." "I wonder if it is wrong of me to be so pleased," Miss Alicia thought. "I must make it a subject of prayer, and ask to be aided to conquer a haughty and vainglorious spirit." She was pathetically serious, having been trained to a view of the great First Cause as figuratively embodied in the image of a gigantic, irascible, omnipotent old gentleman, especially wrought to fury by feminine follies connected with becoming headgear. "It has sometimes even seemed to me that our Heavenly Father has a special obligation to ladies," she had once timorously confessed to Tembarom. "I suppose it is because we are so much weaker than men, and so much more given to vanity and petty vices." He had caught her in his arms and actually hugged her that time. Their intimacy had reached the point where affectionate outbursts did not alarm her. "Say," he had laughed, "it's not the men who are going to have the biggest pull with the authorities when folks try to get into the place where things are evened up. What I'm going to work my passage with is a list of the few ladies I've known. You and Anne will be at the head of it. I shall just slide in at the box office window and say, 'Just look over this, will you? These were friends of mine, and they were mighty good to me. I guess if they didn't turn me down, you needn't. I know they're in here. Reserve seats. I'm not expecting to be put with them, but if I'm allowed to hang around where they are, that'll be heaven enough for me.'" "I know you don't mean to be irreverent, dear Temple," she gasped. "I'm quite sure you don't. It is only your American way of expressing your kind thoughts. And of course," quite hastily, "the Almighty must understand Americans, as He made so many." And half frightened though she was, she patted his arm with the warmth of comfort in her soul and moisture in her eyes. Somehow or other, he was always so comforting. He held her arm as they took their walk. She had become used to that also, and no longer thought it odd. It was only one of the ways he had of making her feel that she was being taken care of. They had not been able to have many walks together since the arrival of the visitors, and this occasion was at once a cause of relief and inward rejoicing. The entire truth was that she had not been altogether happy about him of late. Sometimes when he was not talking and saying amusing New York things which made people laugh, he seemed almost to forget where he was, and to be thinking of something which baffled and tried him. The way in which he pulled himself together when he realized that anyone was looking at him was, to her mind, the most disturbing feature of his fits of abstraction. It suggested that if he really had a trouble, it was a private one on which he would not like her to intrude. Naturally, her adoring eyes watched him oftener than he knew, and she tried to find plausible and not too painful reasons for his mood. He always made light of his unaccustomedness to his new life, but perhaps it made him feel more unrestful than he would admit. As they walked through the park and the village, her heart was greatly warmed by the way in which each person they met greeted him. They greeted no one else in the same way, and yet it was difficult to explain what the difference was. They liked him, really liked him, though how he had overcome their natural distrust of his newsboy and bootblack record, no one but himself knew. In fact, she had reason to believe that even he himself did not know, had indeed never asked himself. They had gradually begun to like him, though none of them had ever accused him of being a gentleman according to their own acceptance of the word. Every man touched his cap or forehead with a friendly grin which spread itself the instant he caught sight of him. Grin and salute were synchronous. It was as if there were some extremely human joke between them. Miss Alicia had delightedly remembered a remark the Duke of Stone had made to her on his return from one of their long drives. "He's the most popular man in the county," he had chuckled. "If war broke out and he were in the army, he could raise a regiment at his own gates which would follow him wheresoever he chose to lead it, if it were into hottest Hades." Tembarom was rather silent during the first part of their walk, and when he spoke, it was of Captain Palliser. "He's a fellow that's got lots of curiosity. I guess he's asked you more questions than he's asked me," he began at last, and he looked at her interestedly, though she was not aware of it. "I thought—" She hesitated slightly because she did not wish to be critical. "I sometimes thought he asked me too many. What was he trying to get on to mostly? He asked so many things about you and your life in New York, but more, I think, about you and Mr. Strangeways. He was really quite persistent once or twice about poor Mr. Strangeways." "What did he ask?" "He asked if I had seen him, and if you had preferred that I should not. He calls him your mystery, and he thinks your keeping him here is so extraordinary." "I guess it is, the way he'd look at it," Tembarom dropped in. "He was so anxious to find out what he looked like. He asked how old he was and how tall, and whether he was quite mad or only a little, and where you picked him up, and when, and what reason you gave for not putting him in some respectable asylum. I could only say that I really knew nothing about him, and that I hadn't seen him because he had a dread of strangers, and I was a little timid." She hesitated again. "I wonder," she said, still hesitating even after her pause, "I wonder if I ought to mention a rather rude thing I saw him do twice?" "Yes, you ought," Tembarom answered promptly. "I've a reason for wanting to know." "It was such a singular thing to do in the circumstances," she went on obediently. "He knew, as we all know, that Mr. Strangeways must not be disturbed. One afternoon I saw him walk slowly backward and forward before the west room window. He had something in his hand and kept looking up. That was what first attracted my attention, his queer way of looking up. Quite suddenly he threw something which rattled on the panes of glass. It sounded like gravel or small pebbles. I couldn't help believing he thought Mr. Strangeways would be startled into coming to the window." Tembarom cleared his throat. "He did that twice," he said. "Pearson caught him at it, though Palliser didn't know he did. He'd have done it 3 times or more than that, perhaps. But I casually mentioned in the smoking room one night that some curious fool of a gardener boy had thrown some stones and frightened Strangeways, and that Pearson and I were watching for him, and if I caught him I was going to knock his block off. Bing! He didn't do it again. Darn fool! What does he think he's after? I am afraid he's rather, I hope it's not wrong to say so, but he is rather given to gossip, and I dare say that the temptation to find something quite new to talk about was a great one. So few new things happen in the neighborhood, and, as the Duke says, people are so bored, and he is bored himself." "He'll be more bored if he tries it again when he comes back," remarked Tembarom. Miss Alicia's surprised expression made him laugh. "Do you think he will come back?" she exclaimed, "after such a long visit?" "Oh, yes, he'll come back. He'll come back as often as he can until he's got a chunk of my income to treble, or until I've done with him." "Until you've done with him, dear?" inquiringly. "Oh, well," casually, "I've sort of an idea that he may tell me something I'd like to know. I'm not sure, I'm only guessing. But even if he knows it, he won't tell me until he gets good and ready and thinks I don't want to hear it. What he thinks he's going to get at by prowling around is something he can get me in the crack of the door with." "Temple," imploringly, "are you afraid he wishes to do you an injury?" "No, I'm not afraid. I'm just waiting to see him take a chance on it." And he gave her arm an affectionate squeeze against his side. He was always immensely moved by her little alarms for him. They reminded him, in a remote way, of little Anne coming down Mrs. Bowes's staircase bearing with her the tartan comforter. How could anyone want to do him an injury?" she began to protest pathetically. But he would not let her go on. He would not talk any more of Captain Palliser or allow her to talk of him. Indeed, her secret fear was that he really knew something he did not wish her to be troubled by, and perhaps thought he had said too much. He began to make jokes, and led her to other subjects. He asked her to go to the Hibblethwaite's cottage and pay a visit to Thomas. He had learned to understand his accepted privileges in making of cottage visits by this time, and when he clicked any wicket gate the door was open before he had time to pass up the wicket path. They called at several cottages, and he noted at the windows of others where faces appeared as he passed by. They had a happy morning together, and he took her back to Temple Bar home beaming, and forgetting Captain Palliser's existence, for a time at least. In the afternoon they drove out together, and after dining they read the last copy of the Sunday Earth, which had arrived that day. He found quite an interesting paragraph about Mr. Hutchinson and the invention. Little Miss Hutchinson was referred to most flatteringly by the writer, who almost inferred that she was responsible not only for the inventor, but for the invention itself. Miss Alicia felt quite proud of knowing so prominent a character, and wondered what it could be like to read about oneself in a newspaper. About 9 o'clock he laid his sheet of the Earth down and spoke to her. "I'm going to ask you to do me a favor," he said. "I couldn't ask it if we weren't alone like this. I know you won't mind." Of course she wouldn't mind. She was made happier by the mere idea of doing something for him. "I'm going to ask you to go to your room rather early," he explained. "I want to try a sort of stunt on Strangeways. I'm going to bring him downstairs if he'll come. I'm not sure if I can get him to do it, but he's been a heap better lately, and perhaps I can." "Is he so much better as that?" she said. "Will it be safe?" He looked as serious as she had ever seen him look, even a trifle more serious. "I don't know how much better he is," was the answer. "Sometimes you think he was almost all right, and then the doctor says that if he could get over being afraid of leaving his room, it would be a big thing for him. He wants him to go to his place in London so that he can watch him." "Do you think you could persuade him to go?" "I've tried my level best, but so far nothing doing." He got up and stood before the mantel, his back against it, his hands in his pockets. "I found out one thing," he said. "He's used to houses like this. Every now and again he lets something out quite natural. He knew that the furniture in his room was Jacobean. That's what he called it. And he knew it was fine stuff. He wouldn't have known that if he'd been a piker. I'm going to try if he won't let out something else when he sees things here, if he'll come." "You have such a wonderfully reasoning mind, dear," said Miss Alicia as she rose. "You would have made a great detective, I'm sure." "If Anne had been with him," he said rather gloomily, "she'd have caught on to a lot more than I have. I don't feel very chusty about the way I've managed it." Miss Alicia went upstairs shortly afterward, and half an hour later Tembarom told the footman in the hall that they might go to bed. The experiment he was going to make demanded that the place should be cleared of any disturbing presence. He had been thinking it over for some time past. He had sat in a private room of the great nerve specialist in London, and had talked it over with him. He had talked of it with the Duke on the lawn at Stonehover. There had been a flush of color in the older man's cheekbones, and his eyes had been alight as he took his part in the discussion. He had added the touch of his own personality to it, as always happened. "We're having some fine moments, my good fellow," he had said, rubbing his hands. "This is extremely like the fourth act. I'd like to be sure what comes next." "I like to be sure myself," Tembarom answered. "It's as if a flash of lightning came sometimes, and then things clouded up. And sometimes when I'm trying something out he'll get so excited that I daren't go on until I've talked to the doctor." It was the excitement he was dubious about tonight. It was not possible to be quite certain as to the entire safety of the plan, but there might be a chance, even a big chance, of wakening some cell from its deadened sleep. Sir Ormsby Galloway had talked to him a good deal about brain cells, and he had listened faithfully and learned more than he could put into scientific English. Gradually, during the past months, he had been coming upon strangely exciting hints of curious possibilities. They had been mere hints at first, and it seemed almost absurd in their unbelievableness. But each one had linked itself with another, and led him on to further wondering and exploration. When Miss Alicia and Palliser had seen that he looked absorbed and baffled, it had been because he had frequently found himself, to use his own figures of speech, mixed up to beat the band. He had not known which way to turn, and he had gone on turning because he could not escape from his own excited interest, and the inevitable emotion roused by being caught in the whirl of a melodrama. That was what he had dropped into, A whacking big play. It had begun for him when Palford butted in that night and told him he was a lost heir, with a fortune and an estate in England, and the curtain had been jerking up and down ever since. But there had been thrills in it, queer as it was. Something doing all the time, by gee. He sat and smoked his pipe, and wished Dan were with him because he knew he was not as cool as he meant to be. He felt a certain tingling of excitement in his body, and this was not the time to be excited. He waited for some minutes before he went upstairs. It was true that Strangeways had been much better lately. He had seemed to find it easier to follow conversation. During the past few days, Tembarom had talked to him in a matter-of-fact way about the house and its various belongings. He had at last seemed awakened to an interest in the picture gallery. Evidently he knew something of picture galleries and portraits, and found himself relieved by his own clearness of thought when he talked of them. "I feel better," he said 2 or 3 times. "Things seem clearer, nearer." "Good business," exclaimed Tembarom. "I told you it'd be that way. Let's hold on to pictures. It won't be any time before you'll be remembering where you've seen some." He had been secretly rather strung up, but he had been very gradual in approaching his final suggestion that some night, when everything was quiet, they might go and look at the gallery together. "What you need is to get out of the way of wanting to stay in one place," he argued. "The doctor says you've got to have a change, and even going from one room to another is a fine thing." Strangeways had looked at him anxiously for a few moments, even suspiciously, but his face had cleared after the look. He drew himself up and passed his hand over his forehead. "I believe perhaps he is right," he murmured. "Sure he's right," said Tembarom. "He's the sort of chap you ought to know. He's been made into a baronet for knowing. Sir Ormsby Galloway, by jings. That's no slouch of a name. Oh, he knows, you bet your life." This morning when he had seen him, he had spoken of the plan again. The visitors had gone away. The servants could be sent out of sight and hearing. They could go into the library and smoke, and he could look at the books. And then they could take a look at the picture gallery if he wasn't too tired. It would be a change, anyhow. Tonight, as he went up the huge staircase, Tembarom's calmness of being had not increased. He was aware of a quickened pulse and of a slight dampness on his forehead. The dead silence of the house added to the unusualness of things. He could not remember ever having been so anxious before, except on the occasion when he had taken his first day's stuff to Galton, and had stood watching him as he read it. His forehead had grown damp then, but he showed no outward signs of excitement when he entered the room and found Strangeways standing perfectly attired in evening dress. Pearson, setting things in order on the other side of the room, was taking note of him furtively over his shoulder. Quite in the casual manner of the ordinary man, he had expressed his intention of dressing for the evening, and Pearson had thanked his stars for the fact that the necessary garments were at hand. From the first he had not infrequently asked for articles such as only the resources of a complete masculine wardrobe could supply, and on one occasion he had suddenly wished to dress for dinner, and the lame excuses it had been necessary to make had disturbed him horribly instead of pacifying him. To explain that his condition precluded the necessity of the usual appurtenances would have been out of the question. He had been angry. What did Pearson mean? What was the matter? He had said it over and over again, and then had sunk into a hopelessly bewildered mood, and had sat huddled in his dressing-gown staring at the fire. Pearson had been so harrowed by the situation that it had been his own idea to suggest to his master that all possible requirements should be provided. There were occasions when it appeared that the cloud over him lifted for a passing moment, and a gleam of light recalled to him some familiar usage of his past. When he had finished dressing, Pearson had been almost startled by the amount of effect produced by the straight, correctly cut lines of black and white. The mere change of clothes had suddenly changed the man himself, had done something to him, Pearson put it. After his first glance at the mirror he had straightened himself, as if recognizing the fault of his own carriage. When he crossed the room, it was with the action of a man who had been trained to move well. The good looks, which had been almost hidden behind a veil of uncertainty of expression and strained fearfulness, had become obvious. He was tall, and his lean limbs were splendidly hung together. His head was perfectly set, and the bearing of his square shoulders was a soldierly thing. It was an extraordinarily handsome man Tembarom and Pearson found themselves gazing at. Each glanced involuntarily at the other. "Now that's first rate. I'm glad you feel like coming." Tembarom plunged in. He didn't intend to give him too much time to think. "Thank you. It will be a change, as you said," Strangeways answered. "One needs change." His deep eyes looked somewhat deeper than usual, but his manner was that of any well-bred man doing an accustomed thing. If he had been an ordinary guest in the house, and his host had dropped into his room, he would have comported himself in exactly the same way. They went together down the corridor as if they had passed down it together a dozen times before. On the stairway, Strangeways looked at the tapestries with the interest of a familiarized intelligence. "It is a beautiful old place," he said as they crossed the hall. "That armor was worn by a crusader." He hesitated a moment when they entered the library, but it was only for a moment. He went to the hearth and took the chair his host offered him, and, lighting a cigar, sat smoking it. If T. Tembarom had chanced to be a man of an analytical or metaphysical order of intellect, he would have found, during the past month, many things to lead him far in mental argument concerning the weird wonder of the human mind, of its power where its possessor, the body, is concerned, its sometimes closeness to the surface of sentient being, its sometimes remoteness. He would have known, awed, marveling at the blackness of the pit into which it can descend, the unknown shades that may enfold it and imprison its gropings. The old Duke of Stone had sat and pondered many an hour over stories his favorite companion had related to him. What curious and subtle processes had the queer fellow not been watching in the closely guarded quiet of the room where the stranger had spent his days, the strange thing cowering in its darkness, the ray of light piercing the cloud one day and seeming lost again the next. The struggles the imprisoned thing made to come forth, to cry out that it was but immured, not wholly conquered, and that some hour would arrive when it would fight its way through at last. Tembarom had not entered into psychological research. He had been entirely uncomplex in his attitude, sitting down before his problem as a besieger might have sat down before a castle. The Duke had sometimes wondered whether it was not a good enough thing that he had been so simple about it, merely continuing to believe the best with an unswerving obstinacy and lending a hand when he could. A never-flagging sympathy had kept him singularly alive to every chance, and now and then he had illuminations which would have done credit to a cleverer man, and which the Duke had rubbed his hands over in half-amused, half-touched elation. How he had kept his head level and held to his purpose. T. Tembarom talked but little as he sat in his big chair and smoked. Best let him alone and give him time to get used to the newness, he thought. Nothing must happen that could give him a jolt. Let things sort of sink into him, and perhaps they'd set him to thinking and lead him somewhere. Strangeways himself evidently did not want talk. He never wanted it unless he was excited. He was not excited now, and had settled down as if he was comfortable. Having finished one cigar, he took another, and began to smoke it much more slowly than he had smoked his first. The slowness began to arrest Tembarom's attention. This was the smoking of a man who was either growing sleepy or sinking into deep thought, becoming oblivious to what he was doing. Sometimes he held the cigar absently between his strong, fine fingers, seeming to forget it. Tembarom watched him do this until he saw it go out, and its white ash drop on the rug at his feet. He did not notice it, but sat sinking deeper and deeper into his own being, growing more remote. What was going on under his absorbed stillness? Tembarom would not have moved or spoken for a block of Fifth Avenue, he said internally. The dark eyes seemed to become darker until there was only a pin's point of light to be seen in their pupils. It was as if he were looking at something at a distance, at a strangely long distance. Twice he turned his head and appeared to look slowly round the room, but not as normal people look, as if it also was at the strange long distance from him, and he were somewhat outside its walls. It was an uncanny thing to be a spectator to. How still the room is, Tembarom found himself thinking. It was dead still, and it was a queer deal sitting, not daring to move, just watching. Something was bound to happen, sure. What was it going to be? Strangeway's cigar dropped from his fingers and appeared to rouse him. He looked puzzled for a moment, and then stooped quite naturally to pick it up. "I forgot it altogether. It's gone out," he remarked. "Have another," suggested Tembarom, moving the box nearer to him. "No, thank you." He rose and crossed the room to the wall of bookshelves, and Tembarom's eye was caught again by the fineness of movement and line the evening clothes made manifest. What a swell he looked when he moved about like that! What a swell, by jigs! He looked along the line of shelves and presently took a book down and opened it. He turned over its leaves until something arrested his attention, and then he fell to reading. He read several minutes, while Tembarom watched him. The silence was broken by his laughing a little. "Listen to this," he said, and began to read something in a language totally unknown to his hearer. "A man who writes that sort of thing about a woman is an old bounder, whether he's a poet or not. There's a small, biting spitefulness about it that's caddish." "Who did it?" Tembarom inquired softly. It might be a good idea to lead him on. "Horace. In spite of his genius, he sometimes makes you feel he was rather a blackguard. Horace." For the moment T. Tembarom forgot himself. "I always heard he was a sort of YMCA old guy. Old Horace Greeley. The Tribune was no yellow journal when he had it." He was sorry he had spoken the next moment. Strangeways looked puzzled. "The Tribune?" he hesitated. "The Roman Tribune?" "No, New York. He started it, old Horace did. But perhaps we're not talking about the same man." Strangeways hesitated again. "No, I think we are not," he answered politely. "I've made a break," thought Tembarom. "I ought to have kept my mouth shut. I must try to switch him back." Strangeways was looking down at the back of the book he held in his hand. "This one was the Latin poet, Quintus Horatius Flaccus, 65 B.C. You know him," he said. "Oh, that one!" exclaimed Tembarom, as if with an air of immense relief. "What a fool I was to forget. I'm glad it's him. Will you go on reading and let me hear some more? He's a winner from Wintersville, that Horace is." Perhaps it was a sort of miracle accomplished by his great desire to help the right thing to happen, to stave off any shadow of the wrong thing. Whatsoever the reason, Strangeways waited only a moment before turning to his book again. It seemed to be a link in some chain slowly forming itself to drag him back from his wanderings. And T. Tembarom, lightly sweating as a frightened horse will, sat smoking another pipe and listening intently to satires and lampoons, read aloud in the Latin of 65 B.C. "By gee," he said faithfully at intervals, when he saw in the reader's face that the moment was ripe. "He knew it all, old Horace, didn't he?" He had steered his charge back. Things were coming along the line to him. He learned Latin at one of these big English schools. Boys always learned Latin, the Duke had told him. They just had to. Most of them hated it like thunder, and they used to be caned when they didn't recite it right. Perhaps if he went on, he'd begin to remember the school. A queer part of it was that he didn't seem to notice that he was not reading his own language. He did not, in fact, seem to remember anything in particular, but went on quite naturally for some minutes. He had replaced Horace on the shelf and was on the point of taking down another volume when he paused, as if recalling something else. "Weren't we going to see the picture gallery?" he inquired. "Isn't it getting late? I should like to see the portraits." "No hurry," answered T. Tembarom. "I was just waiting till you were ready. But we'll go right away if you like." They went without further ceremony. As they walked through the hall and down the corridors side by side, an imaginative person might have felt that perhaps the eyes of an ancient darkling portrait or so looked down at the pair curiously. The long, loosely built New Yorker rather slouching along by the soldierly, almost romantic figure, which in a measure suggested that others not unlike it might have trod the same oaken floor, wearing ruff and doublet, or laced jabot and sword. There was a far cry between the two, but they walked closely in friendly union. When they entered the picture gallery, Strangeways paused a moment again, and stood peering down its length. "It's very dimly lighted. How can we see?" he said. "I told Pearson to leave it dim," Tembarom answered. "I wanted it just that way at first." He tried and succeeded tolerably well to say it casually, as he led the way ahead of them. He and the Duke had not talked the scheme over for nothing. As His Grace had said, they had worked the thing up. As they moved down the gallery, the men and women in their frames looked like ghosts staring out to see what was about to happen. "We'll turn up the lights after a while," T. Tembarom explained, still casually. "There's a picture here I think a good deal of. I've stood and looked at it pretty often. It reminded me of someone the first day I set eyes on it, but it was quite a time before I made up my mind who it was. It used to drive me half dotty trying to think it out." "Which one was it?" asked Strangeways. "We're coming to it. I want to see if it reminds you of anyone. And I want you to see it sudden. It's got to be sudden," he had said to the Duke. "If it's going to pan out, I believe it's got to be sudden. That's why I had the rest of 'em left dim. I told Pearson to leave a lamp I could turn up quick," he said to Strangeways. The lamp was on a table nearby and was shaded by a screen. He took it from the shadow and lifted it suddenly, so that its full gleam fell upon the portrait of the handsome youth with the lace collar and the dark, drooping eyes. It was done in a second, with a dramatically unexpected swiftness. His heart jumped up and down. "Who's that?" he demanded with abruptness so sharp-pitched that the gallery echoed with sound. "Who's that?" He heard a hard, quick gasp, a sound which was momentarily a little horrible, as if a man's soul was being jerked out of his body's depths. "Who is he?" cried again. "Tell me!" After the gasp, Strangeways stood still and stared. His eyes were glued to the canvas, drops of sweat came out on his forehead, and he was shuddering. He began to back away with a look of gruesome struggle. He backed and stared and stared. The gap came twice again, and then his voice seemed to tear itself loose from some power that was holding it back. "That," he cried, it is Miles Hugo." The last words were almost a shout, and he shook as if he would have fallen, but T. Tembarom put his hand on his shoulder and held him, breathing fast himself. Gee, if it wasn't like a thing in a play. "Page at the court of Charles II, he rattled off. "Died of smallpox when he was 19. Miles Hugo. Miles Hugo. You hold on to that for all you're worth. And hold on to me. I'll keep you steady. Say it again." "Miles Hugo." The poor majestic-looking fellow almost sobbed it. "Where am I? What is the name of this place?" "It's Temple Barholm in the county of Lancashire, England. Hold on to that, too, like thunder." Strangeways held the young man's arm with hands that clutched. He dragged him. His nightmare held him yet. Tembarom saw it, but flashes of light were blinding him. "Who," he pleaded in a shaking and hollow whisper, "are you?" Here was a stumper, by jings, and not a minute to think it out. But the answer came all right. "My name's Tembarom. T. Tembarom," and he grinned his splendid grin from sheer sense of relief. "I'm a New Yorker, Brooklyn. I was just forked in here anyhow. Don't you waste time thinking over me. You sit down here and do your darndest with Miles Hugo." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Tembarom did not look as though he had slept particularly well, Miss Alicia thought, when they met the next morning. But when she asked him whether he had been disappointed in his last night's experiment, he answered that he had not. The experiment had come out all right, but Strangeways had been a good deal worked up, and had not been able to sleep until daylight. Sir Ormsby Galloway was to arrive in the afternoon, and he'd probably give him something quieting. Had the coming downstairs seemed to help him to recall anything? Miss Alicia naturally inquired. Tembarom thought it had. He drove to Stonehover and spent the morning with the Duke. He even lunched with him. He returned in time to receive Sir Ormsby Galloway, however, and until that great personage left, they were together in Mr. Strangeways' rooms. "I guess I shall get him up to London, to the place where Sir Ormsby wants him," he said rather nervously after dinner. "I'm not going to miss any chances. If he'll go, I can get him away quietly some time when I can fix it so that there's no one about to worry him." She felt that he had no inclination to go much into detail. He had never had the habit of entering into the details connected with his strange charge. She believed it was because he felt the subject too abnormal not to seem a little awesome to her sympathetic timidity. She did not ask questions because she was afraid she could not ask them intelligently. In fact, the knowledge that this unknown man was living through his struggle with his lost past in the remote rooms of the West Wing, almost as though he were a secret prisoner, did seem a little awesome when one awoke in the middle of the night and thought of it. During the passage of the next few weeks, Tembarom went up to London several times. Once he seemed called there suddenly, as it was only during dinner that he told her he was going to take a late train and should leave the house after she had gone to bed. She felt as though something important must have happened, and hoped it was nothing disturbing. When he had said that Captain Palliser would return to visit them, her private impression, despite his laugh, had been that it must surely be some time before this would occur. But a little more than 3 weeks later he appeared, preceded only half an hour by a telegram asking whether he might not spend the night with them on his way farther north. He could not at all understand why the telegram, which he said he had sent the day before, had been delayed. A certain haggardness in his countenance caused Miss Alicia to ask whether he had been ill, and he admitted that he had at least not been well as a result of long and too hurried journeys, and the strenuousness of extended and profoundly serious interviews with his capitalists and magnates. No man can engineer gigantic schemes to success without feeling the reaction when his load drops from his shoulders, he remarked. "You've carried it quite through?" inquired Tembarom. "We have set foot on one of the largest, most substantially capitalized companies in the European business world," Palliser replied, with a composure which is almost indifference. "Good," said Tembarom cheerfully. He watched his guest a good deal during the day. He was a bad color for a man who had just steered clear of all shoals and reached the highest point of success. He had a haggard eye as well as a haggard face. It was a terrified eye when his desperate determination to hide its terrors dropped from it for an instant, as a veil might drop. A certain restlessness was manifest in him, and he talked more than usual. He was going to make a visit in Northumberland to an elderly lady of great possessions. It was to be vaguely gathered that she was somewhat interested in the great company, the Cedric. She was a remarkable old person who found a certain agreeable excitement in dabbling in stocks. She was rich enough to be in a position to regard it as a sort of game, and he had been able on several occasions to afford her entertainment. He would remain a few days and spend his time chiefly in telling her the details of the great scheme and the manner in which they were to be deployed. "If she can play with things that way, she'll be sure to want stock in it," Tembarom remarked. "If she does, she must make up her mind quickly," Palliser smiled, "or she will not be able to get it. It is not easy to lay one's hands on even now." Tembarom thought of certain speculators of entirely insignificant standing of whom he had chanced to see and hear anecdotes in New York. Most of them were youths of obscure origin who sold newspapers or black boots or swapped articles the value of which lay in the desire they could excite in the other person to possess them. A popular method known as bluff was their most trusted weapon, and even at 12 and 15 years of age Tembarom had always regarded it as singularly obvious. He always detested bluff, whatsoever its disguise, and was rather mystified by its ingenious faith in itself. "He's got badly stung," was his internal comment as he sucked at his pipe and smiled urbanely at Palliser across the room as they sat together. "He's come here with some sort of deal on that he knows he couldn't work with anyone but just a fool as he thinks I am. I guess," he added in composed reflectiveness, "I don't really know how a big a fool I do look." Whatsoever the deal was, he would be likely to let it be known in time. "He'll get it off his chest if he's going away tomorrow," decided Tembarom. "If there's anything he's found out, he'll use it. If it doesn't pan out as he thinks it will, he'll just float away to his old lady." He gave Palliser every chance, talking to him and encouraging him to talk, even asking him to let him look over the prospects of the new company and explain details to him, as he was going to explain them to the old lady in Northumberland. He opened up avenues, but for a time Palliser made no attempt to stroll down them. His walk would be a stroll, Tembarom knew, being familiar with his methods. His aspect would be that of a man but little concerned. He would be capable of a slightly rude coldness if he felt that concern on his part was in any degree counted as a factor. Tembarom was aware, among other things, that innocent persons would feel that it was incumbent upon them to be very careful in their treatment of him. He seemed to be thinking things over before he decided upon the psychological moment at which he would begin, if he began. When a man had a good deal to lose or to win, Tembarom realized that he would be likely to hold back until he felt something like solid ground under him. After Miss Alicia had left them for the night, perhaps he felt, as a result of thinking the matter over, that he had reached a foothold of a firmness at least somewhat to be depended upon. "What a change you have made in that poor woman's life," he said, walking to the side table and helping himself to a brandy and soda. "What a change!" "It struck me that a change was needed just about the time I dropped in," answered his host. "All the same," suggested Palliser tolerantly, "you were immensely generous. She wasn't entitled to expect it, you know." "She didn't expect anything, not a darn thing," said Tembarom. "That was what hit me." Palliser smiled a cold, amiable smile. His slim, neatly fitted person looked a little shrunken and less straight than was its habit, and its slackness suggested itself as being part of the harry and fatigue which made his face and eyes haggard under his pale, smooth hair. "Do you purpose to provide for the future of all your indigent relatives, even to the 3rd and 4th generation, my dear chap?" he inquired. "I won't refuse until I'm asked, anyhow," was the answer. "Asked?" Palliser repeated. "I'm one of them, you know, and Lady Mallow is another. There are lots of us when we come out of our holes. If it's only a matter of asking, we might all descend on you." Tembarom, smiling, wondered whether they hadn't descended already, and whether the descent had so far been all that they had anticipated. Palliser strolled down his opened avenue with an incidental air which was entirely creditable to his training of himself. T. Tembarom acknowledged that much. "You are too generous," said Palliser. "You are the sort of fellow who will always need all he has and more. The way you go among the villagers, you think you merely slouch about and keep it quiet, but you don't. You've set an example no other landowner can expect to live up to, or intends to. It's too lavish. It's pernicious, dear chap. I have heard all about the cottage you are doing over for Pearson and his bride. You had better invest in the Cedric." Tembarom wanted him to go on. If there was anything in it, he made his face look as he knew Palliser hoped it would look when the psychological moment came. Its expression was not a deterrent, in fact. It had a character not unlikely to lead an eager man, or one who was not as wholly experienced as he believed he was, to rush down a steep hill into the sea, after a manner of the swine in the parable. Heaven knew Palliser did not mean to rush, and he was not aware when the rush began, but he had reason to be so much more eager than he professed to be, that momentarily he swerved, despite himself, and ceased to be casual. "It's an enormous opportunity," he said. "Timberlands in Mexico, you know. If you had spent your life in England, you would realize that timber has become a desperate necessity, and that the difficulties which exist in the way of supplying the demand are almost insuperable. These forests are virtually boundless, and the company which controls them—" "That's a good spiel," broke in Tembarom. It sounded like the crudely artless interruption of a person whose perceptions left much to be desired. T. Tembarom knew what it sounded like. If Palliser lost his temper, he would get over the ground faster, and he wanted him to get over the ground. "I'm afraid I don't understand," he replied rather stiffly. "There was a fellow I knew in New York who used to sell typewriters, and he had a thing to say he used to reel off when anyone looked like a customer. He used to call it his spiel." Palliser's quick glance at him asked questions, and his stiffness did not relax itself. "Is this New York chaff?" he inquired coldly. "No," Tembarom said. "You're not doing it for 10 per. He was." "No, not exactly," said Palliser. "Neither would you be doing it for 10 per if you went into it." His voice changed. He became slightly haughty. "Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to think that you might connect yourself with it. You have not, of course, been in the position to comprehend such matters." "If I was what I look like, that'd stir me up and make me feel bad," thought T. Tembarom with a cheerful comprehension of this at least. "I'd have to rush in and try to prove to him that I was as accustomed to big business as he is, and that it didn't rattle me. The way to do it that would come most natural would be to show I was ready to buy as big a block of stock as any other fellow." But the expression of his face did not change. He only gave a half-awkward sort of laugh. "I guess I can learn," he said. Palliser felt the foothold become firmer. The bounder was interested, but after a bounder's fashion, was either nervous or imagined that his show of hesitation looked shrewd. The slight hit made at his inexperience of investment had irritated him and made him feel less cocksure of himself. A slightly offended matter might be the best weapon to rely upon. "I thought you might care to have the thing made clear to you," he continued indifferently. "I meant to explain. You may take the chance or leave it as you like, of course. That is nothing to me at this stage of the game. But, after all, we are, as I said, relatives of a sort, and it is a gigantic opportunity. Suppose we change the subject. Is that the Sunday Earth I see by you on the table?" He leaned forward to take the paper, as though the subject really were dropped. But after a seemingly nervous suck or two at his pipe, Tembarom came to his assistance. It wouldn't do to let him quiet down too much. "I'm no Van Morgenbilt," he said hesitatingly, "but I can see that it's a big opportunity for someone else. Let's have a look over the prospectus again." Palliser paused in his unconcerned opening of the copy of the Sunday Earth. His manner somewhat disgustedly implied indecision as to whether it was worth while to allow oneself to be dropped and taken up by turns. "Do you really mean that?" he asked with a certain chill of voice. "Yes, I don't mind trying to catch on to what's doing in any big scheme." Palliser did not lay aside his suggestion of cold semi-reluctance more readily than any man who knew his business would have laid it aside. His manner at the outset was quite perfect. His sole ineptitude lay in his feeling of too great confidence in the exact quality of his companion's type, as he summed it up. He did not calculate on the variations from all types sometimes provided by circumstances. He produced his papers without too obvious eagerness. He spread them upon the table, and coolly examined them himself before beginning his explanation. There was more to explain to a foreigner and one unused to investment than there would be to a man who was an Englishman and familiar with the methods of large companies, he said. He went into technicalities, so to speak, and used rapidly and lightly some imposing words and phrases, to which T. Tembarom listened attentively, but without any special air of illumination. He dealt with statistics and the resulting probabilities. He made apparent the existing condition of England's inability to supply an enormous and unceasing demand for timber. He had required diverse excellent methods of stating his case to the party of the second part. He made me feel as if a fellow had better hold on to a box of matches like grim death, and that the time wasn't out of sight when you'd have to give $57.50 for a toothpick. Tembarom afterwards said to the Duke. What Tembarom was thinking as he listened to him was that he was not getting over the ground with much rapidity, and that it was time something was doing. He had not watched him for weeks without learning diverse of his idiosyncrasies. "If he thought I wanted to know what he thinks, I'd heap rather not know. He'd never tell me," he speculated. "If he gets a bit hot in the collar, he may let it out. The thing is to stir him up. He's lost his nerve a bit, and he'll get mad pretty easy." He went on smoking and listening and asking an unenlightened question now and then, in a manner which was as far from being a deterrent as the largely unilluminated expression of his face was. "Of course, money is wanted," Palliser said at length. "Money is always wanted, and as much when a scheme is a success as when it isn't. Good names with a certain character are wanted. The fact of your inheritance is known everywhere, and the fact that you are an American is a sort of guarantee of shrewdness." "Is it?" said T. Tembarom. "Well," he added slowly, "I guess Americans are pretty good business men." Palliser thought that this was evolving upon perfectly natural lines, as he had anticipated it would. The fellow was flattered and pleased. You could always reach an American by implying that he was one of those who specially illustrate enviable natural characteristics. He went on in smooth, casual laudation. "No American takes hold of a scheme of this sort until he knows jolly well what he's going to get out of it. You were shrewd enough," he added significantly, "about Hutchinson's affair. You got in on the ground floor there. That was New York forethought, by Jove." Tembarom shuffled a little in his chair and grinned a faint, pleased grin. "I'm a man of the world, my boy, The business world, Palliser commented, hoping that he concealed his extreme satisfaction. I know New York, though I haven't lived there. I'm only hoping to. Your air of ingenious ignorance is the cleverest thing about you, which agreeable implication of the fact that he had been privately observant and impressed ought to have fetched the bounder if anything would. T. Tembarom's grin was no longer faint, but spread itself. Palliser's first impression was that he had fetched him, but when he answered, though the very crudeness of his words seemed merely the result of his betrayal into utter tactlessness by soothed vanity, there was something, a shade of something, not entirely satisfactory in his face and nasal twang. Well, I guess, he said, New York did teach a fellow not to buy a gold brick off of every con man that came along. Palliser was guilty of a mere ghost of a start. Was there something in it? Or was he only the gross, blundering fool he had trusted to his being? He stared at him a moment, and saw that there was something under the words and behind his professedly flattered grin, something which must be treated with a high hand. What do you mean? He exclaimed haughtily. I don't like your tone. Do you take me for what you call a con man? Good Lord, no, answered Tembarom, and he looked straight at Palliser and spoke slowly. You are a gentleman, and you're paying me a visit. You could no more try on a game to do me in my own house than I could tell you if I've got on to you if I saw you doing it. You're a gentleman. Palliser glared back into his infuriatingly candid eyes. He was a far cry from being a dullard himself. He was sharp enough to catch on to the revelation that the situation was not what he had thought it. The type was more complex than he had dreamed. The chap had been playing a part, and absolutely been jollying him along, after the New York fashion. He became pale with humiliated rage, though he knew his only defense was to control himself and profess not to see through the trick, until he could use his big lever, he added to himself. Oh, I see, he continued acridly. I suppose you don't realize that your figures of speech are unfortunate. That comes of New York streets, too, Tembarom answered with deliberation. But you can't live as I've lived and be dead easy. Not dead easy. Palliser had left his chair and stood in contemptuous silence. You know how a fellow hates to be thought dead easy. Tembarom actually went to the insolent length of saying the words with a touch of cheerful confidingness. When he's not, and I'm not. Have another drink. There was a pause. Palliser began to see, or thought he began to see, where he stood. He had come to Temple Barholm because he had been driven into a corner and had a dangerous fight before him. In anticipation of it, he had been following a clue for some time, though at the outset had been one of incredible slightness. Only his absolute faith in his theory that every man had something to gain or lose, which he concealed discreetly, had led him to it. He held a card too valuable to be used at the beginning of a game. Its power might have lasted a long time, and provided an influence without limit. He forbore any mental reference to blackmail. The word was absurd. One used what fell into one's hands. If Tembarom had followed his lead with any degree of docility, he would have thought it wiser to save his ammunition until further pressure was necessary. But behind his ridiculous rawness, his foolish jocularity, and his professedly candid good humor, had been hidden the Yankee trickster who was fool enough to think he could play his game through. Well, he could not. During the next few moments' pause, he saw the situation as by a photographic flashlight. He leaned over the table and supplied himself with a fresh brandy and soda from the tray of siphons and decanters. He gave himself time to take the glass up in his hand. No, he answered, you are not dead easy. That's why I'm going to broach another subject to you. Tembarom was refilling his pipe. Go ahead, he said. Who, by the way, is Mr. Strangeways? He was deliberate and entirely unemotional. So was T. Tembarom when, with match applied to his tobacco, he replied between puffs as he lighted it, You can search me. You can search him, too, for all that matter. He doesn't know who he is himself. Bad luck for him, remarked Palliser, and allowed a slight pause again. After it he added, Did it ever strike you it might be good luck for somebody else?" "Somebody else?" Tembarom puffed more slowly because his pipe was lighted. Palliser took some brandy in his soda. "There are men, you know," he suggested, "who can be spared by their relatives. I have some myself, by Jove," he added with a laugh. "You keep him rather dark, don't you?" "He doesn't like to see people." "Does he object to people seeing him? I saw him once myself." "When you threw the gravel at his window?" Palliser stared contemptuously. "What are you talking about? I did not throw stones at his window," he lied. "I'm not a schoolboy." "That's so," Tembarom admitted. "I saw him nevertheless, and I can tell you he gave me rather a start." "Why?" Palliser half laughed again. He did not mean to go too quickly. He would let the thing go on Tembarom's nerves gradually. "Well, I'm hanged if I didn't take him for a man who is dead." "Enough to give any fellow a jolt," Tembarom admitted again. "It gave me a jolt. Good word, that. But it would give you a bigger one, my dear fellow, if he was the man he looked like." "Why?" Tembarom asked laconically. "He looked like Jem Temple Barhome." He saw Tembarom start. There could be no denying it. "You thought that? Honest?" he said sharply, as if for a moment he had lost his head. "You thought that? Don't be nervous. Perhaps I couldn't have sworn to it. I did not see him very close." T. Tembarom puffed rapidly at his pipe, and only ejaculated, "Oh, of course he's dead. If he wasn't," with a shrug of his shoulders, "Lady Joan Fair would be Lady Joan Temple Barhome, and the pair would be bringing up an interesting family here." He looked about the room, and then, as if suddenly recalling a fact, added, "By George, you'd be selling newspapers, or making them. Which was it? In New York?" It was by no means unpleasing to see that he had made his hit there. T. Tembarom swung about and walked across the room with a suddenly perturbed expression. "Say," he put it to him, coming back, "are you in earnest, or are you just saying it to give me a jolt?" Palliser studied him. The American sharpness was not always so keen as it sometimes seemed. His face would have betrayed his uneasiness to the dullest onlooker. "Have you any objections to my seeing him in his own room?" Palliser inquired. "It does him harm to see people," Tembarom said with nervous briskness. "It worries him." Palliser smiled a quiet but far from agreeable smile. He enjoyed what he put into it. "Quite so. Best to keep him quiet," he returned. "Do you know what my advice would be? Put him in a comfortable sanatorium. A lot of stupid investigations would end in nothing, of course, but they'd be a frightful bore." He thought it extraordinarily stupid in T. Tembarom to come nearer to him with an anxious eagerness entirely unconcealed, if he really knew what he was doing. "Are you sure that if you saw him close you'd know so that you could swear to him?" he demanded. "You're extremely nervous, aren't you?" Palliser watched him with smiling coolness. "Of course, Jem Temple Barhome is dead, but I've no doubt that if I saw this man of yours I could swear he had remained dead, if I were asked." "If you knew him well, you could make me sure. You could swear one way or another. I want to be sure," said Tembarom. "So should I in your place. Couldn't be too secure. Well, since you ask me, I could swear. I knew him well enough. He was one of my most intimate enemies. What do you say to letting me see him?" "I would if I could," Tembarom replied, as if thinking it over. "I would if I could." Palliser treated him to the far from pleasing smile again. "But it's quite impossible at present," he suggested. "Excitement is not good for him and all that sort of thing. You want time to think it over." Tembarom's slowly uttered answer, spoken as if he were still considering the matter, was far from being the one he had expected. "I want time. But that's not the reason you can't see him right now. You can't see him because he's not here. He's gone." Then it was Palliser who started, taken totally unaware in a manner which disgusted him altogether. He had to pull himself up. "He's gone," he repeated. "You are quicker than I thought. You've got him safely away, haven't you? Well, I told you a comfortable sanatorium would be a good idea." "Yes, you did," T. Tembarom hesitated, seeming to be thinking it over again. That's so. He laid his pipe aside because it had gone out. He suddenly sat down at the table, putting his elbows on it and his face in his hands, with a harried effect of wanting to think it over in a sort of withdrawal from his immediate surroundings. This was as it should be. His Yankee readiness had deserted him altogether. "By Jove, you are nervous," Palliser commented. "It's not surprising, though. I can sympathize with you." With a markedly casual air, he himself sat down and drew his documents toward him. "Let us talk of something else," he said. He preferred to be casual and incidental, if he were allowed. It was always better to suggest things and let them sink in until people saw the advantage of considering them and you. To manage a business matter without open argument or too frank a display of weapons was at once more comfortable and in better taste. "You're making a great mistake in not going into this," he suggested amiably. "You could go in now as you went into Hutchinson's affair, on the ground floor. That's a good enough phrase, too. £20,000 would make you a million. You Americans understand nothing less than millions." But T. Tembarom did not take him up. He muttered in a worried way from behind his shading hands. "We'll talk about that later." "Why not talk about it now, before anything can interfere?" Palliser persisted politely, almost gently. Tembarom sprang up, restless and excited. He had plainly been planning fast in his temporary seclusion. "I'm thinking of what you said about Lady Joan," he burst forth. "Say she's gone through all this Jem Temple Barholm thing once. It about half killed her. If anyone raised false hopes for her, she'd go through it all again. Once is enough for any woman." His effect of professing heat and strong feeling made a spark of amusement show itself in Palliser's eye. It struck him as being particularly American in its affectation of sentiment and chivalry. "I see," he said. "It's Lady Joan you're disturbed about. You want to spare her another shock, I see. You're a considerate fellow, as well as a man of business." "I don't want her to begin to hope if—" "Very good taste on your part." Palliser's polite approval was admirable, but he tapped slightly on the paper after expressing it. "I don't want to seem to press you about this, but don't you feel inclined to consider it? I can assure you that an investment of this sort would be a good thing to depend on if the unexpected happened. If you gave me your check now, it would be Cedric stock tomorrow, and quite safe. Suppose you—" I don't believe you were right." "About what you thought?" The sharp-featured face was changing from pale to red. "You'd have to be able to swear to it anyhow, and I don't believe you can." He looked at Palliser in eager and anxious uncertainty. "If you could," he dragged out, "I shouldn't have a checkbook. Where would you be then?" "I should be in comfortable circumstances, dear chap, and so would you if you gave me the money tonight, while you possess a checkbook. It would be only a sort of temporary loan in any case, whatever turned up. The investment would quadruple itself, but there is no time to be lost. Understand that." T. Tembarom broke out into a sort of boyish resentment. "I don't believe he did look like him, anyhow," he cried. "I believe it's all a bluff." His crude-sounding young swagger had a touch of final desperation in it as he turned on Palliser. "I'm dead sure it's a bluff. What a fool I was not to think of that. You want to bluff me into going into this Cedric thing. You could no more swear that he was like him than I could." The outright, presumptuous, bold stripping bare of his phrases infuriated Palliser too suddenly and too much. He stepped up to them and looked into his eyes. "Bluff! You young bounder!" he flung out at him. "You're losing your head. You're not in New York streets here. You're talking to a gentleman." "No," he said furiously. "I couldn't swear that he was like him. But what I can swear in any court of justice is that the man I saw at the window was Jem Temple Barholm, and no other man on earth." When he had said it, he saw the astonishing dolt change his expression utterly again, as if in a flash. He stood up, putting his hand in his pockets. His face changed. His voice changed. "Fine," he said. "First rate. That's what I wanted to get on to." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. After this climax, the interview was not so long as it was interesting. Two men as far apart as the poles, as remote from each other in mind and body, in training and education or lack of it, in desires and intentions, in points of view and trend of being, as nature and circumstances could make them, talked in a language foreign to each other of a wildly strange thing. Palliser's arguments and points of aspect were less unknown to Tembarom than his own were to Palliser. He had seen something very like them before, though they had developed in different surroundings and had been differently expressed. The colloquialism, "You're not doing that for your health," can be made to cover much ground in the way of the stripping bare of motives for action. This was what, in excellent and well-chosen English, Captain Palliser frankly said to his host. Of nothing which Tembarom said to him in his own statement did he believe one word or syllable. The statement in question was not long or detailed. It was, of course, Palliser saw, a ridiculously impudent flinging together of a farrago of nonsense, transparent in its effort beyond belief. Before he had listened 5 minutes with a distinctly nasty smile, he burst out laughing. "That is a good spiel, my dear chap," he said. "It's as good a spiel as your typewriter friend used to rattle off when he thought he saw a customer. But I'm not a customer." Tembarom looked at him interestedly for about 10 seconds. His hands were thrust into his trousers pockets, as was his almost invariable custom. Absorption and speculation, even emotion and excitement, were usually expressed in this unconventional manner. "You don't believe a darned word of it," was his sole observation. "Not a darned word," Palliser smiled. "You're trying a bluff, which doesn't do credit to your usual sharpness. It's a bluff that is actually silly. It makes you look like an ass." "Well, it's true," said Tembarom. "It's true." Palliser laughed again. "I only said it made you look like an ass," he remarked. "I don't profess to understand you altogether, because you are a new species. Your combination of ignorance and sharpness isn't easy to calculate on. But there is one thing I have found out, and that is, that when you want to play a particular sharp trick, you are willing to let people take you for a fool. I'll own you've deceived me once or twice, even when I suspected you. I've heard that's one of the most successful methods used in the American business world. That's why I only say you look like an ass. You are an ass in some respects, but you are letting yourself look like one now for some shrewd end. You either think you'll slip out of danger by it when I make this discovery public, or you think you'll somehow trick me into keeping my mouth shut." "I needn't trick you into keeping your mouth shut," Tembarom suggested. "There's a straight way to do it, ain't there?" And he indelicately waved his hand toward the documents pertaining to the Cedric Company. It was stupid as well as gross, in his hearer's opinion. If he had known what was good for him, he would have been clever enough to ignore the practical presentation of his case made half an hour or so earlier. "No, there is not," Palliser replied with serene mendacity. "No suggestion of that sort has been made. My business proposition was given out on an entirely different basis. You, of course, chose to put your personal construction upon it." "Gee whiz!" ejaculated Tembarom. "I was way off, wasn't I? I told you that professing to be an ass wouldn't be good enough in this case." "Don't go on with it," said Palliser sharply. "You're throwing bouquets. Let a fellow be natural," said Tembarom. "That is bluff, too," Palliser replied more sharply still. "I am not taken in by it, bold as it is. Ever since you came here, you have been playing this game. It was your fool's grin and guffaw and pretense of good nature that first made me suspect you of having something up your sleeve. You were too unembarrassed and candid." "So you began to look out," Tembarom said, considering him curiously. "Just because of that?" Then he suddenly laughed outright, the fool's guffaw. It somehow gave Palliser a sort of puzzled shock. It was so hearty that it remotely suggested that he appeared more secure than seemed possible. He tried to reply to him with a languid contempt of manner. "You think you have some tremendously sharp deal in your hand," he said. But you had better remember you are in England, where facts are like sledgehammers. You can't dodge from under them as you can in America. I dare say you won't answer me, but I should like to ask you what you propose to do." "I don't know what I'm going to do any more than you do," was the unilluminating answer. "I don't mind telling you that." "And what do you think he will do?" "I've got to wait till I find out. I'm doing it. That's what I told you. What are you going to do?" he added casually. "I'm going to Lincoln's Inn Fields to have an interview with Palford and Grimby." "That's a good enough move," contended Tembarom. "If you think you can prove what you say, you've got to prove things, you know. I couldn't, so I lay low and waited, just like I told you." Of course, Palliser himself almost grinned in his derision. "You have only been waiting." "When you've got to prove a thing and haven't much to go on, you've got to wait," said T. Tembarom. "To wait and keep your mouth shut, whatever happens. And to let yourself be taken for a fool or a horse thief isn't as gilt-edged a job as it seems. But proof's what it's best to have before you ring up the curtain. You'd have to have it yourself. So would Palford and Grimby before it'd be stone-cold safe to rush things and accuse a man of a penitentiary offense." He took his unconventional half-seat on the edge of the table, with one foot on the floor and the other one lightly swinging. "Palford and Grimby are clever old ducks, and they know that much. Thing they know best would be that to set a raft of lies going about a man who's got money enough to defend himself, and to make him pay big damages for it afterward, would be pretty bum business. I guess they know all about what proof stands for. They may have to wait. So may you. Same as I have." Palliser realized that he was in the position of a man striking at an adversary whose construction was of India rubber. He struck home, but left no bruise and drew no blood, which was an irritating thing. He lost his temper. "Proof!" he jerked out. "There'll be proof enough when this is made public. You will not control the money you threaten to use." "When you get proof, you just let me hear about it," T. Tembarom said. "And all the money I'm threatening on shall go where it belongs. And I'll go back to New York and sell papers if I have to. It won't come as hard as you think." The flippant insolence with which he brazened out his pretense that he had not lied, that his ridiculous romance was actual and simple truth, suggested dangerous readiness of device and secret knowledge of power which could be adroitly used. "You are merely marking time," said Palliser, rising with cold determination to be juggled with no longer. "You have hidden him away where you think you can do as you please with a man who is an invalid. That is your dodge. You've got him hidden somewhere, and his friends had better get at him before it's too late." "I'm not answering questions this evening, and I'm not giving addresses, though there are no witnesses to take them down. If he's hidden away, he's where he won't be disturbed," was T. Tembarom's rejoinder. "You may lay your bottom dollar on that." Palliser walked toward the door without speaking. He had almost reached it when he whirled about involuntarily, arrested by a shout of laughter. "Say," announced Tembarom, "you mayn't know it, but this layout would make a great first-rate turn in a vaudeville. You think I'm lying. I look like I'm lying. I guess every word I say sounds like I'm lying. To a fellow like you, I guess it couldn't help but sound that way. And I'm not lying. That's where the joke comes in. I'm not lying. I've not told you all I know because it's none of your business and wouldn't help. But what I have told you is the stone-cold truth." He was keeping it up to the very end with a desperate determination not to let go his hold of his pose until he had made his private shrewd deal, whatsoever it was. At least, so it struck Palliser, who merely said, "I am leaving the house by the first train tomorrow morning." He fixed a cold gray eye on the fool's grin. 6:45, said T. Tembarom. "I'll order the carriage. I might go up myself." The door closed. Tembarom was looking cheerful enough when he went into his bedroom. He had become used to its size and had learned to feel it was a good sort of place. It had the hall bedroom at Mrs. Bows's boarding house beaten to a frazzle. There was about everything in it that any man could hatch up an idea he'd like to have. He had slept luxuriously on the splendid carved bed through long nights. He had lain awake and thought out things on it. He had lain and watched the firelight flickering on the ceiling, as he thought about Anne and made plans, and fixed up the Harlem flat which could be run on 15 per. He had picked out the pieces of furniture from the Sunday Earth advertisement sheet and had set them in their places. He always saw the $6 mahogany-stained table set for supper, with Anne at one end and himself at the other. He had grown actually fond of the old room because of the silence and comfort of it, which tended to give reality to his dreams. Pearson, who had ceased to look anxious, and who had acquired fresh accomplishments in the form of an entirely new set of duties, was waiting, and handed him a telegram. "This just arrived, sir," he explained. "James brought it here because he thought you had come up, and I didn't send it down because I heard you on the stairs." "That's right. Thank you, Pearson," his master said. He tore the yellow envelope and read the message. In a moment Pearson knew it was not an ordinary message, and therefore remained more than ordinarily impassive of expression. He did not even ask of himself what it might convey. Mr. Temple Barholm stood still a few seconds, with the look of a man who must think, and think rapidly. "What is the next train to London, Pearson?" he asked. "There's one at 12:36, sir," he answered. "It's the last till 6 in the morning. You have to change at Crowley." "You're always ready, Pearson," returned Mr. Temple Barholm. "I want to get that train." Pearson was always ready. Before the last word was quite spoken, he had turned and opened the bedroom door. "I'll order the dog-cart, that's quickest, sir," he said. He was out of the room and in again almost immediately. Then he was at the wardrobe and taking out what Mr. Temple Barholm called his grip, but what Pearson knew as a Gladstone bag. It was always kept ready packed for unexpected emergencies of travel. Mr. Temple Barholm sat at the table and drew pen and paper toward him. He looked excited. He looked more troubled than Pearson had seen him look before. "The wire's from Sir Ormsby Galloway, Pearson," he said. "It's about Mr. Strangeways. He's done what I used to always be watching out against. He's disappeared." "Disappeared, sir?" cried Pearson, and almost dropped the Gladstone bag. "I beg pardon, sir. I know there's no time to lose." He steadied the bag and went on with his task without even turning round. His master was in some difficulty. He began to write, and after dashing off a few words, stopped and tore them up. "No," he muttered. "That won't do. There's no time to explain." Then he began again, but tore up his next lines also. "That says too much and not enough. It'd frighten the life out of her." He wrote again, and ended by folding the sheet and putting it into an envelope. "This is a message for Miss Alicia," he said to Pearson. "Give it to her in the morning. I don't want her to worry because I had to go in a hurry. Tell her everything's going to be all right, but you needn't mention that anything's happened to Mr. Strangeways." "Yes, sir," answered Pearson. Mr. Temple Barholm was already moving about the room, doing odd things for himself rapidly, and he went on speaking. "I want you and Rose to know," he said, "that whatever happens, you both are fixed all right, both of you. I've seen to that." "Thank you, sir," Pearson faltered, made uneasy by something new in his tone. "You said whatever happened, sir?" "Whatever old thing happens," his master took him up. "Not to you, sir. Oh, I hope, sir, that nothing—" Mr. Temple Barholm put a cheerful hand on his shoulder. "Nothing's going to happen that'll hurt anyone. Things may change, that's all. You and Rose are all right. Miss Alicia's all right. I'm all right. Come along. Got to catch that train." In this manner he took his departure. Miss Alicia had from necessity acquired the habit of early rising at Rowcroft Vicarage, and as the next morning was bright, she was clipping roses on a terrace before breakfast when Pearson brought her the note. "Mr. Temple Barholm received a telegram from London last night, ma'am," he explained, "and he was obliged to take the midnight train. He hadn't time to do any more than leave a few lines for you, but he asked me to tell you that nothing disturbing had occurred. He specially mentioned that everything was all right." "But how very sudden!" exclaimed Miss Alicia, opening her note and beginning to read it. Plainly it had been written hurriedly indeed. It read as though he had been in such haste that he hadn't had time to be clear. "Dear Miss Alicia, I've got to light out of here as quick as I can make it. I can't even stop to tell you why. There's just one thing. Don't get rattled, Miss Alicia. Whatever anyone says or does, just don't let yourself get rattled. Yours affectionately, T. Tembarom." "Pearson," Miss Alicia exclaimed, again looking up, "are you sure everything's all right?" "That is what he said, ma'am. All right, ma'am." "Thank you," Pearson. I'm glad to hear it." She walked to and fro in the sunshine, reading the note and rereading it. "Of course, if he said it was all right, it was all right," she murmured. "It is only the phrasing that makes me slightly nervous. Why should he ask me not to get rattled?" The term was by this time as familiar to her as any in Dr. Johnson's dictionary. "Of course, he knows I do get rattled much too easily. But why should I be in danger of getting rattled now if nothing has happened?" She gave a very small start as she remembered something. "Could it be the Captain Palliser? But how could he, though I do not like Captain Palliser?" Captain Palliser, her distaste for whom at the moment quite agitated her, was this morning an early riser also, and as she turned in her walk she found him coming toward her. "I find I am obliged to take an early train to London this morning," he said after their exchange of greetings. "It is quite unexpected. I spoke to Mr. Temple Barholm about it last night." Perhaps the unexpectedness, perhaps a certain suggestion of coincidence, caused Miss Alicia's side ringlets to appear momentarily tremulous. "Then perhaps we had better go in to breakfast at once," she said. "Is Mr. Temple Barholm down?" he inquired as they seated themselves at the breakfast table. "He is not here," she answered. "He, too, was called away unexpectedly. He went to London by the midnight train." She had never been so aware of her unchristian lack of liking for Captain Palliser as she was when he paused a moment before he made any comment. His pause was as marked as a start, and the smile he indulged in was, she felt, most singularly disagreeable. It was a smile of the order which conceals an unpleasant explanation of itself. "Oh," he remarked, "he has gone first, has he?" "Yes," she answered, pouring out his coffee for him. "He evidently had business of importance." They were quite alone, and she was not one of the women one need disturb oneself about. She had been browbeaten into hypersensitive timidity early in life, and did not know how to resent cleverly managed polite bullying. She would always feel herself at fault if she was tempted to criticize anyone. She was innocent and nervous enough to betray herself to any extent, because she would feel it rude to refuse to answer questions, howsoever far they exceeded the limits of polite curiosity. He had learned a good deal from her in the past. Why not try what could be startled out of her now? Thus Captain Palliser said, "I dare say you feel a little anxious at such an extraordinarily sudden departure," he suggested amiably. "Bolting off in the middle of the night was sudden, if he did not explain himself." "He had no time to explain," she answered. "That makes it appear all the more sudden. But no doubt he left you a message. I saw you were reading a note when I joined you on the terrace." Lightly casual as he chose to make the words sound, they were an audacity he would have known better than to allow himself with anyone but a timid early Victorian spinster whose politeness was hypersensitive in its quality. "He particularly desired that I should not be anxious," she said. "He is always considerate." "He would, of course, have explained everything if he had not been so hurried." "Of course, if it had been necessary," answered Miss Alicia, nervously sipping her tea. "Naturally," said Captain Palliser. "His note no doubt mentioned that he went away on business connected with his friend Mr. Strangeways." There was no question of the fact that she was startled. "He had not time enough," she said. "He could only write a few lines." "Mr. Strangeways?" "We had a long talk about him last night. He told me a remarkable story," Captain Palliser went on. "I suppose you are quite familiar with all the details of it?" "I know how he found him in New York, and I know how generous he has been to him." "Have you been told nothing more?" "There was nothing more to tell. If there was anything, I'm sure he had some good reason for not telling me," said Miss Alicia loyally. "His reasons are always good." Palliser's air of losing a shade or so of discretion as a result of astonishment was really well done. "Do you mean to say that he has not even hinted that ever since he arrived at Temple Barholm he has strongly suspected Strangeways' identity? That he has even known who he is?" he exclaimed. Miss Alicia's small hands clung to the tablecloth. "He has not known at all. He has been most anxious to discover. He has used every endeavor," she brought out with some difficulty. "You say he has been trying to find out?" Palliser interposed. "He has been more than anxious," she protested. "He has been to London again and again. He has gone to great expense. He has even seen people from Scotland Yard. I have sometimes almost thought he was assuming more responsibility than was just to himself, in the case of a relative or an old friend. But for an entire stranger! Oh, really, I ought not to seem to criticize. I do not presume to criticize his wonderful generosity and determination and goodness. No one could presume to question him."
"If he knows that you feel like this,"
Palliser began. "He knows all that I feel." Miss Alicia took him up with a pretty, rising spirit. "He knows that I am full of unspeakable gratitude to him for his beautiful kindness to me. He knows that I admire and respect and love him in a way I could never express, and that I would do anything in the world he could wish me to do."
"Naturally," said Captain Palliser. "I was only about to express my surprise that, since he is aware of all this, he has not told you who he has proved Strangeways to be. It's a little odd, you know."
"I think," Miss Alicia was even gently firm in her reply, "that you are a little mistaken in believing Mr. Temple Barholm has proved Mr. Strangeways to be anybody. When he has proof, he will no doubt think it proper to tell me about it. Until then, I should prefer—" Palliser laughed as he finished her sentence.
"Not to know. I was not going to betray him, Miss Alicia. He evidently has one of his excellent reasons for keeping things to himself. I may mention, however, that it is not so much he who has proof as I myself."
"You!" How could she help quite starting in her seat when his grey eyes fixed themselves on her with such a touch of finely amused malice?
"I offered him the proof last night, and it rather upset him," he said. "He thought no one knew but himself, and he was not inclined to tell the world. He was upset because I had seen the man and could swear to his identity. That was why he went away so hurriedly. He no doubt went to see Strangeways and talk it over."
"See Mr. Strangeways? But, Mr. Strangeways—" Miss Alicia rose and rang the bell. "Tell Pearson I wish to see him at once," she said to the footman. Palliser took in her mood without comment. He had no objection to bring present when she made inquiries of Pearson.
"I hear the wheels of the dog-cart," he remarked. "You see, I must catch my train."
Pearson stood at the door. "Is not Mr. Strangeways in his room, Pearson?" Miss Alicia asked. "Mr. Temple Barholm took him to London when he last went, ma'am," answered Pearson. "You remember he went at night. The doctor thought it best."
"Did he not tell you that either?" said Palliser casually.
"The dog-cart is at the door, sir," announced Pearson. Miss Alicia's hand was unsteady when the departing guest took it.
"Don't be disturbed," he said considerately, "but a most singular thing has happened. When I ask so many questions about Temple Barholm's man with the iron mask, I ask them for curious reasons. That must be my apology. You will hear all about it later, probably from Palford and Grimby."
When he had left the room, Miss Alicia stood upon the hearth-rug as the dog-cart drove away, and she was pale. Her simple and easily disturbed brain was in a whirl. She could scarcely remember what she had heard, and could not in the least comprehend what it had seemed intended to imply, except that there had been concealed in the suggestion some disparagement of her best beloved. Singular as it was that Pearson should return without being summoned, when she turned and found that he mysteriously stood inside the threshold again, as if she had called him, she felt a great sense of relief. "Pearson," she faltered, "I'm rather upset by certain things which Captain Palliser has said. I'm afraid I do not understand." She looked at him helplessly, not knowing what more to say. She wished extremely that she could think of something definite. The masterly finish of Pearson's reply lay in its neatly restrained hint of unobtrusively perceptive sympathy. "Yes, miss, I was afraid so, which is why I took the liberty of stepping into the room again. I myself do not understand, but of course I do not expect to. If I may be so bold as to say it, miss, whatever we don't understand, we both understand Mr. Temple Barholm. My instructions were to remind you, miss, that everything would be all right. Miss Alicia took up her letter from the table where she had laid it down. Thank you, Pearson, she said, her forehead beginning to clear itself a little. Of course. I ought not to— he told me not to get rattled, she added with plaintive ingenuousness. And I ought not to, above all things. Yes, miss, it is most important that you should not. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The story of the adventures, experiences, and journeyings of Mr. Joseph Hutchinson, his daughter, and the invention, if related in detail, would prove reading of interest, but as this is merely a study of the manner in which the untrained characteristics and varied limitations of one man adjusted or failed to adjust themselves to incongruous surroundings and totally unprepared for circumstances, such details, whatsoever their potential picturesqueness, can be touched upon but lightly. No new idea of value to the world of practical requirements is presented to the public at large without the waking of many sleeping dogs, and the stirring of many snapping fish floating with open ears and eyes in many pools. An uneducated, blustering, obstinate man of one idea, having resentfully borne discouragement and wounded egotism for years, and suddenly confronting immense promise of success, is not unlikely to be prey easily harpooned. Joseph Hutchinson's rebound from despair to high and well-founded hope made of him exactly what such a man is always made by such rebound. The testimony to his genius and judgment which his acknowledgment of the value of his work implied was naturally, in his opinion, only a proper tribute which the public had been bull-headed fool not to lay at his feet years before. So much time lost, and so much money for it, as well as for him, and served 'em all damned well right, he said. If Temple Barham hadn't come into his money, and hadn't had more sense than the rest of them, where would they all have been? Perhaps they'd never have had the benefit of the thing he'd been telling them about for years. He prided himself immensely on the possession of a business shrewdness, which was an absolute defense against any desire on the part of the iniquitous to overreach him. He believed it to be a particularly Lancashire characteristic, and kept it in view constantly. "Lancashire's not easy to do," he would say hilariously. "Them that can do a Lancashire chap has got to look out that they get up early in the morning and don't go to bed till late." Smooth-mannered and astute men of business who knew how to make a man talk were given diffuse and loud-voiced explanations of his methods and long-acknowledged merits and characteristics. His life, his morals, and his training, or rather the lack of it, were laid before them as examples of what a man might work himself up to if he had it in him. Education didn't do it. He had never been to naught but a village school, where he'd picked up precious little but the 3 R's. It had to be born in a man. Look at him. His invention promised to bring him a fortune like a duke's, if he managed it right and kept his eyes open for sharpers. This company and that company were after him, but Lancashire didn't snap up things without going into them, and under them, and through them, for the matter of that. The well-mannered gentlemen of business stimulated him greatly by their appreciative attention. He sometimes lost his head a trifle and almost bullied them, but they did not seem to mind it. Their apparently old-time knowledge of and respect for Lancashire business sagacity seemed invariably a marked thing. Men of genius and powerful character, combined with practical shrewdness of outlook, they intimated, were of enormous value to the business world. They were to be counted upon as important factors. They could see and deal with both sides of a proposal as those of weaker mind could not. "That they can," Hutchinson would admit, rolling about in his chair and thrusting his hands in his pockets. "They've got some bottom to stand on." And he would feel amenable to reason. Little Anne found her duties and responsibilities increasing daily. Many persons seemed to think it necessary to come and talk business, and father had so much to think of and reason out, so that he could be sure they didn't make any mistakes. In a quiet, remote, and darkened corner of her mind, in which were stored all such things as it was well to say little or nothing about, there was discreetly kept for reference the secretly acquired knowledge that father did not know so much about business ways and business people as he thought he did. Mother had learned this somewhat important fact, and had secluded it in her own private mental storeroom with much affectionate delicacy. "Father's a great man and a good man, Anne, love," she had confided to her, choosing an occasion when her husband was 100 miles away. "And he is right down Lancashire in his clever way of seeing through people that think themselves sharp. But when a man is a genius and noble-minded, he sometimes can't see the right people's faults and wickedness. He thinks they mean as honest as he does, and there's times when he may get taken in if someone, perhaps not half as clever as he is, doesn't look after him. When the invention's taken up and everybody's running after him to try to cheat him out of his rights, if I'm not there, Anne, you must try to keep with him and watch every minute. I've seen these sharp, tricky ones right down flinch and quail when there was a nice, quiet-behaved woman in the room, and she just fixed her eye steadily and clear like on them and showed she'd took in every word and was like to remember. You know what I mean, Anne? You've got that look in your own eye." She had. The various persons who interviewed Mr. Hutchinson became familiar with the fact that he had an unusual intimacy with and affection for his daughter. She was present on all occasions. If she had not been such a quiet and entirely unobtrusive little thing, she might have been an obstacle to freedom of expression. But she seemed a childish, unsophisticated creature who always had a book with her when she waited in an office, and a trifle of sewing to occupy herself with when she was at home. At first she so obliterated herself that she was scarcely noticed, but in course of time it became observed by some that she was curiously pretty. The face usually bent over her book or work was tinted like a flower, and she had quite magnificent red hair. A stout old financier first remarked her eyes. He found one day that she had quietly laid her book on her lap, and that they were resting upon him like unflinching crystals as he talked to her father. Their serenity made him feel annoyed and uncomfortable. It was a sort of recording serenity. He felt as though she would so clearly remember every word he had said that she would be able to write it down when she went home, and he did not care to have it written down. So he began to wander somewhat in his argument, and did not reach his conclusions. "I was glad, father, to see how you managed that gentleman this afternoon," little Anne said that night when Hutchinson had settled himself with his pipe after an excellent dinner. "Eh?" he exclaimed. "Eh?" "The one," she exclaimed, "that thought he was so sure he was going to persuade you to sign that paper. I do wonder he could think you'd listen to such a poor offer and tie up so much. Why, even I could see he was trying to take advantage, and I know nothing in the world about business." The financier in question had been a brilliant and laudatory conversationalist, and had so soothed and exhilarated Mr. Hutchinson that such perils had beset him as his most lurid imaginings could ever have conceived in his darkest moments of believing that the entire universe had ceased all other occupation to engage in that of defrauding him of his rights and dues. He had been so uplifted by the admiration of his genius so properly exhibited, and the fluency with which his future fortunes had been described, that he had been huffed when the arrangements seemed to dwindle away. Little Anne startled him, but it was not he who would show signs of dismay at the totally unexpected expression of adverse opinion. He had got into the habit of always listening, though inadvertently, as it were, to Anne as she had inadvertently listened to her mother. "Rosenthal," he said, "are you talking about him?" "Yes, I am," little Anne answered, smiling approvingly over her bit of sewing. "Father, I wish you'd try and teach me some of the things you know about business. I've learned a little by just listening to you talk, but I should so like to feel as if I could follow you when you argue. I do so enjoy hearing you argue. It's just an education." "Women are not up to much at business," reflected Hutchinson. "If you'd been a boy, I'd have trained you the same as I trained myself. You're a sharp little thing, Anne, but you're a woman. Not but what a woman's the best thing on earth," he added almost severely in his conviction. "The best thing on earth in her place. I don't know what I'd ever done without you, Anne, in the bad times." He loved her, blundering old egoist, just as he had loved her mother. Anne always knew it, and her own love for him warmed all the world about them both. She got up and went to him to kiss him and pat him and stuff a cushion behind his stout back. "And now the good times have come," she said, bestowing on him 2 or 3 special little pats, which were caresses of her own invention. "And people see what you are and always have been, as they ought to have seen long ago. I don't want to feel as if I couldn't keep up with you and understand your plans. Perhaps I've got a little bit of your cleverness, and you might teach me to use it in small ways. I've got a good memory, you know, father love, and I might recollect things people say and make bits of notes of them to save you trouble. And I can calculate. I once got a copy of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress for a prize at the village school just for sums." The bald but unacknowledged fact that Mr. Hutchinson had never exhibited gifts likely to enable him to receive a prize for sums caused this suggestion to be one of some practical value. When businessmen talked to him of percents and tenth shares or net receipts, and expected him to comprehend the proportions upon the spot without recourse to pencil and paper, he felt himself grow hot and nervous and red, and was secretly terrified lest the party of the second part should detect that he was tossed upon seas of horrible uncertainty. T. Tembarom in the same situation would have probably said, "This is a place where T. Tembarom sits down a while to take a breath and count things up on his fingers. I'm not a sharp on arithmetic, and I need time, lots of it." Mr. Hutchinson's way was to bluster irritatedly. I see that, of course, plain enough, I see that," and feel himself breaking into a cold perspiration. "This English climate is a dampen," he would add when it became necessary to mop his red forehead somewhat with his big clean handkerchief. Therefore he found it easy to receive little Anne's proposition with favor. "There's summat in that," he acknowledged graciously, dropping into Lancashire. "That's one of the little things a woman can do if she's sharp at figures. Your mother taught me that much. She always said that women ought to look after the bits of things as was too small for a man to bother with." "Men have the big things to look after. That's enough for anybody," said little Anne. "And they ought to leave something for women to do. If you'll just let me keep notes for you and remember things and answer your letters and just make calculations you're too busy to attend to, I should feel right down happy, father." He said relievedly, "Thou'rt like thy mother." "That would make me happy if there was nothing else to do it," said Anne, smoothing his shoulder. "You're her girl," he said, warmed and supported. "Yes, I'm her girl, and I'm yours. Now, isn't there some little thing I could begin with? Would you mind telling me if I was right in what I thought you thought about Mr. Rosenthal's offer?" "What did you think I thought about it?" He was able to put affectionate consideration into the question. She went to her work-basket and took out a sheet of paper. She came back and sat cozily on the arm of his chair. "I had to put it all down when I came home," she said. "I wanted to make sure I hadn't forgotten. I do hope I didn't make mistakes." She gave it to him to look at, and as he settled himself down to its careful examination, she kept her blue eyes upon him. She herself did not know that it was a wonderful little document in its neatly jotted down notes of the exact detail most important to his interests. There were figures, there were calculations of profits, there were records of the gist of his replies. There were things that Hutchinson himself could not possibly have fished out of the jumbled rag-bag of his uncertain recollections. "Did I say that?" he exclaimed once. "Yes, father, love, and I could see it upset him. I was watching his face because it wasn't a face I looked to." Joseph Hutchinson began to chuckle, the chuckle of a relieved and gratified stout man. "I kept thy eyes open, little Anne," he said. "The way thou's put it down is a credit to thee, and I'll lay a sovereign that I made no mistakes in what I thought I was thinking." He was a little anxious to hear what it had been. The memorandum had brought him up with a slight shock, because it showed him that he had not remembered certain points, and had passed over others which were of dangerous importance. Anne slipped her warm arm about his neck, as she nearly always did when she sat on the arm of his chair and talked things over with him. She had never thought, in fact she was not even aware, that her soft little instincts made her treat him as the big, good, conceited, blundering old nature had created him. "What I was seeing all the time was the way that you were taking in his trick of putting whole lots of things in that didn't really matter, and leaving out things that did," she explained. He kept talking about what the invention would make in England, and how it would make it, and adding up figures and percents and royalties until my head was buzzing inside. And when he thought he'd got your mind fixed on England so that you'd almost forgot there was any other country to think of, he read out the agreement that said all rights, and he was silly enough to think that he could get you to sign it without reading it over and over yourself, and show it to a clever lawyer that would know that as many tricks can be played by things being left out of a paper as by things being put in. Small beads of moisture broke out on the bald part of Joseph Hutchinson's head. He had been first so flattered and exhilarated by the quoting of large figures, then so frustrated and embarrassed by his inability to calculate and follow argument, and again so soothed and elated and thrilled by his own importance in the scheme and the honors which his position in certain companies would heap upon him, that an abyss had yawned before him of which he had been wholly unaware. He was not unaware of it now. He was a vainglorious, ignorant man, whose life had been spent in common work done under the supervision of those who knew what he did not know. He had fed himself upon the comforting belief that he had learned all the tricks of any trade. He had been openly boastful of his astuteness and experience, and yet, as Anne's soft little voice went on, and she praised his cleverness in seeing one point after another, he began to quake within himself before the dawning realization that he had seen none of them, that he had been carried along exactly as Rosenthal had intended that he should be, and that if luck had not intervened, he had been to the brink of signing his name to an agreement that would have implied a score of concessions he would have bellowed like a bull at the thought of making if he had known what he was doing. "Aye, lass," he gulped out when he could speak. "Aye, lass, thou were right enough. I'm glad thou were there, and heard it, and saw what I was thinking. I didn't say much. I let the chap have rope enough to hang himself with. When he comes back, I'll give him a bit of my mind as'll startle him. It was downright clever of thee to see just what I had in my head about all that there gab about the things as didn't matter, and the leaving out of them as did, thinking I wouldn't notice. Many's the time I've said, it's not so much what's put into a contract as what's left out. I'll warrant thou'st heard me say it thysen." "I dare say I have," answered Anne, "and I dare say that is why it came into my mind." "That was it," he answered. "Thy mother was always telling me of things I'd said that I'd clean forgot myself." He was beginning to recover his balance and self-respect. It would have been so like a Lancashire chap to have seen and dealt shrewdly with a business schemer who had tried to outwit him that he was gradually convinced that he had thought all that had been suggested, and had comported himself with triumphant, though silent, astuteness. He even began to rub his hands. "I'll show him," he said. "I'll send him off with a flea in his ear." "If you'll help me, I'll study out the things I've written down on this paper," Anne said, "and then I'll write down for you just the things you make up your mind to say. It will be such a good lesson for me if you don't mind, Father. It won't be much to write it out the way you'll say it. You know how you always feel that in business the fewer words the better, and that, however such a person deserves it, calling names and showing you're angry is only wasting time. One of the cleverest things you ever thought was that a thief doesn't mind being called one if he's got what he's wanted out of you. He'll only laugh to see you in a rage when you can't help yourself. And if he hasn't got what he wanted, it's only waste of strength to work yourself up. It's you being what you are that makes you know that temper isn't business." "Well," said Hutchinson, drawing a long and deep breath, "I was almost hot enough to have forgot that, and I'm glad you've reminded me. We'll go over that paper now, Anne. I'd like to give you your lesson while we've got a bit of time to ourselves, and what I've said is fresh in your mind. The trick is always to get things while they're fresh in your mind." The little daughter with the red hair was present during Rosenthal's next interview with the owner of the invention. The fellow, he told himself, had been thinking matters over, and perhaps consulted a lawyer, and having had time for reflection, he did not present a mass of mere inflated and blundering vanity as a target for adroit aim. He seemed a little sulky, but he did not talk about himself diffusely, and lose his head when he was smoothed the right way. He had a set of curiously concise notes to which he referred, and he stuck to his points with a bulldog obstinacy which was not to be shaken. Something had set him on a new track. The tricks which could be used only with a totally ignorant and readily flattered and influenced business amateur were no longer in order. This was baffling and irritating. The worst feature of the situation was that the daughter did not read a book, as had seemed her habit at other times. She sat with a tablet and pencil on her knee, and still as unobtrusively as ever, jotted down notes. "Put that down, Anne," her father had said to her more than once. "There's no objections to having things written down, I suppose?" He put it bluntly to Rosenthal. "I've got to have notes made when I'm doing business. Memory's all well enough, but black and white's better. No one can go back a black and white. Notes save time." There was but one attitude possible. No man of business could resent the recording of his considered words, but the tablet and pencil and the quietly bent red head were extraordinary obstacles to the fluidity of eloquence. Rosenthal found his arguments less ready and his methods modifying themselves. The outlook narrowed itself. When he returned to his office and talked the situation over with his partner, he sat and bit his nails in restless irritation. "Ridiculous as it seems, outrageously ridiculous, I've an idea," he said. "I've more than an idea. We have to count with the girl." "Girl? What girl?" "Daughter. Well-behaved. Quiet bit of a thing, who sits in a corner and listens while she pretends to sew or read. I'm certain of it. She's taken to making notes now, and Hutchinson's turned stubborn. You need not laugh, Lewis. She's in it. We've got to count with that girl, little female mouse as she looks." This view, which was first taken by Rosenthal and passed on to his partner, was in the course of time passed on to others and gradually accepted, sometimes reluctantly and with much private protest, sometimes with amusement. The well-behaved daughter went with Hutchinson wheresoever his affairs called him. He was changeless in the unobtrusiveness of her demeanor, which was always that of a beautiful and obedient young person who attended her parent because he might desire her humble little assistance in small matters. "She is my secretary," Hutchinson began to explain with a touch of swagger. "I've got to have a secretary. I'd rather trust my private business to my own daughter than anyone else. It's safe with her." It was so safe with her steady demureness that Hutchinson found himself becoming steady himself. The lessons he gave to little Anne and the notes made as a result, always ostensibly for her own security and instruction, began to form a singularly firm foundation for statement and argument. He began to tell himself that his memory was improving. Facts were no longer jumbled together in his mind. He could better follow a line of logical reasoning. He less often grew red and hot and flustered. "That's the thing I've said so often, that temper's got naught to do with business, and only upsets a man when he wants all his wits about him. It's the truest thing I ever worked out." He had not infrequently congratulated himself. "If a chap can keep his temper, he'll be like to keep his head and drive his bargain. I see it plainer every day of my life." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. It was in the course of the lessons that he realized that he had always argued that the best way to do business was to do it face to face with people. To stay in England and let another chap make your bargains for you in France or Germany or some other outlandish place, where frog-eating foreigners ran loose, was a fool's trick. He said it often enough. Get your eye on 'em and let 'em know you've got it on them, and they'd soon find out they were dealing with Lancashire, and not with foreign knaves and nincompoops. So when it became necessary to deal with France, little Anne packed him up neatly, so to speak, and in the role of obedient secretarial companion took him to that country, having for weeks beforehand mentally confronted the endless complications attending the step. She knew in the first place what the effect of the French language would be upon his temper, that it would present itself to him as a wall deliberately built by the entire nation as a means of concealing a deep duplicity, the sole object of which was the baffling, thwarting, and undoing of Englishmen, from whom it wished to wrest their honest rights. Apoplexy becoming imminent as a result of his impotent rage, during their first few days in Paris, she paid a private visit to a traveler's agency, and after careful inquiry discovered that it was not impossible to secure the attendance and service of a well-mannered young man who spoke most of the languages employed by most of the inhabitants of the globe. She even found that she might choose from a number of such persons, and she therefore selected with great care. "One that's got a good temper and isn't easily irritated," she said to herself, in summing up the aspirants, "but not one that's easy-tempered because he's silly. He must have plenty of common sense as well as being willing to do what he's told." When her father discovered that he himself had been considering the desirability of engaging the services of such a person, and had indeed already in a way expressed his intention of sending her to the agency chap to look him up, she was greatly relieved. "I can try to teach him what you've taught me, father," she said, "and of course he'll learn just by being with you." The assistant engaged was a hungry young student who had for weeks, through ill luck, been endeavoring to return with some courage the gaze of starvation, which had been staring him in the face. His name was Dudevant, and with desperate struggles he had educated himself highly, having cherished literary ambitions from his infancy. At this juncture it had become imperative that he should, for a few months at least, obtain food, and had chosen well by instinct. His speech had told her that he was intelligent. His eyes had told her that he would do anything on earth to earn his living. From the time of his advent, Joseph Hutchinson had become calmer, and had ceased to be in peril of apoplectic seizure. Foreign nations became less iniquitous and dangerous. Foreign languages were less of a barrier, easier to understand. A pleasing impression that through great facility he had gained a fair practical knowledge of French, German, and Italian supported and exhilarated him immensely. "It's right down wonderful how a chap gets to understand these fellows' lingo after he's listened to it a bit," he announced to Anne. "I wouldn't have believed it of myself that I could see into it as quick as I have. I couldn't say I understand everything they say just when they're saying it, but I understand it right enough when I've had time to translate like. If foreigners didn't talk so fast and run their words into one another, and jabber as if their mouths was full of puddin', it'd be easier for them as is English. Now there's we and non. I know 'em whenever I hear 'em, and that's a good bit of help." "Yes," answered Anne. "Of course that's the chief thing you want to know in business, whether a person is going to say yes or no." He began to say oui and non at meals, and once broke forth, "Passez-moi le beurre," in a tone so casually Parisian that Anne was frightened, because she did not understand immediately, and also because she saw looming up before her a future made perilous by the sudden interjection of unexpected foreign phrases it would be incumbent upon her and Dudevant to comprehend instantaneously without invidious hesitation. "Don't you understand? Pass the butter. Don't you understand a bit of French like that?" he exclaimed irritatedly. "Buy yourself one of these books full of easy sentences and learn some of 'em, lass. You oughtn't to be travelling with your father in foreign countries and learning nothing. It's not every lass that's getting your advantages." Anne had not mentioned the fact that she spent most of her rare leisure moments in profound study of phrase-books and grammars, which she kept in her trunk and gave her attention to before she got up in the morning, after she went to her room at night, and usually while she was dressing. You can keep a book open before you when you are brushing your hair. Dudevant gave her a lesson or so whenever time allowed. She was as quick to learn as her father thought he was, and she was desperately determined. It was really not long before she understood much more than oui and non, when she was present at a business interview. "You are a wonderful young lady," Dudevant said, with that well-known yearning in his eyes. "You are most wonderful." "She's just a wonder," Mrs. Bowes and her boarders had said, and the respectful yearning of the young Frenchman's eyes and voice were well known to her because she had seen it often before, and remembered it in Jem Bowles and Julius Steinberger, that this young man had without an hour of delay fallen abjectly in love with her, after her own inimitably kind and undeleterious method, which in itself was an education to any amorous youth. "I can understand all you tell me," she said when she reached the point of confiding his hard past to her. "I can understand it because I knew someone who had to fight for himself just that way. Only perhaps it was harder, because he wasn't educated as you are." "Did he confide in you?" Dudevant ventured, with delicate hesitation. "You are so kind, I am sure he did, mademoiselle." "He told me about it because he knew I wanted to hear," she answered. I was very fond of him," she added, and her kind gravity was quite unshaded by any embarrassment. "I was right down fond of him." His emotion rendered him for a moment indiscreet, to her immediate realization and regret, as was evident by his breaking off in the midst of his question. "And now, are you?" "Yes, I always shall be, Mr. Dudevant." His adoration naturally only deepened itself as all hope at once receded, as it could not recede before the absolute pellucid truth of her. "However much he likes me, he will get over it in time. People do, when they know how things stand," she was thinking with maternal sympathy. It did him no bitter harm to help her with her efforts at learning what she most needed, and he found her intelligence and modest power of concentration remarkable. A singularly clear knowledge of her own specialized requirements was a practical background to them both. She had no desire to shine. She was merely steadily bent on acquiring as immediately as possible a comprehension of nouns, verbs, and phrases that would be useful to her father. The manner in which she applied herself and assimilated what it was her quietly fixed intention to assimilate bespoke her possession of a brain the powers of which, being concentrated on large affairs, might have accomplished almost startling results. There was, however, nothing startling in her intentions, and ambition did not touch her. Yet, as she went with Hutchinson from one country to another, more than one man of affairs had it borne in upon him that her young slimness and her silence represented an unanticipated knowledge of points under discussion, which might wisely be considered as a factor in all decisions for or against. To realize that a soft-cheeked, child-eyed girl was an element to regard privately in discussions connected with the sale of or the royalties paid on a valuable patent appeared in some minds to be a situation not without flavor. She was the kind of little person a man naturally made love to, and a girl who was made love to in a clever manner frequently became amenable to reason, and might be persuaded to use her influence in the direction most desired. But such male financiers as began with this idea discovered that they had been led into errors of judgment through a lack of familiarity with the variations of type. One personable young man of title, who had just been disappointed in a desirable marriage with a fortune, being made aware that the invention was likely to arrive at amazing results, was sufficiently rash to approach Mr. Hutchinson with formal proposals. Having a truly British respect for the lofty in place, and not being sufficiently familiar with the titled personages to discriminate swiftly between the large and the small, Joseph Hutchinson was somewhat unduly elated. "The chap's a count, lass," he said. "That would go back to Manchester a countess." "I've heard they're nearly all counts in these countries," commented Anne. "And there's countesses that have to do their own washing, in a matter of speaking. You send him to me, father." When the young man came and compared the fine little nose of Miss Hutchinson to the large and bony structure dominating the countenance of the German heiress he had lost, also when he gazed into the clearness of the infantile blue eyes, his spirits rose. He felt himself envien. He was equal to attacking the situation. He felt that he approached it with alluring and chivalric delicacy. He almost believed all that he said. But the pellucid blueness of the gaze that met his was confusingly unstirred by any shade of suitable timidity or emotion. There was something in the lovely, sedate little creature, something so undisturbed and matter-of-fact that it frightened him, because he suddenly felt like a fool whose folly had been found out. "That's downright silly," remarked little Anne, not allowing him to escape from her glance, which unhesitatingly summed up him and his situation. "And you know it is. You don't know anything about me, and you wouldn't like me if you did. And I shouldn't like you. We are too different. Please go away and don't say anything more about it. I shouldn't have patience to talk it over." "Father," she said that night, "if ever I get married at all, there's only one person I'm going to marry. You know that." And she would say no more. By the time they returned to England, the placing of the invention in divers countries had been arranged in a manner which gave assurance of a fortune for its owners on a foundation not likely to have established itself in more adverse circumstances. Mr. Hutchinson had really driven some admirable bargains, and had secured advantages which to his last hour he would believe could have been achieved only by Lancashire shrewdness and Lancashire ability. "To see through a milestone is most chaps and a bit farther," The way in which he had never allowed himself to be done caused him at times to chuckle himself almost purple with self-congratulation. They got to know what they was dealing with, them chaps. They was sharp, but Joe was a bit sharper, he would say. They found letters waiting for them when they reached London. There's one from the grandmother, Hutchinson said in dealing out the package. She's written to thee pretty steady for an old un. This was true. Letters from her had followed them from one place to another. This was a thick one in an envelope of good size. Aren't they going to read it? He asked. Not till you've had your dinner, Father. You've had a long day of it with that channel at the end. I want to see you comfortable with your pipe. The hotel was a good one, and the dinner was good. Joseph Hutchinson enjoyed it with the appetite of a robust man who has had time to get over a not-too-pleasant crossing. When he had settled down into a stout easy-chair with a pipe, he drew a long and comfortable breath as he looked about the room. "Ah, Anne, lass," he said, "thy mother'd be fine and set up if she could see all this. Us having the best that's to be had, and knowing we can have it to the end of our lives. That's what it's come to, thou knows. No more third-class wear-away carriages for you and me. No more commercial and temperance hotels. The first cut's what we can have, the upper cut. But it's a good day for a man when he's begun to be appreciated as he should be." "It's a good day for those that love him," said little Anne, "and I dare say Mother knows every bit about it." "I dare say she does," admitted Hutchinson with tender lenience. "She was one of them as believed that way, and I never knowed her to be wrong in aught else. So I'm ready to give in as she was right about it. Good lass she was, good lass." He had fallen into a contented and utterly comfortable doze in his chair when Anne sat down to read her grandmother's letter. The old woman always wrote at length, giving many details and recording village events with shrewd, realistic touches. Throughout their journeyings, Anne had been followed by a record of the estate and neighborhood of Tembarom, which had lacked nothing of atmosphere. She had known what the new lord of the manor did, what people said, what the attitude of the gentry had become, that the visit of the Countess of Mallow and her daughter had extended itself until curiosity and amusement had ceased to comment, and passively awaited results. She had heard of Miss Alicia and her reincarnation, and knew much of the story of the Duke of Stone, whose reputation as a dumb clever old chap had earned for him a sort of awed popularity. There had been many ladies. The new Tembarom had boldly sought them out and faced them in their strongholds with the manner of one who would confront the worst and who revealed no tendency to flinch. The one at Stonehover with the pretty colour and the one with the dimples had appeared frequently upon the scene, and there had been Lady Joan Fair, who had lived at his elbow, sitting at his table, driving in his carriages with the air of cold aloofness which the cottagers could not abide and had no patience with. She had sometimes sat and wondered about things, and sometimes had flushed daisy red instead of daisy pink, and sometimes she had turned rather pale and closed her soft mouth firmly. But though she had written twice a week to her grandmother, she had recorded principally the successes and the complexities of the invention, and had asked very few questions. Old Mrs. Hutchinson would tell her all she must know, and her choice of revelation would be made with a far-sightedness which needed no stimulus of questioning. The letter she had found awaiting her had been long on its way, having missed her at point after point and followed her at last to London. It looked and felt thick and solid in its envelope. Little Anne opened it, stirred by the suggestion of quickened pulse beats with which she had become familiar. As she bent over it, she looked sweetly flushed and warmed. Joseph Hutchinson's doze had almost deepened into sleep when he was awakened by the touch of her hand on his shoulder. She was standing by him holding some sheets of her grandmother's letter, and several other sheets were lying on the table. Something had occurred which had changed her quiet look. "Has aught happened to your grandmother?" he asked. "No, Father, but this letter that's been following me from one place to another has got some queer news in it." "What's up, lass? It looks as if summat was up." "The thing that's happened has given me a great deal to think of," was her answer. "It's about Mr. Tembarom and Mr. Strangeways." He became wide awake at once, sitting up and turning in his chair in testy anxiety. "No, no," he exclaimed.
I hope that cracked chap's not gone out and out mad and done some mischief. I told Tembarom it was a foolish thing to do, taking all that trouble about him. Has he set fire to the house, or has he knocked the poor lad on the head?"
"No, he hasn't, father. He's disappeared. And Mr. Templebarholm's disappeared, too."
"Disappeared?" Hutchinson almost shouted. "What for in the Lord's name?"
"Nobody knows for certain, and people are talking wild. The village is all upset, and all sorts of silly things are being said."
"What sort of things?"
"You know what servants at big houses are, how they hear bits of talk and make much of it," she explained. "They've been curious and chatting among themselves about Mr. Strangeways from the first. It was Burrell that said he believed he was some relation that was being hid away for some good reason. One night Mr. Templebarholm and Captain Palliser were having a long talk together, and Burrell was about."
"Aye, he'd be about if he thought there was a chance of him hearing summat that was none of his business," jerked out Hutchinson irately.
"They were talking about Mr. Strangeways, and Burrell heard Captain Palliser getting angry, and as he stepped near the door he heard him say out loud that he could swear in any court of justice that the man he had seen at the west room window — it's a startling thing, father — was Mr. James Temple-Barholm." For the moment her face was pale. Hereupon Hutchinson sprang up.
"What?"
His second shout was louder than his first.
"The liar! The chap's dead, and he knows it. The dumb mischief-making liar!"
Her eyes were clear and speculatively thoughtful, notwithstanding her lack of color. "There have been people that have been thought dead, that have come back to their friends alive. It's happened many a time," she said. "It wouldn't be so strange for a man that had no friends to be lost in a wild, far-off place where there was neither law nor order, and where every man was fighting for his own life and the gold he was mad after, particularly a man that was shamed and desperate and wanted to hide himself. And, most of all, it would be easy if he was like Mr. Strangeways and couldn't remember, and had lost himself." As her father listened, the angry redness of his countenance moderated its hue. His eyes gradually began to question, and his underjaw fell slightly.
"See thee, lass," he broke out huskily. "Does that mean to say thou believes it?"
"It's not often that you can believe what you don't know," she answered. "I don't know anything about it. There's just one thing I believe, because I know it. I believe what grandmother does. Read that." She handed him the final sheet of old Mrs. Hutchinson's letter. It was written with very black ink, and in an astonishingly bold and clear hand. It was easy to read the sentences with which she ended. "There's a lot said. There's always more saying than doing. But it's downright funny to see how the lad has made hard and fast friends just going about in his queer way, and no one knowing how he did it. I like him myself. He's one of those you needn't ask questions about. If there's anything said that isn't to his credit, it's not true. There's no ifs, buts, or ands about that, Anne." Little Anne herself read the words as her father read them. "That's the thing I believe, because I know it," was all she said.
"It's the thing I'd swear to myself," father answered bluffly. "But by Jud!"
She gave him a little push and spoke to him in homely Lancashire phrasing and with some oft unsteadiness of voice. "Sit thee down, father, love," she said, "and let me sit on thee knee." She sat down with emotional readiness, and she sat on his stout knee like a child. It was a thing she did in tender or troubled moments, as much in these days as she had done when she was 6 or 7. Her little lightness and soft young ways made it the most natural thing in the world, as well as the prettiest. She had always sat on his knee in the hours when he had been most discouraged over the invention. She had known it made him feel as though he were taking care of her, and as though she depended utterly on him to steady the foundations of her world. What could such a little bit of a lass do without a father?
"It's upset thee, lass," he said. "It's upset thee."
He saw her slim hands curl themselves into small, firm fists as they rested on her lap. "I can't bear to think that ill can be said of him, even by a wastrel like Captain Palliser," she said. "He's mine." It made him fumble caressingly at her big knot of soft red hair.
"Thine, is he?" he said. "Thine. Ah, but thou did say that just like thy mother would have said it. That brings the heart to my throat now and again. That chap's in luck, I can tell him. Same as I was once."
"He's mine now, whatever happens," she went on, with a firmness which no skeptic could have squandered time in the folly of hoping to shake. "He's done what I told him to do, and it's me he wants. He's found out for himself, and so have I. He can have me the minute he wants me, the very minute."
"He can?" said Hutchinson. "That settles it. I believe they'd rather take him when he was in trouble than when he was out of it. Same as they'd rather take him in a flat of Harlem on $15 a week than on 1,500.
"Yes, father, I would. It'd give me more to do for him."
He grunted tenderly. "Thy mother again. I used to tell her as the only thing she had again me was that I never got in jail, so she could get me out and stand up for me after it. There's only one thing worries me a bit. I wish the lad hadn't gone away."
"I've thought about that, though I've not had much time to reason about things," said little Anne. "If he's gone away, he's gone to get something, and whatever it happens to be, he'll likely to bring it back with him, father."
End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Old Mrs. Hutchinson's letter had supplied much detail, but when her son and granddaughter arrived in the village of Tembarom, they heard much more, the greater part of it not in the least to be relied upon. "The most of it's lies, as folks enjoys theirs'll pretendin' to believe," the grandmother commented. "It's servants' hall talk and cottage gossip, and plenty made itself up out of beer drunk in the tap room at the Wool Park. In a place where not much happens, people get into the way of springin' on a bit of news, and shakin' and worryin' it like a terrier does a rat. It's nature. The lad's given 'em lots to talk about ever since he's come. He's been a blessin' to 'em. If he'd been gentry, he'd not have been nigh as lively. The village lads tries to talk through their noses like him. Little Thomas Ibblewhite does it in broad Lancashire." The only facts fairly authenticated were that the mysterious stranger had been taken away very late one night, some time before the interview between Mr. Temple and Captain Palliser, of which Burrell knew so much because he had happened to be about. When a domestic magnate of Burrell's type happens to be about at a crisis, he is not unlikely to hear a great deal. Burrell, it was believed, knew much more than he deigned to make public. The entire truth was that Captain Palliser himself, in one of his hasty appearances in the neighborhood of Tembarom, had bestowed a few words of cold caution on him. "Don't talk too much," he had said. "Proof is required before talk is safe. The American was sharp enough to say that to me himself. He was sharp enough, too, to keep his man hidden. I was the only person that saw him who could have recognized him, and I saw him by chance. Palford and Grimby require proof. We are in search of it. Servants will talk, but if you don't want to run the risk of getting yourself into trouble, don't make absolute statements." This had been a disappointment to Burrell, who had seen himself developing in magnitude, but he was a timid man, and therefore felt it wise to convey his knowledge merely through the conviction carried by a dignified silence after his first indiscreet revelation of having happened to be about had been made. It would have been some solace to him to intimate to Miss Alicia by his bearing and the manner of his services that she had been discovered, so to speak, in the character of a sort of accomplice, that her position was a perilously uncertain one, which would probably end in utter downfall, leaving her in her old and proper place as an elderly, insignificant, and unattractive poor relation, without a feature to recommend her. But being, as before remarked, a timid man, and recalling the interview between himself and his employer, held outside the dining-room door, and having also a disturbing memory of the sharp, cool, boyish eye, and the tone of the casual remark that he had a head on his shoulders, and that it was up to him to make the others understand, it seemed as well to restrain his inclinations until the proof Palford and Grimby required was forthcoming. It was perhaps the moderate and precautionary attitude of Palford and Grimby during their first somewhat startled, though reserved interview with Captain Palliser, which had prevented the vaguely wild rumors from being regarded as more than villagers' exaggerated talk among themselves. The gentry, indeed, knew much less of the cottagers.
than the cottagers knew of the gentry. Consequently, events furnishing such excitement among the village people not infrequently remained unheard of by those in the class above them. A story less incredible might have been more considered, but the highly colored reasons given for the absence of the owner of Tembarom would, if heard of, have been more than likely to be received and passed over with a smile. The manner of Mr. Palford and also Mr. Grimby, during the deliberately unmelodramatic and carefully connected relation of Captain Palliser's singular story, was that of professional gentlemen who, for reasons of good breeding, were engaged in restraining outward expression of conviction that they were listening to utter nonsense. Palliser himself was aware of this, and upon the whole did not wonder at it in entirely unimaginative persons of extremely sober lives. In fact, he had begun by giving them some warning as to what they might expect in the way of unusualness. "You will, no doubt, think that what I am about to tell you absurd and incredible," he had prefaced his statements. "I thought the same myself when my first suspicions were aroused. I was, in fact, inclined to laugh at my own idea until one link connected itself with another." Neither Mr. Grimby nor Mr. Palford was inclined to laugh. On the contrary, they were extremely grave, and continued to find it necessary to restrain their united tendency to indicate facially that the thing must be nonsense. It transcended all bounds, as it were. The delicacy with which they managed to convey this did them much credit. The delicacy was equaled by the moderation with which Captain Palliser drew their attention to the fact that it was not the thing likely to happen, on which were founded the celebrated criminal cases of legal history. It was the incredible and almost impossible events, the ordinary unbelievable duplicities, moral obliquities, and coincidences which made them what they were and attracted the attention of the world. This Mr. Palford and his partner were obviously obliged to admit. What they did not admit was that such things never having occurred in one's own world, they had been mentally regarded to the world of newspaper and criminal record as things that could not happen to oneself. Mr. Palford cleared his throat in a seriously cautionary way. "This is, of course, a matter suggesting too serious an accusation not to be approached in the most conservative manner," he remarked. "Most serious consequences have resulted in cases implying libelous assertions, which have been made rashly," added Mr. Grimby. "As Mr. Tembarom intimated to you, a man of almost unlimited means has command of resources which it might not be easy to contend with if he had reason to feel himself injured." The fact that Captain Palliser had, in a bitterly frustrated moment, allowed himself to be goaded into losing his temper and giving away to Tembarom the discovery on which he had felt that he could rely as a lever, did not argue that a like weakness would lead him into more dangerous indiscretion. He had always regarded himself as a careful man, whose defenses were well built about him at such crises in his career as rendered entrenchment necessary. There would, of course, be some pleasure in following the matter up and getting more than even with a man who had been insolent to him, but a more practical feature of the case was that if, through his alert observation and shrewd aid, Jem Tembarom was restored to his much to be envied place in the world, a far from unnatural result would be that he might feel suitable gratitude and indebtedness to the man who, not from actual personal liking but from a mere sense of justice, had rescued him. As for the fears of Messrs. Palford and Grimby, he had put himself on record with Burrow by commanding him to hold his tongue and stating clearly that proof was both necessary and lacking. No man could be regarded as taking risks whose attitude was so wholly conservative and non-accusing. Servants will gossip. A superior who reproves such gossip holds an unattackable position. In the private room of Palford and Grimby, however, he could confidently express his opinions without risk. The recognition of a man lost sight of for years and seen only for a moment through a window is not substantial evidence, Mr. Grimby had proceeded. The incident was startling, but not greatly to be relied upon. "I knew him." Palliser was slightly grim in his air of finality. "He was a man most either liked or hated. I didn't like him. I detested the trick he had of staring at you under his drooping lids. By the way,
Do you remember the portrait of Miles Hugo, which was so like him?" Mr. Palford remembered having heard that there was a certain portrait in a gallery which Mr. James Temple Barham had been said to resemble. He had no distinct recollection of the ancestor represented. "It was a certain youngster who was a page in the court of Charles II, and who died young. Miles Hugo Charles James was his name. He is my strongest clue. The American seemed rather keen the first time we talked together. He was equally keen about Jem Temple Barham. He wanted to know what he looked like, and whether it was true that he was like the portrait." "Indeed!" exclaimed Palford and Grimby simultaneously. "It struck me that there was something more than mere curiosity in his manner," Palliser enlarged. "I couldn't make him out then. Later, I began to see that he was remarkably anxious to keep every one from Strangeways. It was a sort of man-in-the-iron mask affair. Strangeways was apparently not only too excitable to be looked at or spoken to, but too excitable to be spoken of. He wouldn't talk about him." "That is exceedingly curious," remarked Mr. Palford, but it was not in response to Palliser. A few moments before he had suddenly looked thoughtful. He wore now the aspect of a man trying to recall something as Palliser continued. "One day, after I had been to look at a sunset through a particular window in the wing where Strangeways was kept, I passed the door of his sitting-room and heard the American arguing with him. He was evidently telling him that he was to be taken elsewhere, and the poor devil was terrified. I heard him beg for God's sake not to send him away. There was a panic in his voice, in connection with the fact that he has got him away secretly at midnight. It's an ugly thing to recall." "It would seem to have significance," Grimby said it uneasily. "It set me thinking and looking into things," Palliser went on. "Pearson was secretive, but the head man Burrow made casual enlightening remarks. I gathered some curious details which might or might not have meant a good deal. When Strangeways suddenly appeared at his window one evening, a number of things fitted themselves together. My theory is that the American, Tembarom, as he used to call himself, may not have been certain of the identity at first, but he wouldn't have brought Strangeways with him if he had not had some reason to suspect who he was. He daren't lose sight of him, and he wanted time to make sure and to lay his plans. The portrait of Miles Hugo was a clue which alarmed him, and no doubt he has been following it. If he found it led to nothing, he could easily turn Strangeways over to the public charge and let him be put into a lunatic asylum. If he found it led to a revelation which would make him a pauper again, it would be easy to dispose of him." Come, Captain Palliser, we mustn't go too far," ejaculated Mr. Grimby alarmedly. It shocked him to think of the firm being dragged into a case dealing with capital crime and possible hangmen. That was not its line of the profession. Captain Palliser's slight laugh contained no hint of being shocked by the possibilities whatever. "There are extremely private asylums and so-called sanitariums where the discipline is strict and no questions are asked. One sometimes reads in the papers of cases in which mild-mannered keepers, in defending themselves against the attack of violent patients, are obliged to use force, with disastrous results. It is in such places that our investigations should begin." Dear me, Mr. Grimby broke out. "Isn't that going rather far? You surely don't think—" Mr. Tembarom's chief characteristic was that he was a practical and direct person. He would do what he had to do in exactly that business-like manner. The inquiries I have been making have been as to the whereabouts of places in which a superfluous relative might be placed without attracting attention. "That is really astute, but what do you think, Palford?" Mr. Grimby turned to his partner, still wearing the shocked and disturbed expression. "I have been recalling to mind a circumstance which probably bears upon the case," said Mr. Palford. "Captain Palliser's mention of the portrait reminded me of it. I remember how that on Mr. Temple Barham's first visit to the picture gallery he seemed much attracted by the portrait of Miles Hugo. He stopped and examined it curiously. He said he felt as if he had seen it before.
He turned to it once or twice, and finally remarked that he might have seen someone like it in a great fancy dress ball which had taken place in New York.
"Had he been invited to the ball?"
laughed Palliser. "I did not gather that," replied Mr. Palford gravely. He had apparently watched the arriving guests from some railings near by, or perhaps it was a lamp-post, with other newsboys.
"He recognized the likeness to Strangeways, no doubt, and it gave him what he calls a jolt," said Captain Palliser. "He must have experienced a number of jolts during the last few months."
Palford and Grimby's view of the matter continued to be marked by extreme distaste for the whole situation and its disturbing and irritating possibilities. The coming of the American heir to the estate of Temple Barholm had been trying to the verge of extreme painfulness, but sufficient time having lapsed and their client having troubled them but little, they had outlived the shock of his first appearance and settled once more into the calm of their accustomed atmosphere and routine. That he should suddenly reappear upon their dignified horizon as a probable melodramatic criminal was a fault of taste and lack of consideration beyond expression. To be dragged into vulgar detective work, to be referred to in newspapers in a connection which would lead to confusing the firm with representatives of such branches of the profession as dealt with persons who had committed acts for which, in vulgar parlance, they might possibly swing, if their legal defenders did not get them off, to a firm whose sole affairs had been the dealing with noble and ancient estates, with advising and supporting personages of stately name, and with private and weighty family confidences. If the worst came to the worst, the affair would surely end in the most glaring and odious notoriety, in headlines and daily reports even in London, in appalling pictures of everyone concerned in every New York newspaper, even in baffled struggles to keep abominable woodcuts of themselves, Mr. Edward James Palford and Mr. James Matthew Grimby, from being published in sensational journalistic sheets. Professional duty demanded that the situation should be dealt with, that investigation should be entered into, that the most serious, even if conservative, steps should be taken at once with regard to the accepted report of Mr. James Temple Barholm's tragic death. It could not be denied that Captain Palliser's view of the naturalness of the origin of the mistake that had been made had a logical air.
"In a region full of rioting derelicts, crazed with the lawless excitement of their dash after gold," he had said, "identities and names are easily lost. Temple Barholm himself was a derelict, and in a desperate state. He was in no mood to speak of himself or to try to make friends. He no doubt came and went to such work as he did, scarcely speaking to anyone. A mass of earth and debris of all sorts suddenly gives way, burying 6 men. 2 or 3 dug out dead. The others not reached. There was no time to spare to dig for dead men. Someone had seen Temple Barholm near the place. He was seen no more. Ergo, he was buried with the rest. At that time, those who knew him in England felt it was the best thing that could have happened to him. It would have been if his valet had not confessed his trick, and old Temple Barholm had not died. My theory is that he may have left the place days before the accident without being missed. His mental torment caused some mental illness. It does not matter what. He lost his memory and wandered about. The Lord knows how or where he lived. He probably never knew himself. The American picked him up and found that he had money. For reasons of his own, he professed to take care of him. He must have come on some clue just when he heard of his new fortune. He was naturally panic-stricken. It must have been a big blow at that particular moment. He was sharp enough to see what it might mean, and held on to the poor chap like grim death, and has been holding on ever since. "We must begin to take steps," decided Palford and Grimby. "We must, of course, take steps at once, but we must begin with discretion." After grave private discussion, they began to take the steps in question, and with the caution that it seemed necessary to observe until they felt solid ground under their feet, Captain Palliser was willing to assist them. He had been going into the matter himself. He went down to the neighborhood of Temple Barholm and quietly looked up data which might prove illuminating when regarded from one point or another. It was on the first of these occasions that he saw in Warrenborough.
It was from Burrell he heard of Thomas Hibblewhite.
"There's an impudent little vagabond in the village, sir," he said, "that Mr. Temple Barham used to go and see and take New York newspapers to. A cripple the lad is, and he's got a kind of craze for talking about Mr. James Temple Barham. He had a map of the place where he was said to be killed. If I may presume to mention it, sir," he added with great dignity, "it is my opinion that the two had a good deal of talk together on the subject."
"I dare say," Captain Palliser admitted indifferently, and made no further inquiry or remark. He sauntered into the Hibblewhite's cottage, however, late the next afternoon. Thomas was in a bad temper, for reasons quite sufficient for himself, and he regarded him sourly. "What does that come for?" he demanded. "I didn't ask thee."
"Don't be cheeky," said Captain Palliser. "I will give you a sovereign if you'll let me see the map you and Mr. Temple Barham used to look at and talk so much about." He laid the sovereign down on the small table by Thomas's sofa, but Thomas did not pick it up.
"I know who thou art. Thou art Palliser, and that was the one as said as him as was killed in the Klondike had come back alive."
"You've been listening to that servant story, have you?" remarked Palliser. "You had better be careful as to what you say. I suppose you never heard of libel suits? Where would you find yourself if you were called upon to pay Mr. Temple Barham £10,000 damages? You'd be obliged to sell your atlas."
"Burrell told us he heard thee say tha'd swear in court it was the one that was killed tha'd seen."
"That's Burrell's story, not mine. And Burrell had better keep his mouth shut," said Palliser. "If it were true, how would you like it? I heard you were interested in the one as was killed."
Thomas's eyes burned troublously. "I got right down taken with the other un," he answered. "He's no gentry, but he's the right make. I don't believe as him as was killed has come back."
"Neither do I," Palliser answered with amiable tolerance. "The American gentleman had better come back himself and disprove it. When you used to talk about the Klondike, he never said anything to make you feel as if he doubted that the other man was dead."
"Not him," answered Thomas. Thomas, what art thou talking about?" exclaimed Mrs. Hibblewhite, who was mending at the other end of the room. "I hear thee say myself. Suppose the story hadn't been true, and he was alive somewhere now. It'd make a big change, wouldn't it?" And he laughed. "I never heard him," said Thomas in stout denial. "Thou's losing thy mind," commanded his mother. "As soon as I heard the talk about him running away and taking the mad gentleman with him, I remembered it, and I remembered as he sat still after it, and said nowt for a minute or so, same as if he was thinking things over. There was something big queer about it." "I never heard him," Thomas answered obstinately, and shut his mouth. "He were as ready to talk about the poor gentleman as met with the accident as thou wert thyself, Thomas," Mrs. Hibblewhite proceeded, moved by the opportunity offered for presenting her views on the exciting topic. "He'd ask thee all sorts of questions about what thou had found out with the pumpkin folk. He'd ask me questions now and again about what he was like to look at, and how tall he were. Unc, he asked me if I remembered what sort of chin he had and how he spoke. It were to set thee going and please me," volunteered Thomas grudgingly. "He did it same as he'd look at the map to please me, and tell me tales of the newslands and New York." It had not seemed improbable that a village cripple tied to a sofa would be ready enough to relate all he knew, and perhaps so much more that it would be necessary to use discretion in selecting statements of value. To drop in and give him a sovereign and let him talk had appeared simple. Lads of his class liked to be listened to, enjoyed enlarging upon and rendering dramatic such material as had fallen into their hands. But Thomas was an eccentric, and instinct led him to close like an oyster before a remote sense of subtlety approaching attack. It was his mother, not he, who had provided information, but it was not sufficiently specialized to be worth much. "What did I say he ran away for?" Thomas said to his parent later. "He's not one of the running away sort."
"He has probably been called away by business," remarked Captain Palliser as he rose to go after a few minutes' casual talk with Mrs. Hibblewhite. "It was a mistake not to leave an address behind him. Your mother is mistaken in saying that he took the mad gentleman with him. He had him removed late at night, some time before he went himself." "Take the sovereign," said Thomas as Palliser moved away. "I dinna show the atlas. I dinna want to see it." "I will leave the sovereign for your mother," said Palliser. "I'm sorry you're not in a better humour." His interest in the atlas had indeed been limited to his idea that it would lead to subjects of talk which might cast illuminating sidelights and possibly open up avenues and vistas. Thomas, however, having instinctively found him displeasing, he had gained but little. Avenues and vistas were necessary, avenues through which the steps of Palford and Grimby might wander, vistas which they might explore with hesitating, investigating glances. So far the scene remained unpromisingly blank. The American Temple Bar Home had simply disappeared, as had his mysterious charge. Steps likely to lead to definite results can scarcely be taken hopefully in the case of a person who has seemed temporarily to cease to exist. You cannot interrogate him, you cannot demand information. Whatsoever the foundations upon which rest your accusations, if such accusation can be launched only into thin air, and the fact that there is nobody to reply to acknowledge or indignantly refute them, is in itself a serious barrier to accomplishment. It was also true that only a few weeks had elapsed since the accused had, so to speak, dematerialized. It was also impossible to calculate upon what an American of his class and peculiarities would be likely to do in any circumstances whatever. In private conference, Palford and Grimby frankly admitted to each other that they would almost have preferred that Captain Palliser should have kept his remarkable suspicions to himself, for the time being at least. Yet when they had admitted this, they were confronted with a disturbing possibility, suggested by Palliser, that actual crime had been or might be committed. They had heard unpleasant stories of private lunatic asylums and their like. Things to shudder at might be going on at the very moment they spoke to each other. Under this possibility, no supineness would be excusable. Efforts to trace the missing man must at least be made. Efforts were made, but with no result. Painful as it was to reflect upon the subject of the asylums, careful private inquiry was made. Information was quietly collected, and there were even visits to gruesomely quiet places on various polite pretexts. "If a longer period of time had elapsed," Mr. Palford remarked several times with some stiffness of manner, "we should feel that we had more solid foundations for our premises." "Perfectly right," Captain Palliser agreed with him. "But it is a lapse of time which may mean life or death to Jem Temple Bar Home. So it's perhaps as well to be on the safe side and go on quietly following small clues. I dare say you would feel more comfortable yourselves." Both Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby, having made an appointment with Miss Alicia, arrived one afternoon at Temple Bar Home to talk to her privately, thereby casting her into a state of agonized anxiety which reduced her to pallor. "Our visit is merely one of inquiry, Miss Temple Bar Home," Mr. Palford began. "There is, perhaps, nothing alarming in our client's absence." "In the note which he left me, he asked me to feel no anxiety," Miss Alicia said. "He left you a note of explanation? I wish we had known this earlier." Mr. Palford's tone had the note of relieved exclamation. Perhaps there was an entirely simple solution of the painful difficulty, but his hope had been too sanguine. "It was not a note of explanation, exactly. He went away too suddenly to have time to explain." The two men looked at each other disturbedly. "He had not mentioned to you his intention of going?" asked Mr. Grimby. "I feel sure he did not know he was going when he said good night. He remained with Captain Palliser talking for some time." Miss Alicia's eyes held wavering and anxious question as she looked from one to the other. She wondered how much more than herself her visitors knew. "He found a telegram when he went to his room. It contained most disquieting news about Mr. Strangeways. He had got away from the place where—" "Got away?" Mr. Palford was again exclamatory. "Was he in some institution where he was kept under restraint?" Miss Alicia was wholly unable to explain to herself why some quality in his manner filled her with sudden distress. "Oh, I think not. Surely not. Surely nothing of that sort was necessary. He was very quiet always,
and he was getting better every day. But it was important that he should be watched over. He was no doubt under the care of a physician in some quiet sanatorium.
Some quiet sanatorium. Mr. Palford's disturbance of mind was manifest. But you did not know where.
No, indeed. Mr. Temple talked very little of Mr. Strangeways. I believe he knew that it distressed me to feel that I could be of no real assistance as the case was so peculiar.
Each perturbed solicitor looked again with rapid question at the other. Miss Alicia saw the exchange of glances and, so to speak, broke down under the pressure of their unconcealed anxiety. The last few weeks, with their suggestion of accusation too vague to be met, had been too much for her.
"I am afraid I feel sure you know something I do not," she began. "I am most anxious and unhappy. I have not liked to ask questions because that would have seemed to imply a doubt of Mr. Temple. I have even remained at home because I did not wish to hear things I could not understand. I do not know what has been said. Pearson, in whom I have greatest confidence, felt that Mr. Temple would prefer that I should wait until he returned."
"Do you think he will return?" said Mr. Grimby amazedly.
"Oh,"
the gentle creature ejaculated.
"can you possibly think he will not? Why? Why?"
Mr. Palford had shared his partner's amazement. It was obvious that she was as ignorant as a babe of the details of Palliser's extraordinary story. In her affectionate consideration for Temple Barholm, she had actually shut herself up lest she should hear anything said against him which she could not refute. She stood innocently obedient to his wishes, like the boy upon the burning deck, awaiting his return and his version of whatsoever he had been accused of. There was something delicately heroic in the little, slender old thing, with her troubled eyes and her cap and her quivering side ringlets.
"You," she appealed, "are his legal advisers, and will be able to tell me if there is anything he would wish me to know. I could not allow myself to listen to villagers or servants, but I may ask you."
"We are far from knowing as much as we desire to know," Mr. Palford replied. "We came here, in fact," added Grimby, "to ask questions of you, Miss Temple Barholm. The fact that Miss Temple Barholm has not allowed herself to be prejudiced by village gossip, which is invariably largely unreliable, will make her an excellent witness," Mr. Palford said to his partner, with a deliberation which held suggestive significance. Each man, in fact, had suddenly realized that her ignorance would leave her absolutely unbiased in her answers to any questions they might put, and that it was much better in cross-examining an emotional elderly lady that such should be the case.
"Witness?"
Miss Alicia found the word alarming. Mr. Palford's bow was apologetically palliative. "A mere figure of speech, madam," he said.
"I really know so little, everyone else doesn't know."
Miss Alicia's protest had a touch of bewilderment in it. What could they wish to ask her? "But, as we understand it, your relations with Mr. Temple Barholm were most affectionate and confidential."
"We were very fond of each other," she answered.
"For that reason he no doubt talked to you more freely than to other people," Mr. Grimby put it. "Perhaps, Palford, it would be as well to explain to Miss Temple Barholm that a curious feature of this matter is that, in a way, involves certain points concerning the late Mr. Temple Barholm." Miss Alicia uttered a pathetic exclamation.
"Poor Jem, who died so cruelly."
Mr. Palford bent his head in acquiescence. "Perhaps you can tell me what the present Mr. Temple Barholm knew of him, how much he knew."
"I told him the whole story the first time we took tea together,"
Miss Alicia replied, and between her recollection of that strangely happy afternoon and her wonder at its connection with the present moment, she began to feel timid and uncertain. How did it seem to impress him? She remembered it all so well, his queer, dear New York way of expressing his warm-hearted indignation at the cruelty of what had happened.
"Oh, he was very much excited. He was so sorry for him. He wanted to know everything about him. He asked me what he looked like."
"Oh," said Palford, "he wanted to know that."
"He was so full of sympathy," she replied, her explanation gaining warmth. "When I told him that the picture of Miles Hugo in the gallery was said to look like Jem as a boy, He wanted very much to see it. Afterward we went and saw it together. I shall always remember how he stood and looked at it. Most young men would not have cared, but he always had such a touching interest in poor Jem." "You mean that he asked questions about him, about his death, and so forth?" was Mr. Palford's inquiry. "About all that concerned him. He was interested especially in his looks and manner of speaking, and personality, so to speak, and in the awful accident which ended his life, though he would not let me talk about that, after he had asked his first questions." "What kind of questions?" suggested Grimby. "Only about what was known of the time and place, and how the sad story reached England. It used to touch me to think that the only person who seemed to care was the one who might have been expected to be almost glad the tragic thing had happened. But he was not." Mr. Palford watched Mr. Grimby, and Mr. Grimby gave more than one dubious and distressed glance at Palford. "His interest was evident," remarked Palford thoughtfully, "and unusual under the circumstances." For a moment he hesitated, then put another question. "Did he ever seem, I should say, do you remember any occasions when he appeared to think that there might be any reason to doubt that Mr. James Temple Barholm was one of the men who died in the Klondike?" He felt that through this wild questioning they had at least reached a certain testimony supporting Captain Palliser's views, and his interest reluctantly increased. It was reluctant because there could be no shadow of a question that this innocent spinster lady told the absolute truth, and this being the case, one seemed to be dragged to the verge of depths which must inevitably be explored. Miss Alicia's expression was that of one who conscientiously searched memory. "I do not remember that he really expressed doubt," she answered carefully. "Not exactly that, but—" "But what?" prompted Palford as she hesitated. "Please, try to recall exactly what he said. It is most important." The fact that his manner was almost eager, and that eagerness was not his habit, made her catch her breath and look more questioning and puzzled than before. "One day he came to my sitting-room when he seemed rather excited," she explained. "He had been with Mr. Strangeways, who had been worse than usual. Perhaps he wanted to distract himself and forget about it. He asked me questions and talked about poor Jem for about an hour, and at last he said, 'Do you suppose there's any sort of chance that it mightn't be true, that story that came from the Klondike?' He said it so thoughtfully that I was startled and said, 'Do you think there could be such a chance, do you?' And he drew a long breath and answered, 'You want to be sure about things like that. You've got to be sure.' I was a little excited, so he changed the subject very soon afterward, and I never felt quite certain of what he was really thinking. You see, what he said was not so much an expression of doubt as a sort of question." A touch of the lofty condemnatory made Mr. Palford impressive. "I am compelled to admit that I fear that it was a question of which he had already guessed the answer." At this point Miss Alicia clasped her hands quite tightly together upon her knees. "If you please," she exclaimed, "I must ask you to make things a little clearer for me. What dreadful thing has happened? I will regard any communication as a most sacred confidence." "I think we may as well, Palford," Mr. Grimby suggested to his partner. "Yes," Palford acquiesced. He felt the difficulty of a blank expression. "We are involved in a most trying position," he said. "We feel that great discretion must be used until we have reached more definite certainty. An extraordinary, in fact, a startling thing has occurred. We are beginning, as a result of cumulative evidence, to feel that there was reason to believe that the Klondike story was to be doubted." "The poor Jem!" cried Miss Alicia. "One begins to be gravely uncertain as to whether he has not been in this house for months, whether he was not the mysterious Mr. Strangeways." "Jem! Jem!" gasped poor little Miss Temple Barholm, quite white with shock. "And if he was the mysterious Strangeways," Mr. Grimby assisted to shorten the matter, "the American Temple Barholm apparently knew the fact.
brought him here for that reason, and for the same reason kept him secreted and under restraint."
"No, no," cried Miss Alicia. "Never, never. I beg you not to say such a thing. Excuse me, I cannot listen. It would be wrong, ungrateful. Excuse me."
She got up from her seat, trembling with actual anger in her sense of outrage. It was a remarkable thing to see the small, elderly creature angry, but this remarkable thing had happened. It was as though she were a mother defending her young.
"I loved poor Jem, and I love Temple, and though I am only a woman who never has been the least clever, I know them both. I know neither of them could lie or do a wicked, cunning thing. Temple is the soul of honor."
It was quite an inspirational outburst. She had never before in her life said so much at one time. Of course, tears began to stream down her face, while Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby gazed at her in great embarrassment.
"If Mr. Strangeways was poor Jem come back alive, Temple did not know. He never knew. All he did for him was done for kindness' sake.
It was inevitable that she should stammer before going to this length of violence, and that the words should burst from her.
"I would swear it."
It was really a shock to both Palford and Grimby. That a lady of Miss Temple Barholm's age and training should volunteer to swear to a thing was almost alarming. It was also in rather unpleasing taste. "Captain Palliser obliged Mr. Temple Barholm to confess that he had known for some time," Mr. Palford said with cold regret. "He also informed him that he should communicate with us without delay."
"Captain Palliser is a bad man."
Miss Alicia choked back a gasp to make the protest. "It was after their interview that Mr. Temple Barholm almost immediately left the house, without any explanation whatever," added Grimby.
"He left a few lines for me," defended Miss Alicia.
"We have not seen them." Mr. Palford was still as well as cold. Poor little Miss Alicia took them out of her pocket with an unsteady hand. They were always with her, and she could not on such a challenge seem afraid to allow them to be read. Mr. Palford took them from her with a slight bow of thanks. He adjusted his glasses and read aloud, with pauses between phrases which seemed somewhat to puzzle him. "Dear Miss Alicia, I've got to light out of here as quick as I can make it. I can't even stop to tell you why. There's just one thing. Don't get rattled, Miss Alicia. Whatever anyone says or does, don't get rattled. Yours affectionately, T. Tembarom." There was a silence. Mr. Palford passed the paper to his partner, who gave it careful study. Afterward he refolded it and handed it back to Miss Alicia. "In a court of law," was Mr. Palford's sole remark, "it would not be regarded as evidence for the defendant." Miss Alicia's tears were still streaming, but she held her ringleted head well up.
"I cannot stay. I beg your pardon. I do indeed," she said. "But I must leave you. You see," she added with her fine little touch of dignity, "as yet this house is still Mr. Temple Barholm's home, and I am the grateful recipient of his bounty. Burrell will attend you and make you quite comfortable." With an obeisance which was like a slight curtsy, she turned and fled. In less than an hour she walked up the neat brick path, and old Mrs. Hutchinson, looking out, saw her through the tiers of flower-pots in the window. Hutchinson himself was in London, but Anne was reading at the other side of the room. "Here's poor old Miss Temple Barholm all in a flutter," remarked her grandmother. "Thou's got some work cut out for thee if thou's going to quiet her. Open the door, lass." Anne opened the door and stood by it with calm, though welcoming dimples. "Miss Hutchinson,"
Miss Alicia began all at once to realize that they did not know each other, and that she had flown to the refuge of her youth without being at all aware of what she was about to say.
Oh, little Anne,"
she broke down with frank tears.
"My poor boy, my poor boy."
Little Anne drew her inside and closed the door.
"There, Miss Temple Barholm," she said. "There now, just come in and sit down. I'll get you a good cup of tea. You need one." End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The Duke of Stone had been sufficiently occupied with one of his slighter attacks of rheumatic gout to have been, so to speak, out of the running in the past weeks. His indisposition had not condemned him to the usual dullness, however. He had suffered less pain than was customary, and Mrs. Brattle had been more than usually interesting in conversation on those occasions when, in making him very comfortable in one way or another, she felt that a measure of entertainment would add to his well-being. His Epicurean habit of mind tended toward causing him to find a subtle pleasure in the hearing of various versions of any story whatever. His intimacy with T. Tembarom had furnished forth many an agreeable mental repast for him. He had had T. Tembarom's version of himself, the version of the county, the version of the uneducated class, and his own version. All of these had had varying shades of their own. He had found a cynically fine flavor in Palliser's version, which he had gathered through talk and process of exclusion and inclusion. "There's a good deal to be said for it," he summed it up. "It's plausible on ordinary sophisticated grounds. T. Tembarom would say, it looks sort of that way." As Mrs. Brattle had done what she could in the matter of expounding her views of the uncertainties of the village attitude, he had listened with stimulating interest. Mrs. Brattle's version on the passing of T. Tembarom stood out picturesquely against the background of the version which was his own, the one founded on the singular facts he had shared knowledge of with the chief character in the episode. He had not, like Miss Alicia, received a communication from Tembarom. This seemed to him to be one of the attractive features of the incident. It provided opportunity for speculation. Some wild development had called the youngster away in a rattling hurry. Of what happened since his departure he knew no more than the villagers knew. What had happened for some months before his going he had watched with the feeling of an intelligently observant spectator at a play. He had been provided with varied emotions by the fantastic drama. He had smiled, he had found himself moved once or twice, and he had felt a good deal of the thrill of curious uncertainty as to what the curtain would rise and fall on. The situation was such that it was impossible to guess. Results could seem only to float in the air. One thing might happen, so might another, so might a dozen more. What he wished really to attain was some degree of certainty as to what was likely to occur in any case to the American Temple bar home. He felt for the first time he drove over to call on Miss Alicia that his indisposition and confinement to his own house had robbed him of something. They had deprived him of the opportunity to observe shades of development and to hear the expressing of views of the situation as it stood. He drove over with views of his own and with anticipations. He had reason to know that he would encounter in the dear lady indications of the feeling that she had reached a crisis. There was a sense of this crisis impending as one mounted the terrace steps and entered the hall. The men-servants endeavored to wipe from their countenances any expression denoting even a vague knowledge of it. He recognized their laudable determination to do so. Burrell was monumental in the unconsciousness of his outward bearing. Miss Alicia, sitting waiting on fate in the library, wore precisely the aspect he had known she would wear. She had been lying awake at night, and she had of course wept at intervals, since she belonged to the period of the popular female view of which had been that only the unfeeling did not so relieve themselves in crises of the affections. Her eyelids were rather pink, and her nice little face was tired. "It is very, very kind of you to come," she said, when they shook hands. "I wonder—" Her hesitance was touching in its obvious appeal to him not to take the wrong side. "I wonder if you know how deeply troubled I have been?" "You see, I have had a touch of my abominable gout, and my treasure of a Brattle has been nursing me and gossiping," he answered. "So, of course, I know a great deal. None of it true, I dare say. I felt I must come and see you, however." He looked so neat and entirely within the boundaries of finished and well-dressed modernity and everyday occurrence, in his perfectly fitting clothes, beautifully shining boots, and delicate fawn gaiters, that she felt a sort of support in his mere aspect. The mind connected such almost dapper freshness and excellent taste only with unexaggerated incidents and a behavior which almost placed the stamp of absurdity upon the improbable in circumstance. The vision of disorderly and illegal possibilities seemed actually to fade into an unreality. If Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby knew him as I know him, as you know him, she added with a faint hopefulness.
Yes, if they knew him as we know him, that would make a different matter of it, admitted the Duke amiably.
But, thought Miss Alicia, he might only have put it that way through consideration for her feelings, and because he was an extremely polished man who could not easily reveal to a lady a disagreeable truth. He did not speak with a note of natural indignation, which she thought she must have detected if he had felt as she felt herself. He was, of course, a man whose manner had always the finish of composure. He did not seem disturbed or even very curious, only kind and most polite.
"If we only knew where he was," she began again. "If we only knew where Mr. Strangeways was."
"My impression is that Messrs. Palford and Grimby will probably find them both before long," he consoled her. "They are no doubt exciting themselves unnecessarily." He was not agitated at all. She felt it would have been kinder if he had been a little agitated. He was really not the kind of person whose feelings appeared very deep, being given to a light and graceful cynicism of speech which delighted people, so perhaps it was not natural that he should express any particular emotion, even in a case affecting a friend. Surely he had been Temple's friend? But if he had seemed a little distressed or doubtful or annoyed, she would have felt that she understood better his attitude. As it was, he might almost have been on the other side, a believer or disbeliever, or merely a person looking on to see what would happen. When they sat down, his glance seemed to include her with an interest which was sympathetic, but rather as if she were a child whom he would like to pacify. This seemed especially so when she felt she must make clear to him the nature of the crisis which was pending, as he had felt when he entered the house.
"You perhaps do not know,"
the appeal which had shown itself in her eyes was in her voice,
"that the solicitors have decided, after a great deal of serious discussion and private inquiry in London, that the time has come when they must take open steps."
"In the matter of investigation?" he inquired.
"They are coming here this afternoon with Captain Palliser to question the servants and some of the villagers. They will question me."
Alarmedly.
"They would be sure to do that."
He really seemed to quite envelop her with kindness.
"But I beg you not to be alarmed. Nothing you could have to say could possibly do harm to Temple Barham."
He knew it was her fear of this contingency which terrified her.
"You do feel sure of that?"
she burst forth relievedly.
"You do, because you know him?"
"I do. Let us be calm, dear lady. Let us be calm."
I will, she protested. "But Captain Palliser has arranged that a lady should come here, a lady who disliked poor Temple very much. She was most unjust to him."
"Lady Joan Fair?" he suggested, and then paused with a remote smile as if lending himself for the moment to some humor he alone detected in the situation. "She will not injure his cause, I think I can assure you."
"She insisted on misunderstanding him. I am so afraid."
The appearance of Pearson at the door interrupted her and caused her to rise from her seat. The neat young man was pale and spoke in a nervously lowered voice.
"I beg pardon, miss. I beg your Grace's pardon for intruding, but—"
Miss Alicia moved toward him in such a manner that he himself seemed to feel that he might advance.
"What is it, Pearson? Have you anything special to say? I hope I am not taking too great a liberty, miss, but I did come in for a purpose, knowing that His Grace was with you and thinking that you might both kindly advise me. It is about Mr. Temple Barham, your Grace,"
addressing him as if in involuntary recognition of the fact that he might possibly prove the greater support.
"Our Mr. Temple Barham, Pearson?"
"We are being told there are two of them." The Duke's delicate emphasis on the positive pronoun was delightful, and so it moved and encouraged sensitive little Pearson that he was emboldened to answer with modest firmness,
"Yes, ours. Thank you, your Grace."
"You feel him yours too, Pearson?" a shade more delightfully still.
I take the liberty, Your Grace, of being deeply attached to him, and more than grateful.
What did you want to ask advice about?
The family solicitors. Captain Palliser and Lady Joan Fair and Mr. and Miss Hutchinson are to be here shortly, and I have been told I am to be questioned. What I want to know, Your Grace, is—" He paused and looked no longer pale but painfully red as he gathered himself together for his anxious outburst. "Must I speak the truth?"
Miss Alicia started alarmedly. The Duke looked down at the delicate fawn gaiters covering his fine instep. His fleeting smile was not this time an external one.
"Do you not wish to speak the truth, Pearson?"
Pearson's manner could have been described only as one of obstinate frankness.
"No, Your Grace, I do not. Your Grace may misunderstand me, but I do not."
His Grace tapped the gaiters with the slight ebony cane he held in his hand.
"Is this," he put it with impartial curiosity, "because the truth might be detrimental to our Mr. Temple Barhome?"
"If you please, Your Grace," Pearson made a firm step forward, "what is the truth?"
"That is what Messrs. Palford and Grimby seem determined to find out. Probably only our Mr. Temple Barhome can tell them."
"Your Grace, what I'm thinking of is that if I tell the truth, it may seem to prove something that's not the truth."
"What kinds of things, Pearson?"
Still impartially.
"I can be plain with Your Grace. Things like this. I was with Mr. Temple Barhome and Mr. Strangeways a great deal. They'll ask me about what I heard. They'll ask me if Mr. Strangeways was willing to go away to the doctor, if he had to be persuaded and argued with. Well, he had and he hadn't, Your Grace. At first, just the mention of it would upset him so that Mr. Temple Barhome would have to stop talking about it and quiet him down. But when he improved, he did improve wonderfully, Your Grace. He got into the way of sitting and thinking it over and listening quite quiet. But if I'm asked suddenly—"
"What you are afraid of is that you may be asked point-blank questions without warning."
His Grace put it with the perspicacity of experience.
"That is why I should be grateful for advice. Must I tell the truth, Your Grace, when it will make them believe things I'd swear are lies? I'd swear it, Your Grace."
"So would I, Pearson."
His serene lightness was of the most baffling but curiously supporting order.
"This being the case, my advice would be not to go into detail. Let us tell white lies, all of us, without a shadow of hesitancy. Miss Temple Barhome, even you must do your best."
"I will try. Indeed, I will try."
And the Duke felt her tremulously ardent assent actually delicious.
"There, we'll consider that settled, Pearson," he said.
"Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you, miss."
Pearson's relieved gratitude verged on the devout. He turned to go, and as he did so his attention was arrested by an approach he remarked through a window.
"Mr. and Miss Hutchinson are arriving now, miss,"
he announced hastily.
"They are to be brought in here,"
said Miss Alicia. The Duke quietly left his seat and went to look through the window with frank and unembarrassed interest in the approach. He went, in fact, to look at little Anne, and as he watched her walk up the avenue, her father lumbering beside her, he evidently found her aspect sufficiently arresting.
"Ah," he exclaimed softly and paused. "What a lot of very nice red hair," he said next, and then, "No wonder, no wonder. That, I should say," he remarked as Miss Alicia drew near, "is what I once heard a bad young man call a deserving case."
He was conscious that she might have been privately a little shocked by such aged flippancy, but she was at the moment perturbed by something else.
"The fact is that I have never spoken to Hutchinson," she fluttered. "These changes are very confusing. I suppose I ought to say Mr. Hutchinson, now that he is such a successful person, and Temple—"
"Without a shadow of a doubt."
The Duke seemed struck by the happiness of the idea.
"They will make him appear presently. They may address me as Stone at any moment. One must learn to adjust oneself with agility. The old order changeth. Ah, she is smiling at him, and I see the dimples."
Miss Alicia made a clean breast of it.
"I went to her. I could not help it," she confessed. "I was in such distress, and dare not speak to anybody. Temple had told me that she was so wonderful. He said she always understood and knew what to do."
"Did she in this case?" he asked, smiling.
Miss Alicia's manner was that of one who could express the extent of her admiration only in disconnected phrases.
She was a little rock. Such a quiet, firm way, such calm certainty. Oh, the comfort she has been to me. I begged her to come here today. I did not know her father had returned.
No doubt he will have testimony to give which will be of the greatest assistance, the Duke said most encouragingly. Perhaps he will be a sort of rock.
I don't in the least know what he will be, sighed Miss Alicia, evidently uncertain in her views.
But when the father and daughter were announced, she felt that his grace was really enchanting in the happy facility of his manner. He at least adjusted himself with agility. Hutchinson was of course lumbering, lacking the support of T. Tembarom's presence and incongruity. He himself was the incongruous feature. He would have been obliged to bluster by way of sustaining himself, even if he had only found himself being presented to Miss Alicia. But when it was revealed to him that he was also confronted with the greatest personage of the neighborhood, he had become as hot and red as he had become during certain fateful business interviews. More so, indeed.
The other chaps hadn't been dukes.
And to Hutchinson the older order had not yet so changed that a duke was not an awkwardly impressive person to face unexpectedly. The Duke's manner of shaking hands with him, however, was even touched with an amiable suggestion of appreciation of the value of a man of genius. He had heard of the invention, in fact, knew some quite technical things about it. He realized its importance. Yet congratulations for the inventor and the world of invention so greatly benefited.
Lancashire must be proud of your success, Mr. Hutchinson.
How agreeably and with what ease he said it.
Aye, it's a success now, your grace, Hutchinson answered. But I might have waited a good bit longer if it hadn't been for that lad and his bold backing of me.
Mr. Temple Barhome, said the Duke.
Aye, he's got the way of making folks see things they can't see even when they're hitting him in the eyes. I'd lost heart, and I could never have done it myself.
What? Now it's done, smiled his grace. Delightful.
I've got there, same as they say in New York. I've got there, said Hutchinson.
He sat down in response to Miss Alicia's invitation. His unease was wonderfully dispelled. He felt himself a person of sufficient importance to address even a duke as man to man.
What's all this romance and talk about the other Temple Barhome coming back, and our lad knowing and hiding him away, and Palliser and the lawyers and the police being after 'em both?
You have heard the whole story?
From the Duke. I've heard naught else since I come back.
Grandmother knew a great deal before we came home, said little Anne.
The Duke turned his attention to her with an engaged smile. His look, his bow, his bearing, in the moment of their being presented to each other, had seemed to Miss Alicia the most perfect thing. His fine eyes had not obviously wandered while he talked to her father, but it had in fact been taking her in with an inclusiveness not likely to miss agreeable points of detail.
"What is her opinion, may I ask?" he said. "What does she say?"
"Grandmother is very set in her ways, your grace."
The limpidity of her blue eyes and the flickering dimple added much to the quaint comprehensiveness of her answer.
"She says the world's that full of fools that if they were all killed, the Lord would have to begin again with a new Adam and Eve."
"She has entire faith in Mr. Temple Barhome, as you have,"
put forward his grace.
"Mine's not faith exactly. I know him," little Anne answered, her tone as limpid as her eyes.
"There's more than her has faith in him," broke forth Hutchinson. "Danged if I don't like the way them village chaps are taking it. They're ready to fight over it, since they found out what it's come to. And about the lawyers coming down, they're talking about getting up a kind of demonstration."
"Delightful!" ejaculated his grace again. He leaned forward.
"Quite what I should have expected. There was a good deal of beer drunk, I suppose?" "Plenty of beer, but it'll do no harm." Hutchinson began to chuckle. "They're talking of getting out the fife and drum band and marching round the village with a calico banner with 'Vote for T. Tembarom' painted on it, to show what they think of him."
The Duke chuckled also.
"I wonder how he's managed it," he laughed. "They wouldn't do it for any of the rest of us, you know, though I've no doubt we're quite as deserving. I am, I know."
Hutchinson stopped laughing and turned on Miss Alicia. "What's that young woman coming down here for?" he inquired.
"Lady Joan was engaged to Mr. James Temple Barhome," Miss Alicia answered.
Hutchinson jerked out. "That'll turn her into a wildcat, I'll warrant. She'll do all the harm she can. I'm much obliged to you for letting us come, ma'am. I want to be where I can stand by him."
"Father," said little Anne, "what you have got to remember is that you mustn't fly into a passion. You know you've always said it never did any good, and it only sends the blood to your head."
"You're not nervous, Miss Hutchinson?" the Duke suggested.
"About Mr. Temple Barholm? I couldn't be, your grace. If I should see 2 policemen bringing him in handcuffed, I shouldn't be nervous. I should know the handcuffs didn't belong to him, and the policeman would look right down silly to me."
Miss Alicia flooded over to fold her in her arms.
"Do let me kiss you," she said. "Do let me, little Anne."
Little Anne had risen at once to meet her embrace. She put a hand on her arm.
"We don't know anything about this, really," she said. "We've only heard what people say. We haven't heard what he says. I'm going to wait."
They were all looking at her, the Duke with such marked interest that she turned toward him as she ended.
"And if I had to wait until I was as old as grandmother, I'd wait, and nothing would change my mind. And I've been lying awake at night,"
softly wailed Miss Alicia. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. It was Mr. Hutchinson who, having an eye on the window, first announced an arriving carriage. "Some of 'em's coming from the station," he remarked. "There's no young woman with 'em. That I can see from here."
"I thought I heard wheels." Miss Alicia went to look out agitatedly. "It is the gentleman. Perhaps Lady Joan—" She turned desperately to the Duke. "I don't know what to say to Lady Joan. I don't know what she will say to me. I don't know what she is coming for. Little Anne, do keep near me."
It was a pretty thing to see little Anne stroke her hand and soothe her.
"Don't be frightened, Miss Temple Barholm. All you've got to do is to answer questions," she said. "But I might say things that would be wrong, things that would harm him." "No, you mightn't, Miss Temple Barholm. He's not done anything that could bring harm on him."
The Duke of Stone, who had seated himself in T. Tembarom's favorite chair, which occupied a point of vantage, seemed to Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby, when they entered the room, to wear the aspect of a sort of presidery audience. The sight of his erect head and clear-cut, ivory-tinted old face, with its alert, wholly unbiased expression, somewhat startled them both. They had indeed not expected to see him, and did not know why he had chosen to come. His presence might mean any one of several things, and the fact that he enjoyed a reputation for quite alarming astuteness of a brilliant kind presented elements of probable embarrassment. If he thought that they had allowed themselves to be led upon a wild goose chase, he would express his opinions with trying readiness of phrase. His manner of greeting them, however, expressed no more than a lightly agreeable detachment from any view whatsoever. Captain Palliser felt this curiosity, though he could not have said what he would have expected from him if he had known it would be his whim to appear. "How do you do? How do you do?" His Grace shook hands with the amiable ease which scarcely commits a man even to casual interest, after which he took his seat again. "How do do, Miss Hutchinson?" said Palliser. "How do do, Mr. Hutchinson? Mr. Palford will be glad to find you here." Mr. Palford shook hands with correct civility. "I am indeed," he said. "It was in your room in New York that I first saw Mr. Temple Barholm." "Aye, it was," responded Hutchinson dryly.
"I thought Lady Joan was coming,"
Miss Alicia said to Palliser. "She will be here presently. She came down in our train, but not with us."
"What is she coming for?" faltered Miss Alicia.
"Yes," put in the Duke. "What, by the way, is she coming for?" "I wrote and asked her to come," was Palliser's reply. "I have reason to believe she may be able to recall something of value to the inquiry which is being made." "That's interesting," said his Grace, but with no air of participating particularity. "She doesn't like him, though, does she? Wouldn't do to put her on the jury." He did not wait for any reply, but turned to Mr. Palford. "All this is delightfully pretentious.
Do you know, it reminds me of a scene in one of those numerous plays where the wrong man has murdered somebody, or hasn't murdered somebody, and the whole company must be cross-examined because the curtain cannot be brought down until the right man is unmasked. Do let us come into this, Mr. Palford. What we know seems so inadequate."
Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby each felt that there lurked in his manner a possibility that they were being regarded lightly. All the objections to their situation loomed annoyingly large.
"It is, of course, an extraordinary story," Mr. Palford said.
"But if we are not mistaken in our deductions, we may find ourselves involved in a cause célèbre which will set all England talking."
"I am not mistaken,"
Palliser presented the comment with a short and dry laugh.
"That seems pretty cocksure," Hutchinson thrust in. "I am. No one knew Jem Temple Barholm better than I did in the past. We were intimate enemies," and he laughed again.
"Tha says they'll swear the chap tha saw through the window was him?" said Hutchinson.
"I'd swear it,"
with composure. The Duke was reflecting. He was again tapping with his cane the gaiter covering his slender, shining boot.
"If Mr. Temple Barholm had remained here, his actions would have seemed less suspicious," he suggested.
It was Palliser who replied.
"Or if he hadn't whisked the other man away, he lost his head and played the fool." "He didn't lose his head, that chap. It's screwed on the right way, his head is," grunted Hutchinson.
"The curious fellow has a number of friends," the Duke remarked to Palford and Grimby in his impartial tone.
"I am hoping you're not thinking of cross-examining me. I have always been convinced that under cross-examination I could be induced to innocently give evidence condemnatory to both sides of any case whatever. But would you mind telling me what the exact evidence is so far?"
Mr. Palford had been opening a budget of papers.
"It is evidence which is cumulative, your Grace," he said.
"Mr. Temple Barholm's position would have been a far less suspicious one, as you yourself suggested, if he had remained, or if he hadn't secretly removed Mr. Strangeways."
"The last was Captain Palliser's suggestion, I believe,"
smiled the Duke.
"Did he remove him secretly?"
"How secretly, for instance?"
"At night," answered Palliser. "Miss Temple Barholm herself did not know it when it happened, did you?"
turning to Miss Alicia, who was at once flushed and paled.
"He knew I was rather nervous where Mr. Strangeways was concerned. I am sorry to say he found that out almost at once. He even told me several times that I must not think of him, that I need hear nothing about him."
She turned to the Duke, her air of appeal plainly representing a feeling that he would understand her confession.
"I scarcely like to say it, but wrong as it was, I couldn't help feeling that it was like having a lunatic in the house. I was afraid he might be more ill than Temple realized, and that he might sometime become violent. I never admitted so much, of course, but I was."
"You see, she was not told," Palliser summed it up succinctly.
"Evidently," the Duke admitted. "I see your point." But he seemed to disengage himself from all sense of admitting implications with entire calmness as he turned again to Mr. Palford and his papers.
"You were saying the exact evidence was—"
Mr. Palford referred to a sheet of notes. "That whether before or shortly after his arrival here is not at all certain, Mr. Temple Barholm began strongly to suspect the identity of the person then known as Strangeways." Palliser again emitted a short and dry laugh, and both the Duke and Mr. Palford looked at him inquiringly.
"He had got onto it before he brought him,"
he answered their glances.
"Be sure of that."
"Then why did he bring him?" the Duke suggested lightly.
"Oh, well,"
taking his cue from the Duke and assuming casual lightness also,
"he was obliged to come himself, and was jolly well convinced that he had better keep his hand on the man, also his eye. It was a good enough idea. He couldn't leave a thing like that wandering about the States. He could play benefactor safely in a house of the size of this until he was ready for action."
The Duke gave a moment to considering the matter, still detachedly.
"It is on the whole not unlikely that something of the sort might suggest itself to the criminal mind,"
he said, and his glance at Mr. Palford intimated that he might resume his statement.
We have secured proof that he applied himself to secret investigation. He is known to have employed Scotland Yard to make certain inquiries concerning the man said to have been killed in the Klondike. Having evidently reached more than suspicion, he began to endeavor to persuade Mr. Strangeways to let him take him to London. This apparently took some time. The mere suggestion of removal threw the invalid into a state of painful excitement. "Did Pearson tell you that?" the Duke inquired. "Captain Palliser himself, in passing the door of the room one day, heard certain expressions of terrified pleading," was Mr. Palford's explanation. "I heard enough," Palliser took it up carelessly, "to make it worth while to question Pearson, who must have heard a great deal more. Pearson was ordered to hold his tongue from the first, but he will have to tell the truth when he is asked." The Duke did not appear to resent his view. "Pearson would be likely to know what went on," he remarked. "He's an intelligent little fellow. The fact remains that in spite of his distress and reluctance, Mr. Strangeways was removed privately, and there our knowledge ends. He has not been seen since, and a few hours after, Captain Palliser expressed his conviction that the person he had seen through the west room window was Mr. James Temple Barhome. Mr. Temple Barhome left the house taking a midnight train, and leaving no clue as to his whereabouts or intentions." "Disappeared," said the Duke. "Where has he been looked for?" The countenance of both Mr. Palford and his party expressed a certain degree of hesitance. "Principally in asylums and so-called sanatoriums," Mr. Grimby admitted with a hint of reluctance. "Places where the curiosity of outsiders is not encouraged," said Palliser languidly, "and where, if a patient dies in a fit of mania, there are always respectable witnesses to explain that his case was hopeless from the first." Mr. Hutchinson had been breathing hard occasionally as he sat and listened, and now he sprang up, uttering a sound dangerously near a violent snort. "Are they accusing the lad of being black villain enough to be ready to do bloody murder?" he cried out. "He was in a very tight place, Hutchinson." Palliser shrugged his shoulders as he said it. "But one makes suggestions at this stage, not accusations." That Hutchinson had lost his head was apparent to his daughter, at least. "That'd be in a tight place, my fine chap, if I had my way," he flung forth irately. "I'd like to get thy head under my arm." The roll of approaching wheels reached Miss Alicia.
"There's another carriage,"
was her agitated exclamation.
"Oh, dear, it must be Lady Joan."
Little Anne left her seat to make her father return to his.
"Father, you'd better sit down,"
she said, gently pushing him in the right direction.
"When you can't prove a thing's a lie, it's just as well to keep quiet until you can."
And she kept quiet herself, though she turned and stood before Palliser and spoke with clear deliberateness.
"What you pretend to believe is not true, Captain Palliser. It's just not true,"
she gave to him. They were facing and looking at each other when Burrell announced Lady Joan Fair. She entered rather quickly and looked round the room with a sweeping glance, taking them all in. She went to the Duke first, and they shook hands.
"I'm glad you were here," she said.
"I would not have been out of it, my dear young lady," he answered. "For a farm, that's a quotation."
"I know,"
she replied, giving her hand to Miss Alicia and taking in Palliser and the solicitors with a bow which was little more than a nod. Then she saw little Anne, and walked over to her to shake hands.
"I'm glad you are here. I rather felt you would be," was her greeting. "I'm glad to see you."
"Whether they are glad to see me or not, I'm glad I'm here," said Hutchinson bluntly. "I've just been speaking a bit of my mind."
"Now, father, love."
Little Anne put her hand on his arm. Lady Joan looked him over. Her hungry eyes were more hungry than ever. She looked like a creature in a fever and worn by it.
"I think I'm glad you are here, too," she answered.
Palliser sauntered over to her. He had approved the Duke's air of being at once detached and inquiring, and he did not intend to wear the aspect of the personage who plays the unpleasant part of the pursuer and avenger. What he said was,
"It was good of you to come, Lady Joan."
"Did you think I would stay away?" was her answer. "But I will tell you that I don't believe it is true."
"You think that it is too good to be true?"
Her hot eyes had records in them it would have been impossible for him to read or understand. She had been so torn. She had passed through such hours since she had been told this wild thing. "Pardon my not telling you what I think," she said. "Nothing matters, after all, if he is alive."
"Except that we must find him," said Palliser.
"If he is in the same world with me, I shall find him," fiercely. Then she turned again to Anne. "You are the girl T. Tembarom loves?" She put it to her. "Yes, my lady. If he was lost, and you knew he was on the earth with you, don't you know that you would find him?" "I should know he'd come back to me," little Anne answered her. "That's what—" Her small face looked very fine as in her second hesitation a spirited flush ran over it. "That's what your man will do?" Quite firmly. It was amazing to see how the bitter face changed, as if one word had brought back a passionate, softening memory. "My man." Her voice mellowed until it was deep and low. "Did you call T. Tembarom that too? Oh, I understand you. Keep near me while I talk to these people." She made her sit down by her. "I know every detail of your letters." She addressed Palliser as well as Palford and Grimby, sweeping all details aside. "What is it you want to ask me?"
"This is our position, your ladyship." Mr. Palford fumbled a little with his papers in speaking. "Mr. Temple Barholm and the person known as Mr. Strangeways have been searched for so far without result. In the meantime, we realize that the more evidence we obtain that Mr. Temple Barholm identified Strangeways and acted from motive, the more solid the foundation upon which Captain Palliser's conviction rests. Up to this point, we have only his statement, which he is prepared to make on oath. Fortunately, however, he on one occasion overheard something said to you which he believes will be corroborative evidence."
"What did you overhear?"
she inquired of Palliser. Her tone was not pacific, considering that logically she must be on the side of the investigators. But it was her habit, as Captain Palliser remembered, to seem to put most people on the defensive. He meant to look as uninvolved as the Duke, but it was not quite within his power. His manner was sufficiently deliberate.
"One evening, before you left for London, I was returning from the billiard-room and heard you engaged in animated conversation with our host. My attention was arrested, first because—"
A sketch of a smile ill-concealed itself.
"You usually scarcely deign to speak to him, and secondly because I heard Jem Temple Barholm's name."
"And you—"
Neither eyes nor manner omitted the word "listened," but the slight lift in his shoulders was indifferent enough.
"I listened deliberately. I was convinced that the fellow was a criminal impostor, and I wanted evidence." "Ah, come now," remarked the Duke amiably. "Now we are getting on. Did you gain any?" "I thought so. Merely of the cumulative order, of course," Palliser answered with moderation. "Those were early days. He asked you," turning to Lady Joan again, "if you knew anyone who had any sort of a photograph of Jem. You had one, and you showed it to him."
She was quite silent for a moment. The hour came back to her, the extraordinary hour when he had stood in his lounging fashion before her, and through some odd, uncivilized but absolutely human force of his own, had made her listen to him, and had gone on talking in his nasal voice until with one common, crude, grotesque phrase he had turned her hideous world upside down, changed the whole face of it, sent the stone wall rising before her crumbling into dust, and seemed somehow to set her free. For the moment he had lifted a load from her, the nature of which she did not think he could understand, a load of hatred and silence. She had clutched his hand. She had passionately wept on it. She could have kissed it. He had told her that she could come back and not be afraid. As the strange episode rose before her detail by detail, she literally stared at Palliser.
"You didn't you?"
he inquired. "Yes," she answered. Her mind was in a riot, because in the midst of things which must be true, something was false. But with the memory of a myriad subtle duplicities in her brain, she had never seen anything which would have approached a thing like that. He had made her feel more human than anyone in the world had ever made her feel. But Jem, He'd been able to do it because he was human himself. Human. "I'm friendly," he had said with his boy's laugh. "Just friendly."
"I saw him start, though you did not," Palliser continued. "He stood and studied the locket intently."
She remembered perfectly. He examined it so closely that he had unconsciously knit his brows.
"He said something in a rather low voice." Palliser took it up. "I could not quite catch it all. It was something about knowing the face again. I can see you remember, Lady Joan. Can you repeat the exact words?"
He did not understand the struggle he saw in her face. It would have been impossible for him to understand it. What she felt was that if she lost hold on her strange belief in the honesty of this one decent thing she had seen and felt so close to her that it cleared the air she breathed, it would be as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Without knowing why she said it, she got up from her chair as if she were a witness in a court. "Yes, I can," she said. "Yes, I can. But I wish to make a statement for myself. Whether Jem Temple-Barham is alive or dead, Captain Palliser, T. Tembarom has done him no harm." The Duke sat up deliciously alert. He had evidently found her worth looking at and listening to from the outset.
"Hear, hear," he said pleasantly. "What were the exact words?" suggested Palliser.
Miss Alicia, who had been weeping on little Anne's shoulder, almost on her lap, lifted her head to listen. Hutchinson set his jaw and grunted, and Mr. Palford cleared his throat mechanically. "He said," and no one better than herself realized how ominously cumulative the words sounded, "that a man would know a face like that again, wherever he saw it." "Wherever he saw it?" ejaculated Mr. Grimby. There ensued a moment of entire pause. It was inevitable. Having reached this point, a taking of breath was necessary. Even the Duke ceased to appear entirely detached. As Mr. Palford turned to his papers again, there was perhaps a slight feeling of awkwardness in the air. Miss Alicia had dropped, terror-smitten, into new tears. The slight awkwardness was, on the whole, rather added to by T. Tembarom, as if serenely introduced by the hand of drama itself. Opening the door and walking into the room, he came in with a matter-of-fact but rather obstinate air, and stopped in their midst, looking round at them as if collectively taking them all in. Hutchinson sprang to his feet with a kind of roar, his big hands plunging deep into his trousers pockets.
"There he is! Danged if he isn't!" he bellowed. "Now, lad, that'll let him have it."
What he was to let them have did not ensue, because his attitude was not one of assault. "Say, you're all here, ain't you?" he remarked obviously. "Good business." Miss Alicia got up from the sofa and came trembling toward him as one approaches one risen from the dead, and he made a big stride toward her and took her in his arms, patting her shoulder in reproachful consolation. "Say, you haven't done what I told you, have you?" he soothed. "You've let yourself get rattled." "But I knew it wasn't true," she sobbed. "I knew it wasn't." "Of course you did. But you got rattled all the same." And he patted her again. The Duke came forward with a delightfully easy, could it be almost jocose, air of bearing himself. Palford and Grimby remarked it with pained dismay. He was so unswerving in his readiness as he shook hands. "How well done for you," he said. "How well arranged. But I'm afraid you didn't arrange it at all. It has merely happened. Where did you come from?" "From America. I got back yesterday." T. Tembarom's handshake was a robust, hearty greeting. "It's all right."
"From America?"
The united voices of the solicitors exclaimed it. Joseph Hutchinson broke into a huge guffaw, and he stamped in exultation.
"I'm danged if he's not been to America," he cried out. "To America!"
"Oh," Miss Alicia gasped hysterically. "They go backward and forward to America like lightning."
Little Anne had not risen at his entrance, but sat still with her hands clasped tightly on her lap. Her face had somehow the effect of a flower gradually breaking into extraordinary bloom. Their eyes had once met, and then she remained, her soul and hers which were upon him, as she drank in every word he uttered. Her time had not yet come. Lady Joan had remained standing by the chair, which, a few moments before, her manner had seemed to transform into something like a witness stand in a court of justice. Her hungry eyes had grown hungrier each second, and her breath came and went quickly. The very face she had looked up at on her last talk with T. Tembarom, the oddly human face, turned on her as he came to her. It was just as it had been that night, just as commonly uncommon and believable. "Say, Lady Joan, you didn't believe all that stuff, did you? You didn't," he said. No, I couldn't," she cried fiercely. He saw she was shaking with suspense, and he pushed her gently into a chair. "You better sit down a minute. You're about all in," he said. She might have been a woman with an ague as she caught his arm, shaking it because her hands themselves so shook. "Is it true?" was her low cry. "Is he alive? Is he alive?" "Yes, he's alive." And as he answered, he drew close and so placed himself before her that he shielded her from the others in the room. He seemed to manage to shut them out, so that when she dropped her face on her arms against the chair back, her shuddering, silent sobbing was hidden decently. It was not only his body which did it, but some protecting power which was almost physically visible. She felt it spread before her. "Yes, he's alive," he said, "and he's all right. Though it's been a long time coming, by G. He's alive." They all heard it. For a man of Palliser's make to stand silent in the midst of mysterious, slowly accumulating convictions that someone, perilously of his own rarely inept type, was on the verge of feeling appallingly like a fool, was momentarily unendurable. And nothing had been explained, after all. "Is this what you call bluff in New York?" he demanded. "You've got a lot to explain. You admit that Jem Temple Barholm is alive?" He realized his asinine error before the words were fully spoken. The realization was the result of the square-shouldered swing with which T. Tembarom turned round, and the expression of his eyes as they ran over him. "Admit?" he said. "Admit hell! He's upstairs," with a slight jerk of his head in the direction of the ceiling. The Duke alone did not gasp. He laughed slightly. "We've just got here. He came down from London with me, and Sir Ormsby Galloway." And he said it not to Palliser, but to Palford and Grimby. "The Sir Ormsby Galloway?" It was an ejaculation from Mr. Palford himself. T. Tembarom stood square and gave his explanation to the lot of them, so to speak, without distinction. "He's a big nerve specialist. I've had him looking after the case from the first. Before I began to suspect anything, I took orders, and orders were to keep him quiet and not let any fool butt in and excite him. That's what I've been giving my mind to. The great stunt was to get him to go and stay at Sir Ormsby's place." He stopped a moment and suddenly flared forth as if he had had enough of it. He almost shouted at them in his aspiration. "All I'm going to tell you is that for about 6 months I've been trying to prove that Jem Temple Barholm was Jem Temple Barholm, and the hardest thing I had to do was to get him so that he could prove it himself." He strode over to the hearth and rang a bell. "It's not my place to give orders here now," he said, "but Jem commissioned me to see this thing through. Sir Ormsby will tell you all you want to hear." He turned and spoke solely to the Duke. "This is what happened," he said. "I dare say you'll laugh when you hear it. I almost laugh myself. What does Jem do when he thinks things over but get some fool notion in his head about not coming back here and pushing me out, and he lights out and leaves the country. Leaves it, to get time to think it over some more." The Duke did not laugh. He merely smiled, a smile which had a shade of curious self-questioning in it. "Romantic and emotional, and quite ridiculous," he commented slowly. "He'd have awakened to that when he had thought it out some more. The thing couldn't be done." Burrell had presented himself in answer to the bell and awaited orders. His Grace called Tembarom's attention to him, and Tembarom included Palliser and Palford with Grimby when he gave his gesture of instruction. "Take these gentlemen to Sir Ormsby Galloway, and then ask Mr. Temple Barholm if he'll come downstairs," he said. It is possible that Captain Palliser felt himself more irritatingly enfolded in the swathing realization that someone was in a ridiculous position, and it is certain that Mr. Palford felt it necessary to preserve an outwardly flawless dignity as the Duke surprisingly left his chair and joined them. "Let me go too," he suggested. "I may be able to assist in throwing light." His including movement in Miss Alicia's direction was delightfully gracious and friendly. It was inclusive of Mr. Hutchinson also. "Will you come with us, Miss Temple Barholm?" he said. "And you too, Mr. Hutchinson. We shall go over it all in its most interesting detail, and you must be eager about it.
I am myself." His happy and entirely correct idea was that the impending entrance of Mr. James Temple Barholm would come off better in the absence of audience. Hutchinson almost bounced from his chair in his readiness. Miss Alicia looked at Tembarom. "Yes, Miss Alicia?" he answered her inquiring glance. "You go too. You'll get it all over quicker." Rigid propriety forbade that Mr. Palford should express annoyance, but the effort to restrain the expression of it was in his countenance. Was it possible that this American habit of being jocular had actually held its own in a matter as serious as this? And could even the most cynical and light-minded of ducal personages have been involved in its unworthy frivolities? But no one looked jocular. Tembarom's jaw was set in its hard line, and the Duke, taking up the broad ribbon of his rimless monocle to fix the glass in his eye, wore the expression of a man whose sense of humor was temporarily in abeyance. "Are we to understand that your Grace—" "Yes," said the Grace a trifle curtly. "I have known about it for some time." "But why was nobody told?" put in Palliser. "Why should people be told? There was nothing sufficiently definite to tell. It was a waiting game." His Grace wasted no words. "I was told. Mr. Temple Barholm did not know England or English methods. His idea, perhaps a mistaken one, was that an English duke might be able to advise him. He came to me and made a clean breast of it. He goes straight at things, that young fellow. Makes what he calls a bee-line. Oh, I've been in it. I've been in it, I assure you." It was as they crossed the hall that his Grace slightly laughed. "It struck me as sort of a wild-goose chase at first. He had only a ghost of a clue, a mere resemblance to a portrait, but he believed in it, and he had an instinct." He laughed again. "The dullest and most unmelodramatic neighborhood in England has been taking part in a melodrama, but there has been no villain in it, only a matter-of-fact young man working out a queer thing in his own queer, matter-of-fact way." When the door closed behind them, Tembarom went to Lady Joan. She had risen and was standing before the window, her back to the room. She looked tall and straight and tensely braced when she turned round, but there was endurance, not fierceness, in her eyes. "Did he leave the country knowing I was here, waiting?" she asked. Her voice was low and fatigued. She had remembered that years had passed, and it was perhaps after all only human that long anguish should blot things out and dull a hopeless man's memory. "No," answered Tembarom sharply. "He didn't. You weren't in it then. He believed you'd married that Duke of Merthshire fellow. This is the way it was. Let me tell it to you quick. A letter that had been wandering round came to him the night before the cave-in, when they thought he was killed. It told him old Temple Barholm was dead. He started out before daylight, and you can bet he was strung up until he was near crazy with excitement. He believed that if he was in England with plenty of money, he could track down that card-ship lie. He believed you'd help him. Somewhere while he was traveling he came across an old paper with a lot of dope about your being engaged." Joan remembered well how her mother had worked to set the story afloat, how they had gone through the most awful of their scenes, almost raving at each other, shut up together in the boudoir in Hill Street. That's all he remembers, except that he thought someone had hit him crack on the head. Nothing had hit him. He'd had too much to stand up under, and something gave way in his brain. He doesn't know what happened after that. He'd wake up sometimes just enough to know he was wandering about trying to get home. It's been the limit to try to track him. If he'd not come to himself, he never would have been quite sure. That's why I stuck at it. But he did come to himself, all of a sudden. Sir Ormsby will tell you that's what nearly always happens. They wake up all of a sudden. It's all right, it's all right. I used to promise him it would be, when I wasn't sure that I wasn't lying." And for the first time he broke into the friendly grin, but it was more valiant than spontaneous. He wanted her to know that it was all right. "Oh," she cried, "oh, you—" She stopped because the door was opening. "It's Jem," he said sharply. "Anne, let's go." And that instant little Anne was near him. "No, no, don't go," cried Lady Joan. Jem Temple Barholm came in through the doorway. Life and sound and breath stopped for a second, and then the two whirled into each other's arms as if a storm had swept them there. "Jem!"
she wailed.
"Oh, Jem, my man, where have you been?"
"I've been in hell, Joan, in hell," he answered, choking. "And this wonderful fellow has dragged me out of it." But Tembarom would have none of it. He could not stand it. This sort of thing filled up his throat and put him at an overwhelming disadvantage. He just laid a hand on Jem Templebarham's shoulder and gave him an awkwardly friendly push. "Say, cut me out of it," he said. "You get busy." His voice was rather breaking. "You've got a lot to say to each other. It was up to me before. Now it's up to you." Little Anne went with him into the next room. The room they went into was a smaller one, quiet, and its oriel windows much overshadowed by trees. By the time they stood together in the center of it, Tembarom had swallowed something twice or thrice, and had recovered himself. Even his old smile had come back as he took one of her hands in each of his, and holding them wide apart, stood and looked down at her. "God bless you, little Anne," he said. "I just knew I should find you here. I'd have bet my last dollar on it." The hands he held were trembling just a little, and the dimples quivered in and out, but her eyes were steady, and a lovely increasing intensity glowed in them. "You went after him and brought him back. He was all wrought up, and he needed someone with good common sense to stop him in time to make him think straight before he did anything silly," she said. "I says to him," T. Tembarom made the matter clear, "Say, you've left something behind that belongs to you. Come back and get it." I meant Lady Joan, and he says, "Good Lord, man, you're acting like a fellow in a play. That place doesn't belong to me, it belongs to you. If it was mine fair and square, little Willie'd hang on to it. There'd be no noble sacrifice in this. You get a brace on." "When they were talking in that silly way about you and saying you'd run away," said little Anne, her face uplifted adoringly as she talked, "I said to Father, if he's gone to get something, and he'll be likely to bring it back." He almost dropped her hands and caught her to him then, but he saved himself in time. "Now this great change has come," he said. "Everything will be different. The men you'll know will look like the pictures in the advertisements at the back of magazines. Those fellows with chins and smooth hair. I shall look like a chauffeur among them." But she did not blench in the least, though she remembered those words he was quoting. The intense and lovely femininity in her eyes only increased. She came closer to him, and so, because of his height, had to look up more. "You will always make jokes, but I don't care. I don't care for anything but you," she said. "I love your jokes. I love everything about you. I love your eyes, and your voice, and your laugh. I love your very clothes." Her voice quivered as her dimples did. "These last months I've sometimes felt as if I should die of loving you." It was a wonderful thing, wonderful. His eyes, his whole young being had kindled as he looked down, drinking in every word. "Is that the kind of quiet little thing you are?" he said. "Yes, it is," she answered firmly. "And you're satisfied? You know who it is I want? You're ready to do what you said you'd do that last night at Mrs. Bowes's?" "What do you think?" she said in her clear little voice. He caught her then in a strong, hearty, young, joyous clutch. "You come to me, little Anne. You come right to me," he said. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Many an honest penny was turned with the assistance of the romantic Templebarham case by writers of paragraphs for newspapers published in the United States. It was not merely a romance which belonged to England, but was excitingly linked to America by the fact that its hero regarded himself as an American, and had passed through all the picturesque episodes of a most desirably struggling youth in the very streets of New York itself, and had worked his way up to the proud position of society reporter on a huge Sunday paper. It was generally considered to redound largely to his credit that refusing, in spite of all temptations, to belong to other nations, he had been born in Brooklyn, that he had worn ragged clothes and shoes with holes in them, that he had blackened other people's shoes, run errands, and sold newspapers there. If he had been a mere English young man, one recounting of his romance would have disposed of him, but as he was presented to the newspaper public, every characteristic lent itself to elaboration. He was, in fact, flaringly anecdotal, as a newly elected president who has made boots, or driven a canal boat in his unconsidered youth, endears himself indescribably to both paragraph reader and paragraph purveyor, so did T. Tembarom endear himself. For weeks he was a perennial fount. What quite credible story cannot be related of a hungry lad who was wildly flung by chance into immense fortune and the laps of dukes, so to speak? The feeblest imagination must be stirred by the high color of such an episode, and stimulated to superb effort, until the public had become sated with reading anecdotes depicting the extent of his early privations, and dwelling on illustrations which presented lumber yards in which he had slept, and the facades of tumble-down tenements in which he had first beheld the light of day. He was a modest source of income. Any lumber yard or any tenement sufficiently dilapidated would serve as a model, and the fact that in the shifting architectural life of New York the actual original scenes of the incidents had been demolished and built upon by new apartment houses or new railroad stations or new factories 75 stories high was an unobstructing triviality. Accounts of his manner of conducting himself in European courts to which he had supposedly been bidden, of his immense popularity in glittering circles, of his finely democratic bearing when confronted by emperors surrounded by their guilty splendors, were the joy of remote villages and towns. A thrifty and young minor novelist hastily incorporated him in a serial and syndicated it upon the spot under the title of Living or Dead. Among its especial public, it was a success of such a nature as betrayed its author into hastily writing a second romance, which, not being rendered stimulating by a foundation of fact, failed to repeat his triumph. T. Tembarom, reading in the library at Temple Bar Home the first newspapers sent from New York, smiled widely. "You see, they've got to say something, Jem," he explained. "It's too big a scoop to be passed over. Something's got to be turned in, and it means money to the fellows, too. It's good copy." "Suppose," suggested Jem, watching him with interest, "you were to write the facts yourself and pass them on to some decent chap who'd be glad to get them." "Glad?" Tembarom flushed with delight. "Any chap would be way up in the air at the chance. It's the best kind of stuff. Wouldn't you mind? Are you sure you wouldn't?" He was the war horse snuffing battle from afar. Jem Temple Bar Home laughed outright at the gleam in his eyes. "No, I shouldn't care a hang, dear fellow, and the fact that I objected would not stop the story." "No, it wouldn't, by G. Say, I'll get Ann to help me, and we'll send it to the man who took my place on the earth. It'll mean board and boots to him for a month if he works it right, and it'll be doing a good turn to Galton, too. I shall be glad to see old Galton when I go back." "You are quite sure you want to go back?" inquired Jem. A certain glow of feeling was always in his eyes when he turned them on T. Tembarom. "Go back? I should smile. Of course I shall go back. I've got to get busy for Hutchinson, and I've got to get busy for myself. I guess there'll be work to do that'll take me half over the world. But I'm going back first. Ann's going with me." But there was no reference to a return to New York when the Sunday Earth and other widely circulated weekly sheets gave prominence to the marriage of Mr. Temple Bar Home and Miss Hutchinson, only child and heiress of Mr. Joseph Hutchinson, the celebrated inventor. From a newspaper point of view, the wedding had been rather unfairly quiet, and it was necessary to fill space with a revival of the renowned story, with pictures of bride and bridegroom, and of Temple Bar Home surrounded by ancestral oaks. A thriving business would have been done by the reporters if an ocean greyhound had landed the pair at the dock some morning, and snapshots could have been taken as they crossed the gangway, and wearing apparel described. But hope of such fortune was swept away by the closing paragraph, which stated that Mr. and Mrs. Temple Bar Home would spend the next 2 months in motoring through Italy and Spain in their 90-horsepower Panhard. It was T. Tembarom who sent this last item privately to Galton. "It's not true," his letter added, "but what I'm going to do is nobody's business but mine and my wife's, and this will suit people just as well." And then he confided to Galton the thing which was the truth. The St. Francesca apartment house was a very new one, situated on a corner of a yet sparsely built but rapidly spreading avenue above the 100th Streets, many numbers above them. There was a frankly unfinished air about the neighborhood, but here and there a store had broken forth and valiantly displayed necessities, and even articles verging upon the economically ornamental. It was plainly imperative that the idea should be suggested that there were on-the-spot sources of supply not requiring the immediate employment of the services of the elevated railroad in the achievement of purchase, and also that enterprise rightly encouraged might develop into being equal to all demands. Here and there an exceedingly fresh and clean market store, brilliant with the highly colored labels adorning tinned soups and meats and edibles in glass jars, alluringly presented itself to the passer-by. The elevated railroad perched upon iron supports, and with iron stairways so tall that they looked almost perilous, was a prominent feature of the landscape. There were stretches of waste ground, and high backgrounds of bits of country and woodland to be seen. The rush of New York traffic had not yet reached the streets, and the avenue was of an agreeable suburban cleanness and calm. People who lived in upper stories could pride themselves on having views of the river. These they laid stress upon when it was hinted that they lived a long way uptown. The St. Francesca was built of light brown stone and decorated with much ornate molding. It was 14 stories high, and was supplied with ornamental fire escapes. It was no slouch of a building. Everything decorative which could be done for it had been done. The entrance was almost imposing, and a generous lavishness of the way of cement mosaic flooring and new and thick red carpet struck the eye at once. The grille work of the elevator was of fresh, bright blackness, picked out with gold, and the colored elevator boy wore a blue livery with brass buttons. Persons of limited means who were willing to discard the excitements of downtown got a good deal for their money, and frequently found themselves secretly surprised and uplifted by the atmosphere of luxury which greeted them when they entered their red-carpeted hall. It was wonderful, they said, congratulating one another privately, how much comfort and style you got in a New York apartment house after you passed the 150ths. On a certain afternoon, Tembarom, with his hat on the back of his head and his arms full of parcels, having leapt off the L when it stopped at the nearest station, darted up and down the iron stairways until he reached the ground, and then hurried across the avenue to the St. Francesca. He made long strides, and 2 or 3 times grinned as if thinking of something highly amusing, and once or twice he began to whistle and checked himself. He looked approvingly at the tall building and its solidly balustraded entrance steps as he approached it, and when he entered the red-carpeted hall and gave greeting to a small mulatto boy in livery. "Hello, Tom, how's everything?" he inquired hilariously. "You taking good care of this building? Let any more 8-room apartments? You've got to keep right on the job, you know. Can't have you loafing because you've got those brass buttons." The small page showed his teeth in gleeful appreciation of their friendly intimacy. "Yes, sir, that's so," he answered. "Miss Barham, she's waiting for you. The carpet has come, sir. Tracy's wagon brought 'em about an hour ago. I told her I'd help her lay 'em if she wanted me to, but she said you was coming with the hammer and tacks. 'Tweren't that she thought I was too little, it was just that there wasn't no tacks. I told her just call me any time to do anything she want done, and she said she would. She'll do it," said Tembarom. "You just keep on tap. I'm just counting on you and Light here," taking in the elevator boy as he stepped into the elevator, "to look after her when I'm out." The elevator boy grinned also, and the elevator shot up the shaft, numbers of the floors passing almost too rapidly to be distinguished. The elevator was new, and so was the boy, and it was the pride of his soul to land each passenger at his own particular floor, as if he had been propelled upward from a catapult. But he did not go too rapidly for this passenger, at least, though a paper parcel or so was dropped in the transit and had to be picked up when he stopped at floor 14. The red carpets were on the corridor there also, and fresh paint and paper were on the walls. A few yards from the elevator he stopped at a door and opened it with a latchkey, beaming with inordinate delight. The door opened into a narrow corridor leading into a small apartment, the furniture of which was not yet set in order. The roll of carpet and some mats stood in a corner. Chairs and tables with burlaps round their legs waited here and there. A cot with a mattress on it, evidently to be transformed into a couch, held packages of bafflingly irregular shapes and sizes. In the tiny kitchen, new pots and pans and kettles, some still wrapped in paper, tilted themselves at various angles on the gleaming new range or on the closed lids of the doll-sized stationary wash-tubs. Little Ann had been very busy, and some of the things were unpacked. She had been sweeping and mopping floors and polishing up remote corners, and she had on a big white pinafore apron with long sleeves, which transformed her into a sort of small female chorister. She came into the narrow corridor with a broom in her hand, her periwinkle blue gaze as thrilled as an excited child's when it attacks the arrangement of its first doll's house. Her hair was a little ruffled where it showed below the white kerchief she had tied over her head. The warm, daisy pinkness of her cheeks was amazing. "Hello," called out Tembarom at the sight of her. "Are you there yet? I don't believe it." "Yes, I'm here," she answered, dimpling at him. "Not you," he said. "You couldn't be. You've melted away. Let's see." And he slid his parcels down on the cot and lifted her up in the air as if she had been a baby. "How can I tell, anyhow?" He laughed out. "You don't weigh anything. And when a fellow squeezes you, he's got to look out what he's doing." He did not seem to look out particularly when he caught her to him in a hug into which she appeared charmingly to melt. She made herself part of it, with soft arms which went once around his neck and held him. "Say," he broke forth when he set her down, "you think I'm not glad to get back?" "No, I don't, Tem," she answered. "I know how glad you are by the way I'm glad myself." "You know just everything," he ejaculated, looking over her. "Just every darn thing. God bless you. But you don't melt away, will you? That's what I'm afraid of. I'll do any old thing on earth if you'll just stay." That was his great joke, though she knew it was not so great a joke as it seemed, that he would not believe that she was real, and believe that she might disappear at any moment. They had been married 3 weeks, and she still knew when she saw him pause to look at her that he would suddenly seize and hold her fast, trying to laugh, sometimes not with entire success. "Do you know how long it was? Do you know how far away that big place was from everything in the world?" he said once. "And me holding on and gritting my teeth, and not a soul to open my mouth to. The old Duke was the only one who understood, anyhow. He'd been there." "I'll stay," she answered now, standing before him as he sat down on the end of the couch. She put a firm, warm-palmed little hand on each side of his face and held it between them as she looked deep into his eyes. "You look at me, Tem, and see." "I believe it now," he said, "but I shan't in 15 minutes. "We're both right down silly," she said, her soft, cozy laugh breaking out. "Look around this room and see what we've got to do. Let's begin this minute. Did you get the groceries?" He sprang up and began to go over his packages triumphantly. "Tea, coffee, sugar, pepper, salt, beefsteak," he called out. "We can't have beefsteak often," she said soberly, "if we're going to do it on 15 a week." "Good Lord, no," he gave back to her hilariously. "But this is Fifth Avenue feed." "Let's take them into the kitchen and put them into the cupboard and untie the pots and pans." She was suddenly quite absorbed and businesslike. "We must make the room tidy and tack down the carpet and then cook the dinner." He followed her and obeyed her like an enraptured boy. The wonder of her was that, despite its unarranged air, the tiny place was already cleared and set for action. She had done it all before she had swept out the undiscovered corners. Everything was near the spot to which it belonged. There was nothing to move or drag out of the way. "I got it all ready to put straight," she said, "but I wanted you to finish it with me. It wouldn't have seemed right if I'd done it without you. It wouldn't have been as much ours." Then came active service. She was like a small general, commanding an army of one. They put things on shelves. They hung things on hooks. They found places in which things belonged. They set chairs and tables straight, and then, after dusting and polishing them, set them at a more imposing angle. They rolled the little green carpet and tacked down its corners, and transformed the cot into a couch by covering it with what Tracy's knew as a throw and adorning one end of it with cotton-stuffed cushions. They hung little photogravures on the walls and strung up some curtains before the good-sized window, which looked down from an enormous height at the top of 4-storied houses and took in beyond them the river and the shore beyond. Because there was no fireplace, Tembarom knocked up a shelf, and covering it with a scarf from Tracy's, set up some inoffensive ornaments on it, and flanked them with photographs of Jem Temple Barhome, Lady Joan in court dress, Miss Alicia in her prettiest cap, and the great house with its huge terrace and the griffins. "Ain't she a looker?" Tembarom said of Lady Joan. "And ain't Jem a looker, too? Gee, they're a pair. Jem thinks this honeymoon stunt of ours is the best thing he ever heard of, us fixing ourselves up here just like we would have done if nothing had ever happened. And we'd had to do it on 15 per. Say," throwing an arm about her, "are you getting as much fun out of it as if we had to? As if I might lose my job any minute, and we might get fired out of here because we couldn't pay the rent? I believe you'd rather like to think I might ring you into some sort of trouble, so that you could help me to get you out of it." "That's nonsense," she answered with a sweet, untruthful little face. "I shouldn't be very sensible if I wasn't glad you couldn't lose your job. Father and I are your job now." He laughed aloud. This was the innocent, fantastic truth of it. They had chosen to do this thing, to spend their honeymoon in this particular way, and there was no reason why they should not. The little dream of which had been such unattainable proportions in the days of Mrs. Bowes's boarding-house could be realized to its fullest. No one in the St. Francesca apartments knew that the young honeymooners in the 5-roomed apartment were other than Mr. and Mrs. T. Barhome, as recorded on the tablet of names in the entrance. Hutchinson knew, and Miss Alicia knew, and Jem Temple Barhome and Lady Joan. The Duke of Stone knew, and thought the old-fashionedness of the idea quite the last touch of modernity. "Did you see anyone you knew when you were out?" little Anne asked. "No, and if I had they wouldn't have believed they'd seen me, because the papers told them that Mr. and Mrs. Temple Barhome are spending their honeymoon motoring through Spain in their 90-horsepower Panhard." "Let's go and get dinner," said little Anne. They went into the doll's house kitchen and cooked the dinner. Little Anne broiled steak and fried potato chips, and T. Tembarom produced a wonderful custard pie he had bought at a confectioner's. He set the table and put a bunch of yellow daisies in the middle of it. "We couldn't do it every day on 15 per week," he said. "If we wanted flowers, we should have to grow them in old tomato cans." Little Anne took off her chorister's gown apron and her kerchief, and patted and touched up her hair. She was pink to her ears, and had several new dimples, and when she sat down opposite him, as she had sat that first night at Mrs. Bowes's boarding-house supper, Tembarom stared at her and caught his breath. "You are there," he said. "Ain't you?" "Yes, I am," she answered. When they had cleared the table and washed the dishes, and had left the toy kitchen spick and span, the 10 million lights of New York were lighted and casting their glow above the city. Tembarom sat down on the Adams chair before the window and took little Anne on his knee. She was of the build which settles comfortably and with ease into the soft curves whose nearness is a caress. Looked down at from the 14th story of the St. Francesca apartments, the lights strung themselves along lines of streets, crossing and recrossing one another. They glowed and blazed against masses of buildings, and they hung at enormous heights in mid-air here and there, apparently without any support. Everywhere was the glow and dazzle of their brilliancy of light, with the distant bee-hum of a nearing elevated train, at intervals gradually deepening into a roar. The river looked miles below them, and craft with sparks or blaze of light went slowly or swiftly to and fro. "It's like a dream," said little Anne after a long silence, "and we are up here like birds in a nest." He gave her a closer grip. "Miss Alicia once said that when I was almost down and out," he said. "It gave me a jolt. She said a place like this would be like a nest. Wherever we go, and we'll have to go lots of places and live in lots of different ways, we'll keep this place, and sometime we'll bring her here and let her try it. I've just got to show her New York." "Yes, let's keep it," said little Anne drowsily, "just for a nest." There was another silence, and the lights on the river far below still twinkled or blazed as they drifted to and fro. "You are there, ain't you?" said Tembarom in a half-whisper. "Yes, I am," murmured little Anne. But she had had a busy day, and when he looked down at her, she hung softly against his shoulder, fast asleep. End of chapter 40. End of T. Tembarom by Francis H. Burnett. Recorded by Keith Salis.